Good evening, folks. It is Friday, September the 10th, 2021. Took a couple of moments there to get all the water and everything refilled, so now we're all set. Another fun little, interestingly enough, another fun kind of not exactly news-filled week in the hobby, but at the same time, I think there's a couple of things that came out of it that we can have a little bit of fun with. So that'll be part of the thing. The other thing as well is that I noticed that we're definitely chock full of the live streams on Fridays now. Like very chock full. It was wall to wall. I was actually watching a little bit of Dakota Sports Card Anonymous. I was in the chat a little bit, hanging out just for a little bit because they're doing their own chill stream, which I understand. It's like it's a free country and there's a lot of room for a lot of folks to chat as well. But yeah, it's really gotten heavy. Like because we always it used to be like we'll do our thing. Maybe there would be something a little bit before, and then you'd have the crossover guys at midnight Eastern, which made a lot of sense. So for them, but they're doing their thing on Instagram. So I was like, yeah, no, that makes sense. And by that point, we're already going for a while. So usually we'd tail off and then go ahead, go for it. And I usually send people that way if they weren't already kind of inclined. Good evening, name. You are indeed first. You are first. Yeah, so we'll have a little bit of fun. But it's funny enough, I was telling Bobby just before I hit the button to come on, is that, yeah, there's not a lot of news, but it's not like people didn't have stuff to talk about. And that was kind of what made it a little bit fun. And what we'll do is I'll start off the usual way is that I'll lay out a little bit of what I have in mind. There's actually a couple of directions we can take this. But the other thing is as we go along, if there's something that you guys in the chat want to talk about, we can do that too. Always. Like it's pretty much open-ended. We can go in a million directions. We spent normal amount of time on boxing last week. And that was one of the longest ones in a while. Boxing, cricket, like all kinds of things. And then the week before that, we did the graded video games. We had a 2-hour conversation on that. So it's not like we're not open.
And there's more happening with that too.
Absolutely. And once we're at a stage where I think there could be some more connections, I'm happy to bring it back. It's perfect. I've been keeping an eye on it. So I'm happy to have that discussion too. But it's just a matter of like, does it make sense? If the answer is yes, then by all means, let's do it. Let's do that. There we go. Andy, she blinded me with factors. Good evening. Absolutely. Hello. So quickly, what I'll do is I'll put it on the screen. I'll read a little bit of it just to lay the groundwork, just because a lot of you guys are familiar with it. And there's a couple of angles I want to take on this, and I'll touch on them, and I'll explain kind of where my head's at on this. Because I do think there's a little bit of a topic that is worthwhile on this. So we got our good buddy Card Porn, who we definitely have a lot of fun with on the channel, and brings up some interesting and provocative things from time to time. So that's always something kind of interesting. And a couple of things I want to bring to people's attention. Those of you who may or may not be familiar. Card Porn, the first line on there under Card Porn is your friendly hobby watchdog. I'll come back to that. I'll come back to that concept because that's why I say, like, I think there's an opportunity for a greater discussion here, which can go in a variety of different directions. But I want to lay the groundwork a little bit. So he's been doing some stuff recently. Ken Golden opened up some 93 SP, pulled a couple of Jeters, so he's covered that. But the one that was recently this week that kind of got a little bit of traction here, and this was one day after I did my video, just for the record, the next day. This was the next day. I'm not taking credit for it. I'm just pointing out that it was the next day. So hold on here. Let me see. There we go. So when the influencers get paid to influence you. Now, Card Porn took a different tack to this. I want to make clear. We both talked about the same general topic, and we even referenced most of the same examples. They used 2 of the same examples that I did and focused on the collectible piece, which is fine. But we took very different angles. In my comment section, it was a lot less polarizing, but mind you, I kind of left it open-ended. I posed it as a question, and I kind of I gave a little bit of my take on it. I'll expand upon that a little bit tonight, but I'm still going to keep it kind of open-ended because it's a discussion piece. Like, I'm not going to ram down your throats my opinion. I want to get your 2 cents on it too. And I'll read a little bit of this. Good evening, Jeff. So real quick, I'll read just the first blurb. I'm not going to go through the whole thing because it's a pretty long post. Card Porn does at least take the time to make a long post on this. It says, as our hobby becomes increasingly popular and big business comes in wanting a piece of the pie, we're seeing more and more hobby influencers being paid or receiving some other form of in-kind benefit to endorse or promote these companies. Collectible, in particular, has been going on an influencer buying spree lately, now sponsoring Lucas, Tigers, and Bronze, which is one of the examples I used. Sports Card Nonsense, which I didn't touch on. I was somewhat familiar, but I hadn't touched on it too much. And Jeremy Lee's Sports Card Live, which is true, which I use that example as well. To run a specific segment about collectible each week. So in Jeremy's case, though, he's doing a video every week on their channel. So on the collectible channel, he does like an interview style show, at least for the moment. Not dissimilar to Sports Card Live, but specifically on the collectible channel. So from my point that I made on my video is that's as easy as it gets. It's not like he has to go out of his way to disclose. It's like, oh yeah, you're on the collectible channel. Let's just treat it as an infomercial because it's right there. It's in your face. It's called Collectible Live. Like, you don't have to explain beyond that. Lucas, Tigers, and Braun have an episode dedicated every week specifically to collectible and the fractional share related thing. That's pretty clear cut too, so that's okay. I'm usually okay with it as long as it's clear to disclose, and both of those are pretty clear cut. So that part of it I have no moral objection to. And then he puts together a little bit of a list talking about Card Talk Pod, eBay, and a couple of different ones, adds a couple of them, and then basically say these influencers will likely only say would agreed upon to take on the sponsorship on the basis they could speak their minds when it comes to sponsor-related content. However, we all know they're not going to go out of their way to talk negatively about their sponsor at risk losing the sponsorship. So from that point on, it becomes the opinion piece. And then obviously they got a lot of response to it, both good and bad, strongly worded.
Oh, I didn't even read that. That would.
Oh, it was Jeremy chimed in himself on it.
Oh.
The Lucas, Tigers, and Braun, both hosts chimed in. Andrew was very fired up about it. Cage was actually, I think his lawyer instincts kicked in, and he decided to be very diplomatic in his response. Reasonable responses.
Good.
And Jeremy also included, remember to add Whatnot to his list because he's proudly partnered with them as well, which I wasn't aware of, but there you go. So Whatnot as well.
Mm-hmm.
To the people reading the post, before assuming the influencer will mislead or promote anything or anyone, that wasn't what was being said, but fair enough, Jeremy. If anyone has any question for him regarding his content, please reach out. And that's fair. And that part of it is fine. I was very clear on my video. I have no moral objection to this. I've joked about a million times as like how I would shamelessly sell out this show without hesitation, without a problem. And the key word being shamelessly. And the more shameless, the better. But the thing is that as long as it's disclosed, it doesn't matter because it's standard operating procedure in the content space. If you listen to podcasts, most podcasts are sponsored by XYZ. One of my favorite categories is technology YouTube videos. I love a lot of technology YouTube videos. Well, almost all the big YouTubers who have a decent following, the episode is sponsored by Squarespace, Skillshare, pick your poison. It's pretty much standard. And they'll incorporate a little ad into the video in the middle or the beginning or at the end or whatever the case is. Nobody really bats an eye because it's like, yeah, well, that's to be expected. Yes. But as the fact that you know that though helps because it's like, okay, but just take it with a grain of salt. That's part of it. Take it with a grain of salt. That's how it's going to work.
This has been going on forever.
Correct.
This has never stopped. It's sort of like if you're reading a newspaper, if you ever did, you'd have a full ad, cost them $50,000 for like GM, but GM won't get bad press in the so there's nothing bad will really be said about GM in the write-ups because they want to keep their advertisers going. So
yeah,
it's kind of skews it a little bit. I understand that part of it. So
yeah, the only point that I made in mind, and I'll get to Jay's comment here. So Jay, good evening. Headline from Cardboard should have read: here are the influencers that have self-identified that they are paid from sponsors. Yeah. Now, real quick, I want to make a point. Because I didn't read every single comment in it, but I got the general themes of a lot of the comments. There are some folks that say, well, yeah, this is obvious, but it's not though. Not everybody identifies it properly or clearly, and not everybody is aware and this is where the point that I made in my video is that Jeremy's show on Collectible is perfectly fine because it's on the Collectible YouTube channel. You're there and you know exactly what this is. There are no questions, no debates. You know what this is. Great. The Lucas, Tigers, and Braun one, the episode is specifically sponsored by Collectible. Again, you know exactly what you're getting into. No problem. We're good to go. Where it gets a little tricky, and it was more of a warning. Now, Cardporn took a little bit more of an accusatory tone. It's the way you phrase things, not even what you say. It's how you phrase it.
How you say it, yeah.
How you say it is very important, and that's always important. I didn't really have a lot of, I was able to facilitate some good discussion in my comment section because I kept it very neutral. I said, these are things, I'm going to use these examples to be like, okay, so as we go along though, we're going to have to be cognizant of, for folks who might be new and look at different influencers as authority figures, they're not going to be able to give you a fully divested opinion on something. If you go and ask some of these folks, hey, what do you think about Collectible? If Collectible had a situation similar to what Alt had recently, where they had that browser extension, how would a Jeremy or a Lucas, Tigers, and Braun's response to it? Well, Lucas, Tigers, and Braun did their version of it where they basically talked about Alt, but they're not sponsored by Alt. The point is that it's when you have no financial association, it's very easy to be able to just say your piece. Give whatever critique you need to. If you are in a business relationship of it, then you might still give the critique, but you're going to take a little bit of the edge off. Same topic, but you're going to take a different approach, which by the way is fine. It's understandable. But then it means that the viewer needs to understand that and then consider the source, because you now have a business relationship. One of the key points that some folks make is like, well, I'll only promote something that I use. So I'm very happy to promote it. And that's a really great point. One thing though, again, we're back to the other theme that some folks is like, well, I'm not influenced by it. It was like, that's great for you, but somebody is. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a point for these companies to do this. If it didn't work, nobody would do it. You wouldn't have ads on every decent sized podcast and all that. Like, there's a reason they do it. It actually does work. It's proven over time. It's not new. It has been going on for a while.
Yeah, like from last week, I didn't get my check from PWCC for shilling them up. So.
Oh, this is ridiculous. That's absurd, Bobby. That's unacceptable to me.
What am I supposed to do?
You need to yell at them. There are consequences and repercussions to
Brent.
crossing the Burrell.
Brent.
Yeah.
No, it's not. I'm not bidding. No.
Yeah, there are consequences and repercussions to crossing the Burrell. Unacceptable. And you can only refer to yourself as the Burrell when talking to Brent.
Yeah, because I'm the third party at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to make sure he addresses you appropriately. That's absolute key. Include that in your contract.
And Burrell will have to go Burrell.
See, like there's common sense to all this. The point though that I'm making is that you're allowed to make money. I'm okay with it, of course. Like obviously, and if you've disclosed everything, you've covered all your bases. Good. You as the viewer, then the responsibility then shifts to you. As long as the influencer has done their diligence in saying like, hey, this is what this is, then you're good to go. But it does mean you need to understand that you're not going to get the fully unvarnished view. Now, a simple example I can give of a sponsorship where you do have to factor it in is that, again, using the idea of, oh, but it's something I use anyway. Well, cool. What about the one that I've always joked about? One of the most obvious, and they're never going to do it because their marketing budget doesn't really play into it, and they don't really need to market the product this way. What if Ultra Pro decided to offer sponsorships of different things? Well, collectors, we use Ultra Pro. It's an easy one, but it's an easy one. It's not like it's an objectionable thing. It's not. Do you need penny sleeves? Do you need top loaders? Do you need semi-rigids? Hey, Ultra Pro is one of the biggest brands in the space. Like it's not like it's a controversial company to be promoting. It's very easy. But in that situation, you would be accepting that sponsorship. Well, by doing that, you're not, oh, what do you think about BCW? They're okay. In reality, I might favor Ultra Pro as a personal preference, but it's not fundamentally better than the other ones. It's not fundamentally better than BCW. It's not fundamentally better than Beckett Shield. If I did a straight comparison of them, they're probably comparable. Like I've used the various ones over time. They're fine. As a collector, I'll use the one that's on sale. Like if we're just being practical, I'll use the one that makes sense, that covers my needs. They're probably all okay to use. They're
pretty much equal for the most part. And it doesn't affect your item on selling it like a grade to another grade. It's just like it's in a top loader. Yeah, it's obsolete, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. I'm using that example because it's the most benign. It's the most straightforward. Yes. And I've kept in this situation. It's not a great. Paul included in there. So good evening, Paul. Yeah, the great penny sleeve scandal. Exactly. And Paul caught on to my point that I'm trying to make. That would be the least scandalous. Like, oh my God, he favors Ultra Pro because he's getting paid by them. It's like, well, no, use BCW if you want to. But if I'm getting paid by Ultra Pro, would it not make sense for me to extol the virtues of Ultra Pro? Would it not make? Of course it would. But it also wouldn't bother you because, you look at the options are pretty comparable.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to,
exactly.
And it's just like I'm putting this in my Ultra Pro.
Yeah.
Top loader here, as everybody can see how it fits and looks so much better than. And
the way that you could do something like that would be relatively minor. You would include a little blurb about it on every show or whatever. And whenever you're showing I'm doing my mail day videos, everything's in Ultra Pro holders. They would never do it. But the point is that would be a simple example of something that's super benign, but but then it behooves me to promote the product. Well, the collectible and the fractional share thing, well, they have competitors. Collectible isn't the only one. You've got Rally, you've got Otis, you've got some other ones. And maybe there is reason to prefer one over the other. My Slabs has started to do a little bit of sponsorship as well. That's a platform. Well, that's in competition with eBay. That's in competition with PWCC's new attempted platform. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. But then you, as a person who maybe does question and answer and stuff like that on your show, then you cannot speak to all the universe of options with complete objectivity. As the viewer, you need to understand that, hey, they can speak completely openly. If you do the collectible thing, but then, maybe you do ask about penny sleeves or whatever. Oh, use any of them. They're all good. BCW is good. Ultra Pro is good. Beck & Shield, I've used them all. They're solid.
Yep.
Well, that's easy because you don't have a financial incentive to back any of them in particular. They're all fine. They're all the same to you.
Well, this should be no surprise. This is hobby content. So to not understand that people aren't going to talk about you is irrelevant, really, because you know what's going to happen. We're talking about it. And you skirted the issue really well. You didn't go too deep. You didn't go too hard. Card porn may have. I haven't read it yet, but
yeah, but there's no reason to go from my end. There's no reason to go hard because I'm sticking at the topic itself. Card porn is trying to. This is where I'll get back to the hobby watchdog thing.
But it is what it is, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. I think it's okay to identify it. I think that's fine. And I think it's okay to be concerned about it. I think that's fine too. I took the cautionary approach where I just said, look, the goal is I'm not going to list off everybody in the hobby and what their sponsors are because I don't have that kind of time nor the inclination. However, if I know that XYZ is sponsored by XYZ, I will take their opinion on XYZ with a grain of salt.
Yes.
But that's me being a viewer. That's as a viewer, I need to then pay attention to that and be like, well, I can't really take your opinion fully on this topic. Maybe a different topic, no problem, but not on this topic.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. These guys are called influencers. So to what degree do we believe that influence takes us to? Does it go beyond the show?
Well, that's exactly
that is the big question. We don't know.
Yeah.
And it may not. And regardless, I think most of us know, but it's the people that don't know. And a little education goes a long way. So
it can. Like I said, for me, the only two rules that I have are, number one, as long as everything is disclosed clearly, it's fine. And the second part of it is, if you are in that position, so if you take the collectible sponsorship, you're out of the game of comparing the tools. You really can't be. Like, you've got a stake in the game. So it would be unfair of you to do a review on Rally or a review on Otis because you have a built-in bias. You cannot do that fairly. Somebody else can then take the shot at comparing the three of those things, but you're not in that game. The only thing you can say is, hey, collectible's great. These are the features. Because in the space of technology, they do this. They'll have a sponsored video where their job is to review, but they're not doing a review. They're like, look, this is not a review. I was offered this for free. This item was offered for. You have to disclose what is the actual relationship. Am I getting paid? Well, they do that too. They'll have a sponsored. One of the ones that does a lot of stuff is Sarah Dici. Well, she did a live stream on the Samsung event that was sponsored by Samsung. She did a live stream reacting to the event. Because it's sponsored by Samsung, she's able to give away Samsung stuff as part of it. She was getting paid by Samsung, but it's abundantly clear. It's a Samsung, a watch along with Sarah Dici, sponsored by Samsung. Well, it's clear cut. What are we going to talk about? You want to talk about Intel? No. You want to talk about Apple on this one? We're not going to talk about Apple on this one. We're going to talk about Samsung. We're going to talk about their phones. We're going to talk about their tablets. We're going to talk about whatever. But it's obvious. It's clear cut. It's fine. Nobody bats an eye because it's absolutely like, the only thing she didn't do was like wear a Samsung shirt with a Samsung hat and do the Wayne's World thing. Like,
not that we wouldn't, but I mean, yeah.
I listen. If I get sponsored by any of these things, like, send me the hats, send me the shirts, send me all the swag. You got a bandana? I'll do that too. Let's go.
Ooh.
Like, listen, let's go. But it's got to be like that. It's got to be blatantly obvious. There should be no questions. And then have some fun with it. Like, roll it into what you're doing. Because some of the best ones that do it understand how to make a commercial that's entertaining to watch in and of itself. It's like, okay, let's have a little fun with it. Like, we're having fun.
By the way, did you get any responses on your video below?
Oh, which one? That's
from the last one.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. And the discussion was actually very good. That's why I mean, like, in contrast, it was, people understood. I was gratified that people kind of understood what I was getting at. Good. They understood that it was pretty open-ended. Victor came back and had asked a question. I went back and forth with him a little bit, but he understood where I was coming from. He goes, "Nope, that makes sense. The viewer should be educated. That makes total sense." But one of the reasons why he posed the question, what was interesting, and this is now where I want to take it. So we've covered this ground on this piece. There is a bit of a underswell because I saw that in the comments as well. There is like an underlying commenter who really gets obsessed and doesn't want anybody to take any money on anything. They're just like, they don't like it because they say, like, as soon as they're sponsored by anybody, I don't listen to them for anything. It's like, well, I think that's a bit of an extreme reaction. My point was, on that topic, for those things, if you favor one platform because of a sponsorship, it makes sense not to solicit opinions on you on those platforms. That makes sense. But if you can't opine on the design of a card, you can't opine on like something else going on in the hobby. That seems silly to me.
Yeah.
Like that seems extreme. You can still have opinion on other things because they're not related to a sponsorship. It's fine. You just got to understand what you're viewing.
Hey, Paul.
Absolutely. 357. Good evening. Joey Votto turned 38 today. Oh, I didn't realize he was the same year as me. There you go. I didn't realize he was born in Canada. Yep, absolutely. But the reality is that I did find the aversion though to the whole sponsorship model. I was like, you must be new here on this internet.
Yeah, exactly.
Y'all must be new because advertising is a big part and parcel. Websites, vlogs. Blogs live off of AdSense. It was around for blogs for years before we ever got YouTube's creator program came on later on. But it's like, no, it's like when you turn on monetization on a YouTube channel, what are you getting? Ads. Now, here's the thing. They're not really targeted ads. You'll get different kinds of things. That's why I say, like, if you were going to try to make money on AdSense, you pick a better topic. Financial literacy is a great topic. Financial literacy is an amazing one because you get a bunch of those. You get Wealth Simple and a bunch of those other ones. Well, they pay good money for those ads. Why? Because it works. But you get no control over it. When you get a direct sponsorship, it's like, I will play your ad specifically, and that's how that works.
Yeah.
So it's like, there's a big difference. And one sponsorship is worth like 1,000 videos of YouTube ads half the time.
Really?
Yeah,
I don't know the remuneration on that type of stuff. So
a lot of it just depends on how big you are. I can tell you that the tech YouTubers that do pretty well can make 5 figures on a sponsorship deal for a couple of videos.
Really? Wow.
By comparison, you can figure out, like I chuckle and I always joke about, and I've always been very transparent about it. The last live stream we did was actually really good. I thought the engagement was great. People coming in, chatting were great, had a lot of fun. And considering how quiet it was in terms of topics and things, a fair number of people caught the video, which I was thrilled by. The monetization on that, and I'll even show it to you guys here. You'll get a chuckle out of it.
We're no PewDiePie, but
yeah, but it was a whopping $2.59 for 5 hours and $3.36 for 5 hours and 43 minutes.
See, I get the 6 cents.
Exactly. And we might even round up. Live the dream, Bobby.
It's rounding down actually, because
but you'll get taxed on it and it'll go right back to where it was.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Enough, right?
Yep. But the point is, like, so you imagine though, 5-hour live stream.
Yeah.
It's not even $1 an hour. And by the way, the video did well. Like, it did well. But that's the genre we're in. If this was a financial thing, it'd be 10 times that much, which, by the way, doesn't feel like a lot. But the financial guys also, then the algorithm picks it up and pushes it up. Graham Stephan, who's one of the ones that I enjoy watching, he makes multi-millions of dollars on that YouTube channel.
Yeah.
It's a very big difference. Now, he gets a ton of views, but it doesn't matter. The biggest of the big in this genre, not a big deal. That's what I mean. Like, you're not going to make the big bucks. So I don't blame anybody for taking a sponsorship. It's probably worth more.
Obviously. Yeah.
Like by a factor of 100, by a factor of 1,000.
I know. We're so small in the, it's just a hobby. And there's many other hobbies out there.
Absolutely. But you just think, people's time has value. So that's why, like, I'm not going to knock them for being like, no, get a couple of bucks out of it. Get some coffee money, please. By all means, if you're going to put in the time, absolutely. Yeah, collectible channels are tough watch, all infomercials. Yeah, no, that's completely fair, Rick. And good evening. I understand. That's why I say I don't mind if people don't like stuff being rammed down their throat. That part I understand. Because if it's inorganic, if it's like you're just going to randomly jam in a commercial here, it feels weird. It feels awkward. It's uncomfortable. That's why I give a lot of those ones that I cited credit for finding fun ways of incorporating it. They literally play into it. They say, hey, the rest of the video, I'm going to tell you more about this. But before I do, a quick word from our sponsor. And then they play it. They'll do a skit. They'll do a thing where they'll edit a little bit of a video about it where they'll talk about the topic. It's 30 seconds to a minute, and then they get back to the video. But they'll incorporate it in so there's like a transition. It's not just, oh, by the way, here's the ad. Boom.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a little bit of it. If you know what mind you, that's why those guys do a lot better on those sponsorships, because they already understand how this game is played. They have a lot more sophistication of it. It's understandable. I get it. Now, here's my question. Let me play this back into cardboard. So we're done with that topic, but let's play into cardboard. Card porn, on the first line of that, it says, your friendly hobby watchdog. Okay. Two questions related to this. Let's start with the first one. And chat, I want some opinions on this. I want your input on this as well. I'd be very curious. Number one, do you feel that it makes sense or that it is good to have hobby watchdogs that are self-appointed? Because remember, nobody appoints these people. They've appointed themselves. Is there a role and a place for the hobby watchdog? And I'll explain because we can play devil's advocate on this all day long. It's very easy to do. There's pluses and minuses to it. But I'd be curious what your take, chat, is on the hobby watchdog concept. Are you comfortable with it? Are you good with it? Because anybody can self-appoint themselves and call themselves a hobby watchdog. How they approach it is going to differ. Cardporn took one tack on it. Cardporn and I talked about the same topic. Got two very different. Cardporn is obviously much bigger platform. They've got a lot of people on Instagram. But I'd be curious, like, do you want them to be informational? Do you want them to be accusatory? How do you want to play it? Like, I'd be curious. Number one, is there a place for it? Number two, even if there is a place for it, how aggressive should they be? How aggressive can they be? What makes sense?
Well, aren't shows like yours and a few others hobby watchdogs as well? Indirectly,
I think we take the education angle. I think we take the education angle mostly.
Yeah, well, that's basically what you're doing is you're informing the watchers, listeners, or whatever, to what you're pointing out about certain topics that are out there.
Yeah, I think the only differentiator that I put in there, and that's why I use that specific, since we talked about the exact same topic in this example.
Sure.
I use the distinguishing point is that I'm not taking it I'm not passionate about it from the perspective of it doesn't bother me. I take it as par for the course. I take it as part. So then I take it from an analytical view. I'm analyzing it. I'm saying, this is what I'm seeing. Understand that there's going to be more of this going forward.
Sure.
Just so we're clear. And then here's the education piece. These are some things to keep an eye on for. Let me use some examples. Like, I'm trying to make it as educational as possible to be like, no, I'll try to arm you with something. Hopefully it's useful. And then you got to figure it out for yourselves because I can't tell you what to do from there.
Yeah, we become sort of a sounding board for people to listen to different angles on something. So rather than just thinking, oh, I know what that's all about, and then you listen to somebody or a couple other people and they say something that kind of resonates with you and you say, oh, yeah, I never thought of it that way. Yeah. So it's good. It's good that we talk about things. And that's what we're here doing, and it's content and it's interesting content. It's nice bringing up the things that are going on in the hobby at one place or many different small places. So it keeps everybody well informed on what's going on.
Yeah. And I think the other distinguishing point that I think helps is that a lot of times I will try to do, if we're going to have a discussion, I want to have it as a discussion. And part of doing a discussion properly is that you have to have somebody willing to play devil's advocate. Even if my personal opinion, I go back to that to the example about the different manufacturers of supplies. I might have a preference. But then if you ask me why, I can be like, oh, okay, this is specifically what I prefer about it. I can be more specific, but it's not life and death. You can use any of them. It's fine. If it's something where I'm looking at this, where I'm like, personally, do I have a problem with sponsorships? No, clearly not. I personally have no issue. But there are some people who are like dead set against the concept. Literally, they like announce to anybody, it's like, if you're sponsored, I'm not going to watch your stuff anymore. It's like, okay, good for you. But then you're going to be turning away a lot of the bigger channels because over time they're going to get a lot of that. And the offers are going to be infinitely better than what they do toiling away in obscurity. Like, you build up this platform and this audience. If it's something you're comfortable with and can live with and you disclose it appropriately, why shouldn't you get a couple of shekels for it? What's your problem with that? Just calibrate yourself accordingly. As the viewer, calibrate yourself accordingly.
I'm still waiting for my SGC hat.
I know, right? Listen,
I saw that interview with president of SGC, and I forget who it was.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was really good. I like the hat and the shirt. I can do with it.
Well, now it's important. Now, don't forget, they're going to be adjusting the expectation for the return time.
Yes.
Disclosure. It's like, guys, you're giving him an awful lot of credit for technically he said nothing changed, except he's going to change what it says he's just changing what it says on the website. He didn't actually change anything. Like, let's not pat him on the back too hard. I'm fine with it because it is, it's communication. That's good. But let's not get our SGC pom-poms out here. Like, Retro Hoops Collectibles is basically ready to do like a cheer. It's like, calm down. You were just happy he didn't raise the price. That was basically all you were happy about, which is fine. That's okay. I get it. Okay.
The more business that goes that way, you're going to have to pay more eventually if that happens anyhow. So there you go.
Yeah. So maybe. Jay says a step was skipped with friendly watchdog is a bit of a leap. I prefer mere watchdog. Yeah, that's fine. And good evening, Ziggy.
Friendly.
Yeah. Well, no, that I'm using Cardporn's verbiage
Ziggy.
because that is exactly it says your friendly hobby watchdog with a dog emoji. So it's like that is a quote, ladies and gentlemen, a quote.
Could have been your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
Well, I think that it gets sued.
Yeah.
Your friendly sued hobby watchdog. Yeah, so the other hobby guardians that could aspire to be like Cardporn. Cardporn does some good work, but it's been leaning on the sensationalist late. So this actually, thank you, Paul. This brings me into my next point. So I wanted to leave open. It's like, Chad, this was an open invitation for you guys to go in whatever direction you wanted to go with that one. I wanted to put it in your hands a little bit. I asked the question if you felt like there was room for it. Okay, fine. Let's move on from there. Cardporn has a very provocative style that can be going into the sensational side, which I do understand. But there's a couple of directions that I want to take that from here. And good evening, Victor. Here's my question from here. So it is a sensational style and it can be polarizing. Because if you do take the accusatory tone, guess what? You're going to get a response. And a lot of the creators mentioned were responding to the point that the sports card nonsense guy went and made a video on Instagram about it. And of course, he was thrilled. He was super happy about it. But anyway, the point is this. One of the areas that a lot of folks like to attack is that Cardporn is anonymous. Nobody knows who Cardporn is. Bobby Burrell. Nobody knows who Cardporn is. No one. Let me ask this question, though. Can then a hobby watchdog be anonymous and be effective? Now, I am actually going to state that I believe the answer is yes, and I actually have very specific reasons why I believe the answer is so. But if you're in the no camp, no problem. I'd be curious why. Because like I said, I want to have the discussion. I want to have a little bit of it. I'll give you a couple of examples of why. The biggest reason is, as soon as you've got your name out there, it is understandable because some people are not comfortable trusting an anonymous account that then goes in because their idea is like, well, you have no accountability. Fair, that's fine, fair enough. But being a known quantity only offers a certain amount of accountability. Because if you're big enough, you got a big enough platform, there are people who are just going to defend you blindly anyway. So it's not like you're being held accountable or to task fully anyway. It also means something else. Since we don't know who Cardporn is, they could literally be just some dude or dudes or ladies and dudes, whatever, hanging out in a basement with nothing better to do. Or they could be captains of industry. Or they could be people seated at the table around the things they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know. So the key with the anonymity is that what if there's someone, again, I'm using just a hypothetical, what if there's someone who does have a seat at the table at some of these discussions and is able to be within proximity, and that's where they're able to get certain pieces of insight and certain explanation. Well, as soon as you know who it is, the Trojan horse effect is gone. You lose it because now it's like, well, now I can't say anything around them. They're Cardporn.
Yeah.
Well, the knowing immediately, it negates any advantage you'd have. There is advantages to anonymity if your job is to try to report. There's a reason why, in addition to personal reasons, why a lot of times these anonymous whistleblowers are critical to that part of the process because they can say things that if everybody knew who they were and who knew where they moved and do whatever, because guess what the first thing that's going to happen? As soon as you know, oh, well, of course you would say that you work for so-and-so. Well, of course you would say that, oh, you do this. Well, what about this? You have a business in the hobby. Oh, you're a card shop owner. Well, of course you don't like this, that, or the other thing.
Yeah,
they'll use
rather neutral.
Yeah, they'll use your identity to attack your credibility. That the very first thing that happens is, well, you can't be credible because of this reason, this reason, this reason. Well, if you're anonymous, what credibility are you going to attack? You're anonymous.
It's pretty hard to stay anonymous, really, in this world.
It is.
So kudos to that.
Yeah, but do you understand what I'm saying, though? Being anonymous then means your anonymity is what they attack, but that's as far as it can go. You can't say they don't have the credentials. You don't know who they are. You can't say they don't have the access. You don't know who they are. If you know who somebody is, what if they're a content creator? Oh, well, you're just jealous of so-and-so. First thing somebody's going to throw out there, like, you're jealous of so-and-so. It's like, have you confirmed that? Like, you're throwing that out there.
Yeah, you'd have to cover a lot of content to do this. Like, to be the friendly neighborhood watchdog, that's a good thing. I think it's a good thing anyways for the hobby. But you'd have to have some insider. You'd have to have been around a long time, I would think. You just can't walk into this and just start doing it. So if that's any hint of who it could be, it's somebody with a little bit of legs in the hobby, for sure.
Yeah, there's a good possibility. Like one of the more recent ones prior to that, the alt thing was precipitated. A lot of the discussion was precipitated in card. So you can't choose when you like it and when you don't.
Yeah.
Now, is card porn style polarizing? You're damn right it is. Yeah, absolutely. Now, there's, like I said, there's an upside and a downside, right? The upside is because they can maneuver in those waters without worrying about ruffling feathers or making people mad, because it's like, you don't know who it is. The person you're getting mad at could be the person sitting beside you at the table right now.
Sure.
You have no idea. And you're giving them all your, oh man, I hate that card porn. Like, yeah, I hate that card porn too.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you don't know. And in some ways, that leaves certain hobby players a little bit more accountable in a certain way. It's because the knowledge is like, well, what if they are here? What if this individual or individuals, plural, because it can be a group.
Could be.
What if a couple of them are at those tables? That's the reason why I posed the question, is that the anonymity does provide certain advantages. It also means that you don't know who it is. Are they qualified to speak on these matters? No idea.
But what they say is probably the qualification in itself, right?
Yeah, but then you are kind of forced then to look at the statements in a vacuum and then decide if it makes sense or not. In some ways that's beneficial, because then it's like, well, I'm putting the onus back on you as the person reading this to make up your mind. Take the information, go with it, and look at it. In the alt situation, alt basically was forced to respond. Well, that's good. That's a good thing.
They had to.
Yeah. And this other one, obviously, he made a lot of those content creators mad, which was kind of entertaining.
I don't know why it made them mad. It was bound to happen. Did they not see it coming? It can't be positive going forward. There's obviously people going to have their personal opinion, and that's fine.
Yeah, it is.
Y'all can't be happy here.
No, for sure. But I think part of the reason is because the first thing, they presume at that point that it's an attack on their integrity. And I was like, look, just take your bag of money and shut up.
Yeah.
I hope it's a bag of money, by the way. If it's not a bag of money, y'all are screwing this for the rest of us. Because I got Yannick asked the question kind of jokingly, and I didn't respond to it because I refused to tip my hand too soon. Yannick was like, well, how much would you want to do this thing? It's like, I'm not negotiating through the internet, Yannick. Absolutely not. When we get there, we get there. It's like, I need to look up some details. We need to look up some details, and then we can discuss this matter.
Mm-hmm.
But you better believe if I'm going to bother, then I'm going to have my terms. But part of my terms is like, make this worth my while. No, like, make it worth my while. Like, in all honesty, like, yeah, it would be worth more than whatever the AdSense would be. And then I'd turn off the AdSense on those videos. But it's like, no, make it worth my while, man. I'm not going to do this for a couple of bucks. It's like, why? Make it more interesting. So enjoy the weekly eBay excuse posts on Fridays. Yeah, absolutely. This is where it makes it interesting, is that Cardboard goes back and forth between like serious content and kind of like the eBay excuses for returning things or not paying for stuff, which is kind of fun. Cardboard is saying the self-proclaimed hobby watchdog to hobby deep throat. I was going to use that reference, but yes. But that only worked because it was anonymous, right?
And for those who don't know, it's 72 Nixon. And I'm Canadian. I know that stuff.
It's true.
Good vibes only, Dave.
Good vibes only. Good evening, Amish Dave. Josh, also, did I miss the AEW conversation about how amazing the pay-per-view was? If you want to initiate it, Josh, I did watch it. I ordered it. It's got to be the right audience. If y'all want to talk about it, I can talk about it for a couple minutes. But you guys got to lead the way. On this piece, you got to lead the way. On this other one, I did put a couple of bullet points because... and you guys are missing out because, like I said, I think this is a much more interesting topic about the hobby watchdog thing, whether the anonymity thing makes sense, what are the boundaries, what approach should they take? Like, there's 100 directions y'all could take this. Like, guys, I can't do all the heavy lifting. You got to chip in a little bit, contribute.
Yeah, so we want to see something.
Yeah, absolutely.
Eric.
But no, it's one of those things where, to me, the more interesting topic wasn't even the sponsorship thing, because that's normal. Because, like I said, it's actually pretty normal, and sports cards still pretty tame. It will get a lot more interesting down the road. What happens? What happens if PWCC decides to bring in some folks to host their shows? What happens if Golden, who has a YouTube channel, they've started incorporating some of that stuff. What if they bring in their own, influencers and stuff to be like, hey, can you host a show for us? Absolutely.
Yeah, there's lots going on. I was listening to the other video game guys, and they're saying Collectors Universe bought Wada, and there's so many things tied into all of this. There's content for years on this group of topics that we've been working on. So
No, for sure. But that's the only reason I said it that way is that I feel like an opportunity is missed here. I feel like there's a really tremendous opportunity to think past the obvious, because it's really high level. You can do it. That's fine. I totally get it. But it's like, just work off the assumption that this is going to become the norm. It's in progress. You're still early days, but it will become the norm. Then let's look at the next step. Let's look at what comes next. And then with the hobby watchdog thing, well, that's still a relatively new phenomenon too. And right now it's like there's no hobby commission appointing who's going to be watching over the hobby, who's going to be because again, going back to the card porn example I used, what if you're not qualified? What if you just throw around random accusations without any knowledge of what it is you're doing? Right? Because you could. If the advantage of card porn's anonymity is what I said. The disadvantage is we don't know what their qualifications are.
Well, I think their qualifications will come through with their content that they give, right?
I think so. But a lot of people don't dig below the surface. A lot of people will just take the accusation and say, absolutely, burn them at the stake. But that goes back to
why change the world now then?
Yeah, but that goes back to the point that some folks make. It's like, whoa, who cares about what influencers say? A lot of people do. A lot of people do. They won't go any further. It's like, you told me to do this? Here we go. Off the bridge we go. That is how that works. Like, if it didn't, then again, there'd be no money in it.
Yeah.
In any of these genres or any of these categories. Not just sports card, any category. Jay here says, the main point is, when does Fanatics do to figure out what to do with the licenses? In the end, influencers become a first step of crisis management. I think Fanatics has the opportunity to take their time. They're not in a hurry because they really have no reason to run. They actually get to build a company because they basically established a company for this purpose. And they basically get to build it from the ground up. So now it's like, okay, let's fill in all the roles. Let's get all the management figured out. Okay, now let's do some hiring to fill in some of these slots. Hey, do you want to buy one of these? Okay, let's see what's available. Let's see what's out there. What are the opportunities? What are the costs? How much is it going to cost us? Does it make sense to do it from scratch? Does it make sense to hire? Because if you hire enough people and buy the equipment, you don't even need to buy their brands. Buying their brands has certain advantages. It has certain disadvantages. It just depends.
I see them buying out Tops and their licenses.
It makes sense.
Because them starting from scratch doesn't make any bit of sense. Nothing. How do you go from 0 to 100? You can't. You are running a business on an $18 billion business. That's fine. But you have no experience in this industry at this point. And
no, for sure. But my point was that you could, without buying them, you could literally just hire everybody that's there and not buy the company. Because then you get all the
there's too many licenses tied in there. So I think
those licenses are going to be worthless in short order. Those licenses all expire. What I'm getting at is that they don't have to. I'm not talking about doing it today and then just sitting. Everybody just sits there for a couple of years and waits for the license to expire. No, but you could sit there and be like, okay, in the meantime, we have the ability to make some stuff without logos. Let's get the kinks out and just hire a bunch of people who already know what they're doing. CSG did this with their grading. They're like, oh, we're established, but what we hired Beckett's graders. That was the first thing they did out of the block. So what they did is they say, we're gonna hire you. You're gonna help build our infrastructure of graders. Mm-hmm. We are technically starting from scratch, but we're not exactly starting from scratch because we've already got you as the foundation of what we're going to build going forward.
Yeah, exactly.
So you can do that. You can have the logistics folks. You can have some of the printers. You can have some of this, that, and the other thing. Bring it in-house and then start building that infrastructure. And at the same time, you could wait a year or two and start producing your own product in the meantime. Because right now, Topps doesn't become more valuable as time goes on. Topps becomes less valuable.
No, I wasn't really saying about license. I'm saying more about copyrights.
Yeah, the brands. The
brands, for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
So any trademarks or copyrights they do own
sure.
going forward, and they want to keep doing those products, they're going to buy those out. And I think Topps will hold out on those.
I think they'll try.
I think it'll be a partial deal, sort of. You buy us here, or you can take us here, or we'll keep that there. And they'll go 100%. Forward and try to get as much money out of it as they can. Because going forward, I don't see Topps doing too much.
Oh no, I completely agree. The only point that I make about that is that Topps has a couple $100 million in debt.
That's always
so it's like, so if you're Fanatics, you're sitting there like, so as part of the deal, we'll buy out your debt, but consider that part of the payment.
Mm-hmm.
No, like if you're just being logical about this, if you're going to be properly ruthless, you're being a businessman. You're like, so if we buy you, we buy this debt. Well, I'm taking that off the price. because that's into my costs. It's not my problem that you built up this debt. I'll pay it off, but then your value just went down.
Comes out of your pocket.
Yeah, it comes out of your side of this deal.
Sure.
So we'll get you out from under this. But when I'm buying this out, I'm buying a depressed asset with a ton of debt.
Yep. Doesn't look good on paper.
Yeah. Why don't you try creating another SPAC? That worked so well last time. But basically what I mean. I don't think the timing was an accident. I think they're just like, I'm just going to take the air out of your balloon right now.
There was no accident here.
That's what I mean.
The players involved are too high end. Don't worry.
Yeah.
This was well planned out.
I think Fanatics is a lot more devious than I think people fully give it credit. It's like, I think they understood exactly what they were. This is the worst possible time for us to do this. Leak it.
Yes.
Send it to Card Porn. I mean, the other one, the other burner account. But that's the thing. It's like, it's fun. It's fun to talk about the possibilities. It really is. It's a lot of fun. But we're guessing like everybody else. But if it was me, honestly, and you're going to buy, if you really want tops at the end of the day, I would try to squeeze them for the lowest possible price you can get it. I really would. I would try to squeeze it.
So who is Card Porn? Does anybody have a guess?
Bobby Bro.
Other than me, there is no way I could be Card Porn because I'm so buried into the past that the future is not.
That's what makes it the perfect disguise.
It's
like, it turns out that Bobby was there. It's like, Bobby, were you the one programming with punch cards back in the day?
Misleading people that's the direction I'm going. So it's just the way I do it. You know, I am. Look at Russia, Prague.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Yet Soviet.
Yeah. Yannick has his theory.
It's Carlos.
I would be the kind of person that would do that.
You would.
I would 100%. It's not a terrible theory. It's not the worst theory I've ever heard.
We could pick you out in a crowd in a second. Because the details you would put in, it's just like,
okay. Here's the thing: the one argument you have of me not being Card Porn, it's a bit sloppy. Like I'm a little tighter in if I'm going to do my accusatory jabs. Oh, do I know how to do accusatory jabs?
Yeah,
like
sure.
I know how to do them just right.
Yep.
You got to get the temperature just right.
So and he doesn't, which is actually good. I think
that's fine. That's what I say. It makes a great topic for us. It makes wonderful stuff to talk about.
But I do appreciate kind of fast.
Yeah, I appreciate
you do it nice and slow because you're statistically
I'm patient.
Wonderful.
I am a patient man, Bobby. I'm a very patient man. I got time. So Josh Shearcrass, have we heard any rumors about how much money the sponsorships are bringing in? Based on subscriber count, like the show name recognizability? I would say we don't really know. I don't think there's any rumors out there. If you want to pepper Jeremy with this question. Jeremy, how much are they paying you? Answer me! I have no idea. What I would say, the number that I pulled out for earlier was based on because some of them are not, the thing about sponsorships is that usually in the contract they say you can't tell. Because they're explicit. They're like, you cannot say how much. You can say you're sponsored because obviously you need to. You can say what you're doing as part of the sponsorship, sure. But you can't say how much we're giving you or what remuneration we're giving you. Absolutely not.
It's not hard to guess. Really, if you think about it. I have a number in my head.
I'm sure. And I do as well. But I'll be honest, almost every number I've come up with is too high for what the current state of the sports card market is. I feel like no matter what, they're overpaying.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they would be.
No, like they're overpaying. Like comparatively, the example that I use when
they have to overpay to get it because we don't have the following. It's not big enough to do that. So, but to get somebody, you'd have to give them something attractive.
Oh sure, yeah, 100%.
So what's it? $200 a show.
And the thing is, like at $200 a show, I was joking about it earlier, but like. Even at my level, $200 a show would be about the minimum you'd have to pay me to consider it seriously, because otherwise, why bother? Like, why bother?
I'm at 300 anyways.
No, but it's
yen.
I'm being serious because it's like you are going to have to deal with a lot of flack and the paperwork and stuff like that, and some people are going to whine about it the whole time. If I'm going to bother with it, that would be like, and that's at my level. You say, at that level, then it should be like multiples. But here's the thing. That number is too high for my level. It's too high. I'm being intentional. Like
I get it.
It'd be like, if you're willing to do that, sure. I'm asking you for more than honestly I think it's worth, but knock yourselves out if that's what you want to do.
When I wrote for Beckett, I would get 300 US an article. Mm-hmm. So you can actually say that might be pretty close.
I think that's reasonable. I still think that's a bit high given like where, like I said, based on what we're talking about in terms of like viewer, because think about this. When we're talking about, I use the tech ones just because it's the easiest reference, because there's at least enough information out there about the type of stuff they do where there's a ballpark figures that have circulated over time. The folks that we're thinking about
Or stock options.
exactly.
Never thought of that. Oh,
Yeah, the
I
folks
don't
that
want to
we're thinking
insinuate.
about when we become the official show of fanatics, then we could. Then
Oh,
I want stock in that one. Yes, yes, I do. Absolutely.
I'm wearing a big
Can
Fanatics cowboy hat, and I'm
we
coming.
can talk. We can talk. Josh Sluber allegedly. We can talk. But the point is that when I'm talking about those tech YouTubers, a lot of them are making like five figures, but they're into like the low mid 600s of thousands of subscribers. Their videos do hundreds of thousands of views.
Yeah.
There's value there. Of course, it makes sense.
Yeah, but the value in the hobby, you have to do the comparatives on that, Carlos. Is the value of our hobby, although it's smaller, it is the whole hobby that we're kind of covering in our space.
Sure.
So regardless of the space, and we understand that it goes up exponentially, but
Yeah.
you can only get down to a certain $50. No, it's not worth anybody's $100. No, I don't. What do I want to do that for?
Yeah, for
So
sure.
there's a certain point, and regardless of how big they are, you still have to give them their due because of the amount of content that is focused in our hobby here. So I think
I think what you're looking for. So maybe to answer Josh's question, because I do see some other comments here that are pretty good, and I want to get to them. Maybe the best way to gauge this properly is a statistic called conversion rate. That's the real number. It's not even the number of views. It's not even the watch time. Not even all that stuff, which YouTube cares about. But it would be something like conversion rate. What percentage of the people that you're speaking to? Because people joke about this, but I'm serious. If you're talking about monetizing something, you'd be better off having 100 people see it that hang on every word you're saying, listen to what you're saying, than 1,000 people who are just kind of casually listening as background noise and they're not really listening to you.
Yeah, I wonder if it's maybe even a contract where that you're paid. You got so many people following you. Once you get to that level, we'll tier up from there and pay you a little bit more.
You could arrange it.
That is actually a smart way as an owner, as I would do it. I would say, let's take it in tiers, and if the show turns out great, hey, listen, we'll pay you at this top tier.
Mm-hmm.
That's where we're going. So we'll start you here and we'll get you up there.
Yeah.
But you have to have the following, and that's how effective you have to be. So you're motivated, opposed to a hockey player being paid every time. When they get in the playoffs, then they get extra money, and they get in the Stanley Cup, they get extra money. So the motivation always has to be there, and I think that's missing in society and in the work-related anything that anybody does. Is if you're just making a regular out, you have to have motivation to keep people motivated to do a better job, or even just a good job.
Yeah. And I would think, and here's something I would throw out to you guys. I think, in all honesty, I think if you're talking about in this genre, which, like I said, is still very small, relatively, it's niche. Most likely, if you were going to do a deal, like if you were one of these companies that legitimately wanted to do a deal, I would do a deal with one of those codes. You get X amount discount, because then you directly are able to, how much you get paid is dependent upon how many people use your code. That's an easy way of seeing conversion rate.
Yes.
How many people use your code?
That man has it, right?
Yeah, you get paid a flat amount. You get paid a flat amount based on whatever. And at that point, then you could be like, okay, so everybody use your code, you get $5 or $10 or whatever. Obviously, the more people use your code, the more you can grow it. You can actually make it bigger as you go along. But
I think that's like a commission.
That's what it is.
You have a base salary, and then there's the commission. So on the codes, you make this much. Because I was in sales for.
I just think the base salary is really tough to do in this genre when the viewership is so small. And this is an important piece. This is like this. This is true, and you guys can attest to this. Card collectors are cheap. They're super cheap. Like they are when they're buying.
We're talking about online is all 40, 50,
but that's buying
50,
stuff for themselves. I'm talking about they consider content to be all free, no matter what it is. Like they want to watch content, they want to consume content, they want everything to be free. Because I'll give you a tangible example. Josh was talking about the AEW thing. I like to watch a lot of YouTubers that do the wrestling content. Some of the YouTubers that do wrestling content get thousands of views per live stream. And those people on the live stream will do these super chats, but they won't do the $5 super chat. They do $50, $100, $500. I've seen $500 and $1,000 super chats.
I see them.
YouTube takes its cut, but they're still making thousands of dollars for one night of live streaming. Just on super chats. Forget about AdSense, forget about all that.
Well, I watch the reaction videos too, and you can see
Sure.
some of the people give super chats, and I've seen 500.
Yeah. And
once.
even if you want to talk about a niche topic, there's a YouTube channel called It's Bourbon Night. It's about bourbon. And they do a live stream every Sunday. It's a fun little show. They'll do about an hour, but they get hundreds of dollars in super chats.
Yeah.
They're literally just sitting there talking about bourbon. They're sitting there drinking the bourbon, describing it to you, and you're paying them for the privilege of watching.
But the bourbonites love that, and they just love.
I get it.
It's exclusive. It's not big. It's small, but it's
but think about this. They're literally throwing money at them for the privilege of a free video. You can watch the video for free. You don't have to pay to see the video. You can watch the video. It's free.
You know, the one thing about reaction videos or videos that are live like that is that you're not alone. You're with like-minded individuals, and you're sharing it with somebody. You know, if I listen to an old, like I watch reaction videos of music, old music. Yeah. You know, where younger people might listen to older music. Now, I appreciate that, and when I see the appreciation of them in earnest, it has to be in earnest. You know, you almost feel like donating. I don't, but I'm just saying.
But a lot of people do. A lot of people do.
If I feel that, then I'm sure other people, you know, of whatever.
You're hitting the nail on the head, though. You're hitting the nail on the head, though, because they have developed. They've gotten very smart about this. They've developed a community, quote unquote, because that's key.
Oh no, it's family. It's not community.
Well, the smarter ones who keep it a little more general, you know, family's a little weird.
Oh no,
let's keep some distance.
It's the fam.
No, I get
it. Fam and the merch and the
for sure
the live streams.
But they will support it. But a lot of times, and understandably so, by the way. And I never ask. I joke about it as Bob Lewis is our standard super chat for reasons.
$5. Is that
US? We always do appreciate Bob Lewis.
Is that US?
Yes. Fortunes. That right there is a sponsorship, so we'll have to do it. But the thing is that in this genre, it is more unusual. It's not the norm. It's not the standard. It's not. And by the way, it's not expected. I never pitch it. I never push it. It's one of those. It's on. I'm not going to turn it down if somebody wants. But the thing is, I don't ask. We never make emphasis of it. I'm merely pointing out, by comparison to other genres, they also don't ask. But literally hundreds of dollars go that way.
Well, the realistic part behind super chats is not that you're just giving money, is that you're giving money so you can answer, read out their question. And that's what super chats were basically made for. Now they're just kind of random, and they don't even read half your questions anymore anyways.
Yeah, for sure. But it's one of those things where like it's an interesting situation, because you could do that, but it's like shows like this in this genre, we thrive on the interactivity. Otherwise, it would just do a pre-record. Sure. It would make more sense to do. By the way, a pre-record would be much shorter, a lot less work. It really is. It's a lot less work.
But it wouldn't bring up topic or content as much as we have.
Correct.
So
yeah, so that the two things kind of feed off of each other. So at the end of the day, it's like, but most people in this genre would rather watch passively. But I get that. It's fine. But that's how that works. It's available, but it's like most people don't use it, and I understand, and I don't blame. Do you guys know that eBay is the best place for sports card collecting?
Yes.
So Amish Dave Archer.
I never knew.
Yeah.
What is that?
Sports card
eBay?
investors told us. eBay.
Actually, when eBay came out, I did it just like that. eBay. What the hell is that?
Yeah.
Interesting.
So real quick, I'll get caught up on the comments here. So Paul says, mild mannered snark with unfettered megalomania by day, cardborn by night. That should be my new intro. What is the guess that eBay pays SCI? They do. Oh, you're guessing how much. Now, here's the thing. SCI actually runs a company. Sports Card Investor actually runs a company. So I would think their arrangement would probably be a little easier. Because it's like, now mind you, also Sports Card Investor is over 100. I think they're like 115,000 subscribers now.
He's over.
It's gotten pretty big, and they do get a lot of views per episode. They do pretty well on that now. And he also makes money on the tool. So for him, it's like, even if no sponsors were there, of course they'll take it. Even if no AdSense was there, of course they'll take it. But the tool itself is the thing they're selling. So like the money is made every single month that people are subscribed. So there's money being brought in all the time.
I think for him, or for people like him, more of it would be with some money, but I think there's other perks involved along the way. And what they are, I don't know, but I have a couple guesses, but I'm just thinking, it's not just straight cash. It's not just that. It's something else.
You have to think. And here's the other
incentive.
Absolutely.
Incentivized.
Yeah. Yes. But here's the thing. YouTube has created a lot of these mechanisms. We joked about the super chat thing. Because that's true. It's part of it. But like they've activated a million things. Like you've ever seen the join button on a bunch of sites?
Yeah.
Yeah, like if you're over a certain, I forget what the criteria is, but over a certain amount, you have that available. But here's the thing: I don't see how any sports card channel could offer anything that would make sense for that. It's similar to a Patreon, but like, what are you going to offer? Exclusive lives? Like, what can you possibly like? What are you going to get that you're not already getting on a lot of these things for free?
True enough. The whole thing behind supporting them on Patreon is that they won't go away, and you want to keep this person going.
Sure,
So
sure.
it's just it's like paying your cable bill without having to pay cable, and you just give it back through the internet. So
What a lot of folks do is they really do treat it as kind of their tip jar for entertainment.
yes,
Because like
it's a
that's
tip
really what it
jar.
is. It is a tip jar, and YouTube has created that too. Now
Yeah.
they got a tip jar in regular videos now for certain things too. I don't know what the criteria is, but like so YouTube's created these mechanisms. I get it, but it's one of those things where it's weird. I laugh because we talk about the record sales and everything, but like if we're being honest, like if in the sports card genre, most people are like the same people who are like don't even like sponsors. You personally don't have to pay. Somebody else is paying the
Yeah,
fee
that's
for you, and
exactly.
you still complain about it. How dare you make a buck?
Yeah. Meanwhile, people are tipping their dasher like $8, and
Yes,
meanwhile,
yes.
you can't give me a $3 super chat. Thanks for the $5, Bob. But I mean, just saying.
Yeah,
And look at Justin's going to give us 400 US. Thanks.
yeah, exactly. And so I included Justin's comment. So good evening, Justin.
He was talking about the how much he thinks Jeremy gets paid.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I
Yeah.
say. I'm just trying to get caught up on these ones.
Sorry, go ahead.
Josh was saying only 100%. Like, psh, we don't sell ourselves out that cheap, Josh. How dare you?
100.
Yep. And
See
thank you
note.
again to Bob. And the important thing for me was also the for reasons. Bob knows. Bob knows. This is important.
Yes.
Well played, Bob. Hobby everyman and YouTube Hall of Famer. He is indeed. Hobby Industry Summit in Vegas this weekend. That's true. I wonder if any
Oh,
news
yeah,
will
that's
come out of
right.
it. That will be interesting. But I heard some news as well. If he's around, I'll chat him out. But as it turns out, apparently, Comeback Card Investor is going to be at the Industry Summit, as well as hobby favorite Daps Man.
Wow.
I know. That makes it legit. It's more than 500%. Like if we're being honest, probably more. It depends on the thing. It's YouTube AdSense, you can't actually calculate it. Like it depends on the video, it depends on the thing. Here's the thing. There are videos that I've made that only get a couple hundred views that do better than live streams. They go on for hours and hours and hours. YouTube has a whole algorithm and calculation about it. I don't control it. I don't know. Card porn probably is in charge of it. I don't know how it works.
He might be.
Yeah, it might be. Chair is so generous. Chair is always the best.
Yes.
It's like $7 Canadian. You're pretty close. Isn't it like 20%?
Yeah, it's a little bit 22.
So maybe it's like 6. But you're in the right track, Paul. But don't forget, YouTube takes 30%. So knock 30% off.
Do they really?
30%.
Damn.
That's what I mean. Like when I laugh when I see the super chats, people are like, "Oh my God, you're rich!" It's like, don't forget to take YouTube takes 30% off.
They're loving super chats.
That's why YouTube likes it. All the stuff that anybody puts money on.
I never even thought
YouTube,
about it, really. I was just thinking, yeah, 'cause
They
I don't do
they
it or
do
anything.
30% off the top. They do 30% off the top.
That's worse than with the apps. Actually, I found out from Andy, I think he said the apps have reduced to 15% now, where Apple and iPhone we have to pay when we do the website and app that they take 30%. Well, I think it's down to 15 because I think there was a class action lawsuit, something that happened. So I think he said now it's down to 15%. So I said, that's good because 30 points is a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot. 15 is bad enough. We have to pay 13% sales tax here anyway. So,
Oh yeah, no, for sure. I agree with that.
yeah, I'm waiting for Bob's question. Where's his question?
Yeah.
He paid his money.
That's what I'm saying. No, Bob says he's banking them. So I'll quickly.
Okay. Yeah.
What percentage of these larger sports card channels do you think pay for subs and views? Good question. I like this question. Okay, so let me go through the rest of these comments quickly. I'll zip through them and I'll come back to this one because I think it's an interesting question.
I got something to say.
Yeah, imagine if you do a reverse Patreon where we pay to make some of the people to go away. Oh, there'd be some people who would take that.
That's actually kind of what I'm getting into. Again,
Yeah,
we'll come back
exactly.
to it.
Yeah. So here's where Bob says he's banking the question. Yeah, that's an idea. Sign him up. Exactly. Bob went to YouTube Premium. Here's the thing, though. If you guys don't want to explicitly pay any channels, but you like certain channels, YouTube Premium actually is much better than AdSense. No, like seriously, it is. That one I actually understand a little bit better because apparently they take the money that they pool for creators and they ration it out based on percentage of time you watch. So if you're watching somebody for a really long time, they actually get a little bit more compared to somebody else. So it's one of those things where like they actually reward you for paying more attention to the channel, which is nice. Like that's good, and it's worth multiples of what an AdSense watches. So it's just a true story if you are a person who does it. All right. So you wanted to touch on this one. So Andy says, what percentage of these large sports channels do you feel pay for subs and views? You got a theory on this?
Yeah, indirectly. I was thinking, I've heard that a lot of YouTubers buy subs.
You can, yeah.
They're buying, yeah. So you can buy all these things and make if you have the money or the incentive to make yourself bigger, you can. And nobody would know any difference because they're like, hey, this guy's got like, 59,000 followers. What's going on?
Sure.
But that's
I've decided to live dangerously. I put the link for the StreamYard in the chat. Yes, I've decided to live dangerously. So Rick Vintage Oddball Cards, if you're around and you would like to pop on, again, you guys can do voice only. You don't have to be on camera. It's completely fine. I won't let everybody and anybody on. I will be I will pay attention to who's asking to come on.
Sure.
However, under the right circumstances, why not? Especially if you've been here before. Knock yourself out.
Yes.
Yeah, like by all means, feel free. If you've been on the show before, you will have priority seating at the table for this.
I'm a guest today too.
I know, right? YouTube Premium is life-changing. Listen, for me it is. I like not having to see the ads, and for the creators who I do enjoy, they get their cut anyway. Like it's a win-win.
I see the ads on my phone, but I don't see the ads on my computer ever.
Do you have ad blocker on? Because some of the browsers have ad blocker on by default.
I might have, yes. I don't know.
Yeah, that's fine.
So I get to see everything straight through. I never see them. And then I go use my phone, and it's like, damn.
Yeah, no, for sure. I will say though, again, it depends on the person. One of the features that I like about YouTube Premium myself, and I'm not sponsored by YouTube Premium, although I should be.
We're gonna watch everything you say now because you're the friend in the neighborhood.
As you should. But here's the thing: if you're going out and about, like sometimes when I take a walk, there are certain videos that are basically just audio mostly anyway. They're just talking. I can download it on the app and play it directly off of a download. You can do that with Premium, which is a great feature.
Most of even the video ones I just listen to anyways in the background. So
no, for sure. But I'm saying you can download it while you're at home on Wi-Fi or whatever, and then take it with you. And
but you can download just this, can you not? Or you can't too much.
Okay, well, if you you definitely
can't download the audio part of it, or
you can because I have turned some of these into audio.
That's what I was saying. Yeah.
For those ones, absolutely. Not off of YouTube, unless you've got the premium. If you've got the premium, then yes, you can directly off of the app, same app that you're using to watch YouTube.
Okay.
So you can do it, which is it's an added feature. I think it's a cool feature. For me, it's useful sometimes, but I know it won't be for everybody. But for me, that's a big one. The other thing is, actually, thank you for reminding me. I'm going to say that I'm going to grab the last couple, but I'm not going to go all the way back through the backlog because it's still a couple of months from getting up to the date. I think I'm going to start just doing the net new live streams on the audio feed. I will go a couple of weeks back, but then going forward, I'll just do the new ones. Yeah. Because I'm still months behind, and I'd have to put like 4 or 5 of them up a week just to get caught up, and it's too much now.
Well, if you slowly do one every once in a while, over the course of a year, you're caught up.
No, because I make one every week. So
no, but you're going to do those ones as going forward. You'll just do those as you.
Oh no, yeah. I can try here and there over time, and I'll try to put the full archive over. But I was trying to keep doing because I was doing like 2 for a long time or 3. But it's like if I'm making one, you're really barely getting caught up. It's like I was on schedule maybe to have it by the time PSA gets caught up, I'd get caught up.
Like my book.
Nice. Well played.
Something like that.
Well played.
Thank you. Okay, pickups. I got something.
I got nothing. So it's all you.
Oh, you got nothing. Yeah, you did a light pickup this week. Right?
I basically all the stuff I was buying was all from U.S. sellers. So I've had it sent over to ship my cards. Mm-hmm. What I will do though is this week I'm going to initiate the shipment because I was waiting on a couple of really cool ones. So I will initiate the shipment this weekend, and hopefully next week will be a really good mail week. But this week there will be no mail week video because this week I got nothing. Yeah. All the good stuff has been sent over to Arizona. I will have it shipped out from Arizona.
Yeah, and so I picked up, obviously, as you can see, I have the international hockey, championship paraphernalia, so to speak. But I also picked up this, and this is quite interesting. I don't know if we can really get in and see that without.
Okay, hold on. If you put it in the middle, just put it in the middle of the screen. And
I'm going to take it and put it in my hand.
Sure.
I think it'll be easier because the reflection of those damn Ultra Pro.
But if you sponsored us, we would love Ultra Pro. Okay, so there you go. So it's kind of like a, is
Just a
that like a
second.
cardboard hockey stick or what is that? Or
It's
wood?
made of metal.
Okay, metal. Okay.
I don't know why we can't get a.
Well, you've got, here's the trick. Okay, so real quick. If you're going to try to do that with your webcam, you want to put your hand behind the item because it's going to have to autofocus on the item. Yeah, you want to do basically like that. It's a little easier. Some
Great
of them
idea.
yeah, I can see the word Berlin. I can see that. So it's a little easier because otherwise it automatically goes to your face. I don't know if yours is going to do the autofocus or not.
Why is it always the backwards? Okay. So there's an old pin.
Okay, so it's a pin. Gotcha.
And Berlin.
Yep.
So I picked up a nice old hockey Berlin pin.
Okay.
Now, everybody's thinking, oh, international hockey, it must be Germany. It is not Germany, it's Canada. What in Canada was called Berlin before it was, well, Kitchener. So prior to 1916, Kitchener, Ontario was called Berlin. I know this because there's a few old photos that I came across, and I looked up Berlin, and then I did a little history search, many years ago. So I've always known that Berlin is. So they played in the OHA, from 1908 to 1911. So they're only in for 4 years. They're called the Berlin Dutchmen, and later they became the Kitchener Dutchmen.
So based on the era, just out of curiosity, based on the era, did they rename it then for post World War II? World War I, I should say.
It would seem so.
Yeah, like timing wise, that sounds about right.
Because
the Germans were the enemy and they lost that World War, which led to World War II, and that's a longer story. But that would make a lot of sense then for them to rename it. Like I'm just thinking around that time period, it's like, you know what, we don't like Germany that much.
Yeah, exactly. So, anyways, in 1910, the Berlin Dutchmen challenged the cup to the Montreal Wanderers. They lost, but they still challenged the cup. So I'm thinking they're around for 4 years. This pin would cost some money to do back then. It's enamel based on a brass pin, I guess. That would cost a fairly decent bit of money. I think it would be for the Stanley Cup Challenge. I think they would have either had it in representative of on a collar pin, and I think it would be a player. I think the players got these opposed to. See, this is all where we guesstimate. Like I'm looking back in information, it's hard. Every once in a while, they say if they would have won, they'll actually go into when they have their parties afterwards, and they'll say, oh, they gave a watch to every player, or they gave a whatever. So I was hoping to find something like that, but it's near impossible. Regardless, a very interesting piece to be picking up, a little piece of history.
Nice. So would there be a set of those, or would it just be that? Is that the only one of that type that you were familiar with that you've seen?
Yeah, that's it. It's a one-off kind. Obviously, I'm sure they made more than one. They don't just make one like that. So I think they made them for the team. Did they sell them at the booths? I don't think so. It's very small items. So I think it was mainly for the team. And maybe they had to wear them maybe to get into the arena. I think wherever they play, the Montreal Arena at that time. So
that is very interesting. Nice.
That's all speculation part of it.
Yeah.
Because really, if you put provenance with this, you can put a couple $1,000s on it. If you can't, you still have some basic bit of information that renders it to be worth a fairly decent dollar.
Okay. I think that's reasonable. I think so. I put Eric's question here. Was there was it just a purchase in general, or did somebody reach out, or
it was on a front lawn in Boston somewhere? I don't know.
Well, as you do. I often find things there. Usually where I go.
Just out and about in my travels, I find a lot of different things.
I think that's fair.
And that's their team colors. Actually, I looked at it. It is green and white on a Wikipedia, and actually because usually they don't give you team colors, and then Wikipedia had their colors are green and white. Anyway. Perfect. But I think it was sold under the auspice that it was a European, Berlin, Germany. And nobody had any interest at $25 except me. How's that?
Okay, nice.
Information pays.
Well, it's funny. It's funny you bring that up. So I'll quickly. I've got a second topic, but actually I got one that plays directly into what you're talking about.
All righty.
So this was a book that was recommended by Reserved Investments on YouTube, who does a lot of discussion on collectibles, antiques, etc.
It's not a coin book, right?
No.
Good.
He does talk about that as well, but he talks about collectibles in general, just in general. He recommended this book, and so far I'm most of the way through it. I've read most of the way through it. It's quite good. It's called Killer Stuff and Tons of Money. And
Yeah.
it's talking about flea markets, antiques, and collecting. So this is by Maureen Stanton, and it talks a lot about antique dealers who go and pick up stuff, not dissimilar to what you just described. And it's profiling and talking through some antique dealers who go in looking. And for him, like I said, his currency is knowledge of the product.
Yes, it is.
Now it's twofold. It's the fact that yep, you need that. That's your edge. And then the second part is also that certain categories have depreciated over time because yes, while people have a certain amount of interest in it, they don't necessarily have. It's like a philosophical thing. He goes, there's certain items that used to sell for more because people had a greater appreciation for it, and now today they just don't appreciate the original. They'd rather just have one that looks interesting. So it's like for them, it's like the furniture thing, because it's like you'd better really be interested in the history. Otherwise, like, yeah, that's cool. Okay, show it to me in a museum. I don't want to pay for it. It's one of those things where if people don't know what it is, they're like, okay, that's neat.
Yeah, most of the people are dead now. That's the problem. Is
That's
most of the baby boomers
that's what
are
I'm
on their
getting.
way out. So,
But that's what
the
he's
young
talking about
guy-
with. That's what he's talking about with like the antiques trade, because a lot of the stuff he talks about is like furniture and things where he's like, yeah, you can buy a cheap thing at IKEA, but this is handmade. It's got this history, this provenance. Like there's this association to like, hey, there's a lot here to like about this item that might make it an heirloom versus a disposable piece of furniture.
Well, that's what kind of bothers me a little bit, and this is a strike on eBay that they, with all the reprints and the redoing posters and all these people selling repop of stuff. Actually, they're it's illegal because these things are trademarked and copyrighted, and nobody's really chasing it down, and eBay's letting it happen. And
And there's a chapter where he complains about eBay too.
oh, there is, yeah.
That's what.
No doubt.
But that's what I mean. I think the reason why I found it funny that you mentioned that is that the gentleman they profiled on here would actually be a guy after your own heart in his own category, because conceptually he believes in a lot of that. He goes, no, having the knowledge, understanding what it is, doing all these things, that has
I'm one of the
value.
anonymous writers in there, so don't worry.
Yeah, exactly.
So
that or your cardboard.
or maybe. So anyways, getting into all that, yeah, there's so much to learn through this, and eBay is really, a great place to find some treasure troves. And if you look into something, you get a certain knowledge after being in the hobby for the amount of years that you have, is it's kind of a little bit like, why is this thing from Berlin? Why does this guy have it? And I kind of looked at his profile, and I was going, interesting. So he doesn't usually have any European stuff, and he is from this part of the neck of the woods. So I went, and then Berlin always comes up. So for me, in that regard, and this was this is probably one of my best finds in historically, probably one of my top 5.
Nice. So there you go.
Historically, for you to see this is very historic. They challenge for the Stanley Cup. Like, honestly, like, when do you, like, a pin from a,
Are you listening, Ultra Pro? For God's sake! Like,
Damn.
like, what do we have to do for you people?
It's not Ultra Pro. It's no. Anyways,
Listen, we'll take any of them. Like, look, Beckett Shields, sure, whatever. Yeah, fine. Yeah, great.
I just need bags and boards. Come on.
Look, cut the check. Look, cut the check. We don't care.
We'll take it.
Cut the check.
But that's the historical part of things that that I truly enjoy.
No, for
I
sure.
won't keep it. I will sell it. But I'm just saying, it's a nice discovery. It's kind of fun and exciting. Finding a bit of history, and it makes you feel good inside. The money makes you feel good inside. They all. So.
Yeah, sure. No, like I said, I think if you haven't seen it before, I would recommend it to. I don't know if you're interested in reading that kind of, but I do think the book is quite good. It is an interesting. It's a quick read. It's not.
What was it called again?
Yeah, it's Killer Stuff and Tons of Money. It's by Maureen
twice
Stanton.
he's promoted it.
I know, right? But it's Penguin Books, so these ones are usually.
Oh, Penguin. Okay.
Yeah,
gotcha.
it's stuff
They're
like
good.
that's cheap. It's like $24 brand new. It's not a big deal. These are inexpensive. Pretty good though, and it's like 275 pages. It's not like this ridiculous tomb of.
Is there pictures and examples and stuff in there?
Nope. It's
Wow,
it's straight text.
I'm
It's straight text.
surprised.
It's basically the lady went and followed some antique dealers over a couple of years.
So she did a peripheral.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
but she
nice.
actually went in. She actually went in and was talking about her story, talking to them, and also participating because she went to those antiques market and helped them sell and worked at their booths and
Yeah, I wasn't
yeah,
saying she wasn't talking about the items,
yeah.
so the peripheral part about
Mhm.
the selling, the buying, the
It's the
collecting. Yeah,
people involved. She's interested in the
I
people
love it.
involved, the history behind it. That's why I say like it's actually pretty good. It's a nice read. You get to the characters are people who are doing
Yeah,
their business, going on about their trade, and talking about what they're doing, and some of them are very interesting characters in and of
and
themselves.
I am one of them. I've been doing it
There you
for
go.
30 years.
Exactly. That's why I say I feel like you would appreciate some
Oh
of the
yeah,
characters in this book. It was
because I
very
am one of
appropriate.
the characters, but I'm alive in front of you.
But it was nice that it was nice that it was within arm's reach. As soon as you mentioned, like, hold on, I
Hey,
actually I
that
might
was,
have something. I might have something.
geez, that was like timed or something. Wow,
I,
someone was
I'm half
paid on
decent.
that one.
I'm half decent at this. I'm half decent. Look, if I was really smart, I'd have gotten it on the Amazon affiliates thing, and I'd have put a link in the description. There isn't one there, but I
Right.
should have one. That would make
Mm.
sense. That's an easy one. That's an easy one.
Yeah, you do spend enough there, so
Exactly. Listen, it works for me, and I do like to read actual books from time to time. Heaven forbid. The other thing I was going to say though, and this is more of a general question. So when it comes to an item like that, that's very much a unique item, you don't need to be getting into specifics, but I'd be curious when it comes time though to do the selling portion of it, because he's got his philosophy. That's why I say like it's an interesting comparable. How do you try to figure out what the pricing would be on something where you'd be comfortable letting it go? Like if it's a bit of a piece unique, it's a very specific thing. If you give somebody the background, it's more interesting because it's got a little bit more flavor. But how do you figure out what to price it at to make you happy with letting it go?
most items like this you would put in an auction.
Sure. Okay.
It would be your best interest.
Sure.
Now,
Yeah.
some items that are questionable that you wouldn't, like you're asking the price guide here, guy. So this is perfect. We always look for comparables.
Yeah.
Something that's not NHL, but lower league related, OHA, AHL, whatever it is. And you kind of do a comparable and see what's across the board there. And you say, okay, this sold this time. And the timing is everything because 2011, this one sold in 2019. There's a big difference in collectability at that time. So back then it was worth more than it is probably today.
Mhm.
But if it's rare enough, and this is the rarity scale, this is 9 out of 10
Sure.
in rarity.
Okay.
You'll find another one in your lifetime? Probably not. And it's so small, like honestly, it's like 2 3/4 inches. Like,
Yep.
they get thrown out pretty easily. So, I said a couple $1,000s, right? And I'm just throwing something out there because we look at certain things that are similar. Like what does a metal ring, a beehive ring sell for? And we kind of say, well, they're about $500 for a
Okay.
beehive ring, 600-700, depending on the player on front. So is it worth more than a beehive ring? Hell yeah. Yes,
Mhm.
it should be. Because how can you compare beehive rings that are out there compared to a one-of-a-kind piece? Now, then, this is the problem that comes in is you have desirability. Now, how many people desire to have this? Everybody wants it, but it's the price, right?
Mhm.
But I mean, everybody wants a beehive ring more than this. Because
Yep.
there's more people than there is that want this.
Yep.
But the people who want this are in the upper echelon. They're the ones who
Sure.
really want that nice piece.
So you're
So
looking for the connoisseur is what you're looking for. You're looking
you
for
are.
somebody.
Well,
Yeah.
you're looking for somebody who really wants it. It doesn't just want it to have it to flip it. You're looking for the end user at this point. With
Yep.
beehive ring, you can whatever. So we're past the beehive ring. Then we take it into another actual piece, like a pin from another championship or an NHL championship. And then you say, okay, that one sold for like 4,500. So maybe this is half of that because it's not NHL. But it's more rare. So it kind of juggles up in there. So you could probably put this anywhere between $1,500 to $3,000. That's my estimate. So when you offer it out there, you start at 3. Somebody offers you 15. You come in, you meet somewhere around 2,200, and just happy. And you don't have to be greedy about it because you
Mhm.
pay $25 for the damn thing.
Yeah.
But if you find a Gretzky PSA 9 in your lawn, are you going to sell it cheap because you found it on your lawn? No. So what's the difference? No difference. So that's what I think it's worth a fairly decent. And anybody who's from Kitchener would have that much more appreciation for it. So
Absolutely.
that's
Makes
my
sense.
rundown on how to price things out. Because, if a week doesn't go by and I don't get 20 people asking me how much something is worth, then on Facebook, on emails, on text, it's constant all the time. What's this worth? And most people, I just say, why don't you go look on eBay because they're there. I'm a text away, but eBay's a click away. So, and you got to wait for my response. But there are some things, and I go, well, that's a tough piece. And then you juggle, and I say, what do you think it's worth? And then because I basically kind of have a quick think of, I looked at this piece, and I said, $1,000 easy. That was my first inclination. So, pay you. And I got free shipping too. That's horrible. I know.
Look at you. Look at you.
Well, I didn't ask for it. It just.
No, I get it. Yeah.
See, if you go to a doctor, you're going to pay the doctor a lot of money to be at a doctor because he took the years and time to study to be a doctor. So he has a specialty. Same thing goes here. If you have that knowledge and you invested your time without getting actually any money for it, then it's, you should deserve whatever you get from it. And
I think that's completely fair. Yeah.
It is fair. And that's all we're looking to be.
Yeah.
And somebody wants something, I'm willing to pay. Somebody has a nice maple leaf thing. I don't care if you pay $10 for it. I'll give you the 500 that you want for it. I don't care. Or let's negotiate. Because where'd you find it? How much did you pay? You're asking all the wrong questions because I'm not going to answer them properly. Like I did find him on the lawn, and I think Eric said I think it was his. He lost one.
It's unfortunate. It really is tragic.
It is, and it's green, green and white. The Irish and Boston, they love the green. So that's the way it goes.
Yep, these are facts.
But there's a whole podcast you could do on collectibles in that regard.
No, for sure. And what I'll say is that you guys who are here, who are hanging out, I hope you realize that you just got a quick primer on pricing a more unique item from somebody who does Price Guide. So what I've done is I quickly jotted down kind of the approximate time scale because I'm a generous man. And we actually occasionally will actually provide we try to provide good content from time to time. There's a blurb there of a couple of minutes. I'm going to pull that out and make it its own standalone video. Because I think it's actually a really good, I think it's an interesting example of something that happens. It gets done. Like I said, it plays into that whole thing with the book because he's got his own pricing philosophy. That's part of the reason I asked you that question. What a coincidence that I happen to be reading a book about somebody doing the same kind of thing in their own genre.
Crazy timing.
It's beautiful, but it works out to an interesting question. And it's not going to be a long video. It's maybe going to be about 5 or 6 minutes where Bobby's explaining the thought process behind it. It's not the final answer. He'll sell it for whatever he's going to sell it for.
Did I talk for 5 or 6 minutes there? Wow.
It was approximately, yeah. So, but the good news is it's nice to get the thought process behind it. Like the thought process is illustrative. The specifics don't matter that much in the grand scheme of things. But it's an example. Yep. It's a thought process, and this is how you have to do it. If there's no price guide to go by, there's no Beckett to look up and figure out how to do this. It's like, look, here's what it is. This is what it is, and figure it out.
Yeah, sure.
But that's that plays into and that exists all the time. So it's like that's how it works, right? So we'll see. We'll see how the time goes. But I'll extract that out because I think it's actually a pretty good couple of minutes. Because to be honest, that might be like a frequently asked question for you. It's like, well, how do you figure out? Well, here you go. Let me give you a real example. Like I just talked you through it.
Let me direct you to Carlos's show, and
we'll have a standalone video. We'll have a standalone video for it. Like it'll be just that blurb. I'll grab that specific piece, and then there you go. There's a free lesson for you guys, and you guys can use it yourselves.
Dr. Burrell. Somebody said I should get a doctorate. They said I could get an honorary one for being a historian of whatever. And I said, yeah. Well, that's Dr. Bobby, this doesn't work.
Hey, listen, I still don't know what Beckett is a doctor of.
We won't go there.
Here's the thing. You can be a doctorate. You can be a doctorate. Being a doctorate means you're a doctorate. Yes. That's different from being an MD. He's never claimed to be an MD, and he's not an MD.
No, that doctorate, DR.
You can look. I could have been a doctorate in history. It requires a fair bit of work. Like it's a pain. Look, a PhD thesis in history is a pain in the ass.
Oh,
defend your thesis. Good Lord.
Oh man, that's tough.
That's a different conversation entirely.
That's why there's few.
It's one of those. And look, here's the thing: there's no benefit to it unless you want to get into the teaching side of things. If you want to be a professor, then yes, makes total sense.
Cardology. That's a new one.
I did actually back in. Unfortunately, I was very burnt out on a lot of the stuff I was doing at that time. I did legitimately consider at least going back for my master's because I did enjoy doing the history thing, but I just was out of gas by that point. It would have taken one more year. I could have done it, but I was out of gas for it. It's a shame.
It happens. What are you going to do?
Well, it wasn't like I was able to jump. Look, with a history degree, it wasn't like I was jumping into great lucrative work anyway. I had time. Like theoretically, if I hadn't been out of gas with what I did have to do to finish, because unfortunately I've never been the kind of guy who methodically plots out his work over. Like I'm a all-nighter kind of guy. That was always my bet. I was very good at it, but that will burn the candle out of both ends if you keep doing it for long enough. And by that point, I had been doing it for 4 years. So I had burned out the candle on both ends for 4 straight years. It's like I needed a break no matter what. So
Yeah.
like, I couldn't. And then once you were out, I was like, okay, now can I get myself back in the mindset to get back in here and do this again? Because once you do your master's is a scaled down version of the doctorate. You still have to do advanced courses, and you are going to have to do the thesis. You're going to have to do multiple theses, still defend them, but to a lesser degree than the doctorate will have to do. The doctorate is basically doing one. They're doing one serious
Big one.
You're basically writing a mini book. You're basically on a topic. You're really going into depth because that's what you're defending. That's what you're talking about. So it is what it is. It's too late now. Part of me wishes, because it would have been 1 year to do a master's. 1 year to do a master's. And I'm like, could I have done it? Yeah, probably.
Here's a question. Alrighty.
You got a question?
Yeah, bobbleheads. What's that worth? Did it come with different color hair? It's a 62 from, this is my day.
Yeah, exactly.
But I don't get paid for this, but I like answering the questions. I like helping people. I don't expect to get paid for answering questions. It's fun sharing. And I hope that other people share too. And that's why I look forward to watching a lot of videos and getting those little pieces. I don't catch a lot because, been around a long time. So, But every once in a while, there's some like gold, and I love it.
No, that's fair. I think it's the only reason that I like to point out, like I said, that the bit earlier that I wanted to talk about that I mentioned wasn't with the intention of being like, oh my God, you guys should super chat everybody. No, that isn't what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is that understand that this is probably the genre, and this is our own collective fault. We established the market rate on knowledge, and the market rate on knowledge is almost nothing. Especially
it is.
No, like we basically said, oh yeah, knowledge should be free. It's like, hold on. So the people that put in the time and did the work, time has value too. In any other genre, it's like, by the way, if you were an expert in this field and in this field, actually, they would pay you for that. Yes. They would pay you for your expertise, for your consultations and stuff like that. And even stuff like this, where it's just hobbyists, experienced hobbyists giving this information, is like, if we were in a different genre, y'all would have to pay for it. You wouldn't have a choice. You'd have to attend a seminar where we teach the same thing. It's like, you would have to pay for it. But you get it for free every week. And you can ask anything you like. Yep. That's why I feel bad. It's like sometimes, and even forget about me and even forget about you. I know you're the bro, but just forget for a second. When I had Carvin on, in those days, now mind you, my channel was smaller at that point. People who go back, if you guys go back in the archive, I had Carvin Chung, who knows a lot about a lot of things, about the manufacturers, about the distribution side. He has forgotten more about the hobby than most of your so-called experts know, because he experienced, he participated, he was a practitioner. I had him on for a collective 10 hours over those two shows where people could have asked anything in creation. Some people did, and they took advantage of that, but it was free. That was free. And you had a direct line to the man himself to ask anything you like. Missed opportunity. That was a lot. It was a lot of hours of free knowledge available. All you had to do was ask.
Yeah, and Carvin's good. You can go vintage, you can go modern, where I can't really do the modern stuff. I get it. But you want the hardcore vintage? Well, I don't think Carvin can do what I vintage-wise. No.
But I think in his area, though, like if you want to talk about how manufacturers do their business, he knows it. If you want to talk about how the distribution side of it works, he works in distribution. He worked for 2 different distributors. Like his knowledge base in the various business aspects of the hobby, he does have a really good grasp because he was involved in a lot of that. So he can speak to it better than a lot of people can.
We've never really sat down and talked, so I'd really like to do that one time. We could talk a long time about.
I think it would be, and he loves to talk the hobby, so I think it would be a fun conversation. At that point, all you'd have to do for that one, honestly, for that conversation, is just turn the camera on and back away. Y'all just do what you do. We'll come back in a couple hours.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, you wouldn't have to do a heck of a lot. So you want to answer that question?
Yeah, that's my standard answer. It's buck an inch. No, it's one of my favorite lines from one of these movies. Signed. Well, the books are selling. I have them listed on eBay for 70 US. Buy it now, free shipping. If I sign it, it'll be probably 60. So, just kidding. Yeah, if you want to contact me on the side, I can. It depends where you are and what the shipping prices are. Because shipping is like in the US, it's going to cost me $23, $24 to ship to the US, or even to BC, it's $18, or Nova Scotia, it's $21. It's just ridiculous. So I'm trying to float it in between. That's why I put it on for 70. But I can do better if I know exactly where you are, and then I can honestly do that. And we can do it in Canadian and change it up if you're Canadian. Paul, you're probably Canadian, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe.
It's one of those things where I feel bad because I joke with Steve and Dave and stuff like that from time to time, where I'll come up with the different, because when I show them the stickers and stuff, and I do the thing with the mugs and stuff, because Steve was joking about the mug thing, and I go, and I have to reach out and talk to Steve anyway about it. I'll send them the damn mug. He can pay what I paid for it. It's not a big deal. I've got an extra. This is fine. But it's one of those things where it's the weight. It's not even whatever this costs. Like, it's not that, it wasn't that crazy. It's like, ship this, put it in a box and ship it.
The problem is, you look at it, it's just a small mug, but the box has to be probably 3 times. 3 times the size of that, for protection alone. Yes. I do a lot of shipping. I've shipped 5,000 items, 10,000 maybe in the last 20 something years. Like, honestly, I mean, ship, buy, sell, so I'm really good at shipping. But the prices have gone crazy. You're going to be 25 minimum on that to ship. What's the mug worth? Yeah,
but that's what I mean. Like, it's one of those things. Even if I gave you the damn mug for free, you'd still end up paying.
It's not free.
No, but I'm saying, even if I pretended it was,
yes,
you're still paying a decent amount, just because if I literally just charge you my shipping and nothing else, you're like, oh man, is that much? That's the shipping. That has nothing to do with the price of this.
It's kind of working out good for me in a lot of different ways, because somebody asked me, hey Bobby, what do you need for that? I post something on Facebook and somebody says, contacts me on the site. So what do you think? Well, hey, with $20, but you got 15 shipping. I said, do you want to buy a couple more items and average down the shipping? And then
exactly. Yeah.
All of a sudden you got a $70, $80 deal that you did with somebody, and then I use that $70 and then I go buy stuff on eBay with it, and I'm happy.
Yeah. Well, that's why down the road I've explored, like, that's why I joked around and explored with the whole sticker thing. It's like, this I can throw in a plain white envelope if somebody wants it. It's a heck of a lot easier.
One stamp.
That's what I mean. Like, this is way easier, infinitely easier. And
that's why cards are so much
cheap,
easier.
And these are cheap, and these are relatively cheap.
Cards are so easy to ship, and they're cheap still. But even selling cards, when you sell a card and it's over $50 and you sell it online, is the guy going to say, because you're not going to have tracking at a $50 card, because it'll cost you $15 to track it. So what's going to happen is, if he says, I didn't get it, you got to eat it, because you don't have tracking. So everybody's, you run into that problem. It's too much money.
And tracking adds a huge cost too.
And they don't want to pay for it because they don't feel that they have to. And they feel, well, hey, you're just putting it in a bubble envelope. How much does that cost? It's like, no, I got to protect myself, because
actually, as soon as I had this conversation with somebody specifically, all I said was, just going from the regular envelope to bubble envelope moves it on the Canada Post scale. Because if I'm shipping to the US,
thickness wise, yes.
Yeah, it's like, as soon as I do that, the second I do that, it shifts. Now it's small packet. Automatically, small packet.
You get into oversized.
Yeah, like, it shifts over. Like,
and then small packet is after 20 millimeters or 2 centimeters.
No, sure. But if I send, like, there's certain cards where, like, automatically it'll go beyond that. Like, because I'm sending, usually when I do eBay now, it's a graded card. And
so oversized, you're going to be at least $5.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Like,
and that's without any tracking.
That's no tracking. Oh no.
That's what I mean. Like,
15 tracking.
And with eBay, I won't even bother with tracking. It's like, nope, we're not even. That's why I say, like, the card has to be worthwhile for me to ship with tracking included by default. Like, I'm not even discussing it. It's non-negotiable.
While we're on that topic, I just wanted to go back and reiterate from before, when we had the discussion about paying tax on the item. If there is a company and they do charge tax, which is stated, yes, of course you have to pay the tax, the 13%. I understand that. 95% of the people that I buy from, maybe even 99, they're just regular sellers. They're not dealers. So I don't have to pay any tax because they don't have any tax code to pay. So I'm paying no tax. So there's no tax instilled by eBay or anything. It's actually instilled by the guy who has a company or he has a business number. Those are the only ones. So if you shot through the bigger guys, you know, whoever it would be, you have to pay the tax. You buy from Classic Auction, you have to pay the tax. You buy from a Classic Auction on eBay, you have to pay the tax because they have a business number. You know, and Cap Sports was very much the same. I don't know if you know them. You'd have to pay the tax because they are registered.
A DAPS reference. Look at you. We love it.
I said Caps, not DAPS.
Oh, did you say Caps?
Cap Sports. He was a Capital Sports. He's a guy on eBay who keeps leaving eBay because he's French and he goes, I'm half French, guys, so I can get away with this.
Okay.
How's the condition? Everything wonderful condition. Yeah, it's beat up. It's like wonderful.
Yeah.
It's just you know, it's not a language difference, just whatever they do. So anyways, that's where I wanted to get with that, back to that tax thing. So sure. You are right, but I think that's the specifics there. Is if it's a registered company, yes, we have to pay the tax. I have to pay the tax too.
Oh yeah.
But most of my purchases are not. They're usually just from some guy like selling.
No, 100%. No, I think for most sellers, it's not a concern. For most sellers, it's not an issue. You will occasionally encounter them, and a lot of them are like, "Oh, you wait for me to invoice you because you're going to tack on the 13%."
Well, no, you have to actually display it. If you don't display it, then you can't really charge them the tax because it has to be up front. It has to be noted.
Yeah, the GST number. Yeah, exactly.
Yes, it has to be because otherwise they can collect it and not be paying it.
Oh, agreed. No, I have.
A lot of guys did that. I got some emails and I'm saying it's not in your description. Well,
one of the things that you can do is that you have the right to be like, if you're going to try that, you need to give me the number.
Yeah.
If it's not there, I can explicitly be like, nope, you give me that number. I'm not giving you that 13%.
Yeah.
Like if you can't provide it, you haven't, like through my mom for consulting, she's got a company that I used when I was a consultant because she already had it active. She was using it anyway, and she's back to using it again. We have a GST number.
Yeah.
So whenever we would invoice, we have a GST number. It is 100% valid.
I have a GST number.
Yeah, it's completely valid and up to date. And whenever we're doing business through that business, that GST number is to be used, and we apply the tax appropriately.
Yeah, and if you use it, you only I think if you make under $32,000, you don't have to charge tax.
Something like that, I think. Yeah. I can't remember the number, but I know there's a threshold. There's a threshold.
That's the threshold. If it's a business and you're making money on it, and if you pass 32,000, then you have to start paying tax. But a lot of people will pay it anyways, and they'll just get it back anyhow. So most of it.
Yeah, with consulting, it wasn't an issue because we were going to clear 32. It's like easily. It was one of those things where it's like, especially if you're doing if you're
well, that's
charging
a service compared to a product. So yeah, totally. I understand. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Big difference.
Don Bradman.
Not again. Don't say
he has returned.
Please.
He had a nice comment on a different video. So we'll be nice. We'll be nice. He's the curator. The topic tonight, we had a little bit of fun with it. Right now, it's a little bit more open. Although I do have a little topic I'm going to shift into. I'm going to have a little fun with this one. We did have a little fun with a few other ones, but we're going to come back to that. So look into a company called Chit Chats. You can get shipping rated from Canada, US, and up to 80% less. Okay, interesting.
Let's talk about that. I know.
Are you familiar with Chit Chats? Do you know that one?
Yes, sir. Yeah, they've been around for
Have you
7,
used it?
8 years.
So what is it then? It's like a third-party shipper, or what is it?
The funniest thing, it's just you get a discount if you ship through Canada Post. It actually goes through Canada Post.
Yeah,
but
sure.
If you're using Chit Chats, they have a bulk discount. So going through them, you're saving like $4, $5, $6, $7 on a $20 shipment. That's not bad. So
for sure.
So what you do is you join Chit Chats and you fill out the form. You do a printout, put it on the box, drop it in their bin in the Chit Chat locations. The problem is they don't have a lot of locations. They have one north and one south, one east, and a couple of others elsewhere. But if you're shipping to the States, they'll ship it down, even if it's an envelope, and it'll be tracked without paying the tracking. So it is beneficial, but you have to make it to Chit Chat. So I have to drive 20 minutes to go to Chit Chat. So it's like, for the extra $5, I'm not driving there. It's not worth your time. But if you do,
I think if you're doing volume, it could it could become worth it big time, very quickly.
So realistically, if you're charging somebody shipping $4 shipping or something, you're only paying like $2.50. you get to keep that little extra difference, because really you're charged tax on that. People don't realize that and when you go and every time you're paying for something, there's the the gas tax. That's 4%. So not only are you paying GST, you're paying another 4% for gas tax on top of everything you do through Canada Post. That is there. Look on your bill. You sit there and go, what the hell? Why is there a gas tax on this? And on every purchase. And they did that when gas went up in price. And they never took it away. So it's on every invoice that you have. At the bottom, it'll say, gas tax at the bottom. So you have a half decent size bill, you'll get a half decent size, and what it says right at the bottom here, GST, so total HST. Where's the gas tax? It's
I think it's just
fuel surcharge.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a fuel surcharge. Yeah.
Yeah, so the shipment was $15 for that. Fuel surcharge was $2.14.
As you do?
That's a lot.
I know. I agree. Believe me, I'm aware. I think I laugh because I used to get comments sometimes on eBay where it'd be like, it's like, why are you charging so much for shipping? It's like, because that's how much it costs.
Well, this isn't included with, so if you say your shipping is this much on eBay, like you're trying to keep it cheap for them because a lot of people are disenchanted by the cost. So they sit there and then you get the bill at the end of the week and you go, I lost like $1.50 on every shipping. And then I got taxed from eBay at the end because they charge you on shipping now. It's like,
I used to, that's the thing. Like I used to charge what I thought was pretty good amount for shipping. And then you still lose money. You'd be eating the difference. So it's like one of those things like, guys, I'm not even playing this game anymore.
You eat the difference on the profit from the item that you sell. So if you have a $10 item that you paid for and you sold it for 40, you're eating $3. Who cares?
Yeah, no, exactly. Most of the time I'd be fine, but I keep it flat just because at least you know what the ballpark is. And you at least like, okay, within reason, you're probably good. It's a couple of bucks. It's fine. But it's one of those things where it's like steadily the shipping price that you were charging would go up and up. And it's like, I don't really have it. I'm fine eating a couple of bucks. I'm not going to eat $5 or $10 each time I ship something out. That's after a while it gets annoying.
It's just like my book on eBay. I put it at $70 US free shipping. I lose some. I make a little on others. What can I do? Because if you try to divide it out and try to do shipping actual forget it. That's a nightmare trying to figure that out.
Unless you've got the scale, unless you can really figure out the proper amount and have it already ready to go. Yeah, I think the electronic scale might be a little bit closer.
It's just an approximate. It doesn't matter for the most part.
Sure.
It's actually very accurate.
But I've had a couple that are borderline. I hate when a shipment, the weight inside is like right on that line. It's like, okay.
I know. You don't know. I know. And I do get that. So I kind of always figure I take it to the next level, or I take a little packaging.
But you basically have to assume that. You basically have to assume that.
Cut some cardboard off the box, or
it's like you get less tape on this one, sir. It's like we need to take a couple of grams off, just a little bit.
And that makes a difference.
It unfortunately it does. It's so stupid that even is a thing that you should care about. But it's,
if you bring a little piece of wood with you and the scale's right there off the thing, and if you kind of set it in the right place, the scale will kind of hit it and you have to pay less. But actually everything is scanned exactly now. Even the post office says that if the measurements are off, it's going to come back to them because they're automated
100%
already done. So they get warnings because I know the people at my place. And
that's why my local post office sometimes is the worst, because they will try to convince you to try to game the system. I literally have them be like, oh, we could probably put this through letter mail. I'm like, no, do not even attempt. No, I'm going to get this thing sent back. Put in the proper amount. That is not letter mail. That's in a bubble envelope. Put it in through the regular one. We're not going to get away with that. Like, I would love to try. We're not getting away with it because it was clearly oversized. It's like, no, do not, because they like trying to squeeze it through the little thing. I'm like, stop it. Just put in the correct thing.
Well, they always check it with me. Well, the lady who doesn't know me there, there's a couple other people working there. They go, I'm going to check. You don't have to check it. I checked it. Don't worry. And they don't even, now the lady just goes, okay, it's good. Yep.
Sometimes when the way I know is that if they're in a hurry or they feel lazy, they just want to slap a couple of stamps on it. I'm like, that's not going to work. That's going to get returned to me. And then I have to deal with it. No, you're going to punch it into the computer, put in the proper weight and thing, and I'll pay for the appropriate thing, and we're done. Let's move on.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't waste. You're saving 5 minutes of your time and then costing me a bunch of my time. I know what's going to happen next.
So you have a little keychain. It's worth, let's say, $15. How do you ship this? You can't. You can't ship this for less than $15. That's the sad part about it. It's a collectible piece. You know, a 71 hockey head. How do you ship that? You can't. You can't get it under 20 millimeters. What do? You're stuck. And I don't understand why the post office can't see that. That, you know, there is smaller items that you can send through that doesn't, you know, they're not bigger, larger items. We're just talking about, you know, a little keychain. Do they not have a lightweight package, a small? They used to have those different things. They keep changing.
I was going to say they used to have stuff like that.
And they're a crown corporation, so they're owned by you and me, and we're, you know, it's like profit sharing to a degree, but we're not getting anything. We're getting hit every time. Every January, the price goes up. It's like, when do you stop? When does it stop becoming?
Yeah, Nick pretty much had it summarized here beautifully.
Oh, what was that?
You have to love paying for shipping. We're in Canada.
Only in Canada, eh?
We love shipping. Love it. Okay, so here's something, guys, that I want to throw at you. This one was actually the other topic. Funny enough, we got a lot of mileage out of the first topics. Anyway, we got a ton of mileage, so I was very pleased. But let me throw something at you guys. And this would be kind of a question I ask you. This was the other one. So Dakota, Sports Card Anonymous, had a video rant about this, and then Neo, Northeast Ohio Sports Cards, also had a bit of a rant about this. And I think this is interesting. It opens up again. I want to kind of take it beyond the basic, but let's open it up a little bit. So our good friends at Investacard had themselves a recent thing where some folks have started to call them out on a little bit. Those two examples that I specifically cite for this little thing. It's called the Sports Card Advance. So let me explain. Please. It's basically pawning off your cards. It's basically what it is it's a game-changing sports card investment. What it is that they give you cash based on a value that they determine, a percentage of the estimated value that they determine on these cards. And then they basically allow you to then pay it back, and then you can do whatever you want with the money. Now, the way they market it is that you can use it to quote unquote invest in other cards and everything, and you retain ownership of it as long as you make all the payments, as long as you pay them back for the money based on, but it's not alone. Is there a
percentage rate?
But it's not alone. It's based on a flat rate, you see.
Oh.
Yeah, it's basically alone. Between 12% and 18% depending
wow.
on the Now, what's funny is they do the chart here, and this is my favorite part about the chart. So they use this Jordan rookie as an example. So they say, okay, so a Jordan PSA 9 market value $27,000 as of September 10th. Okay, so this is their scenario. This is their example. So they say if you sell on eBay at 12% fees, you're going to receive $23,760, but you have no card equity. You can sell to a dealer at 80% of value, receive $21,000, but you have no card equity because you've sold the card. Or you can receive just shy of $19,000, and as long as you pay them back the money, plus the fee, then you get your card back after. And it's like, why?
That's word manipulation.
It is word manipulation. Yes, it is. But the key is this wonderful phrasing right here. This is, and by the way, Sports Card Anonymous and those guys were very upset about this. You know, I'm less upset about it because I'm familiar with a lot of shadiness in the hobby. I get amused by it.
It's not like I would use it anyways. But
yeah. But let me read this to you. I want to make sure I make this bigger so you can really see it. Yeah. Their verbiage here. This is an advance, not a loan. It's a loan. It's a loan. It's 100% a loan. Yes, you don't pay an interest charge. You pay a flat factor rate fee, which is a percentage. It's a loan. It's a loan. So depending on the risk volatility for the cards at a maximum of 6 months, blah, blah, blah. So basically you're pawning off your card for a period of time to get some money up front so that you can do whatever you're going to do and then pay them back. And as long as you pay them back, then you get your crap back. That's how this works.
Why would I see no benefit in that?
So
eBay sold, take your money, bye.
So let me do a comparable because there are a few folks, again, this is back to where we are in the hobby. So some people make excuses for everything. And when I say they make excuses is even if they don't make excuses, what they do is they say, well, this other thing is doing a similar thing. It's like, so why don't you address the issue at hand? Stop worrying about this other thing. We can address that separately if you'd like, but how about you focus on the issue at hand? Focus, a little concentration. So they say, well, PWCC does a similar thing. Yes and no. Let's be clear. PWCC is not above reproach, obviously, but let's make sure we call a spade a spade. Let's make sure we actually say what is correct and accurate. Heaven forbid, what an idea, new concept, I know. But let's pretend. Because PWCC has been doing a similar-ish, it's still very different, similar-ish thing, but let me explain what the differences are. Let us educate a little bit.
Is that through the vault?
It's through the vault.
Yeah.
So it's the capital lending program, but this is a little bit different. I'll explain what the difference is here. So they talk about a cash advance, but it's an auction cash advance. It is with the idea that you are going to sell the thing. It's not, we're lending you money and then you pay us back and then we'll give you back the card. No, it's an advance on a sale. You're in the process of selling. So it's still conceptually similar, but I think it's being marketed to a very different group. That's why it's very key. So let me read Vault loans. So Vault members can request a loan on their portfolio's conservative market value using their trading card assets as collateral. So at this rate, very similar. So it sounds on the surface similar. About the loan, request up to 40%. So they stay very conservative. They stay below 50%. They say 40% of stated market value for graded card trading assets. We lend 40% of for assets with solid price histories. So they're very particular, and less for assets with more volatile pricing. So they're more inclined to go lower and keep it that way. We lend 0% on ungraded assets. Use a vault loan to finance up to 40% of a recent purchase if that purchase is to be stored at the vault. So the idea is they're trying to keep stuff in the vault. They're trying to focus your money towards the vault. So theirs is 1% interest per month, which is still very high, but I would say it ends up being similar-ish, but it's a very different demographic they're marketing to. They're not just being like, yeah, just take this cash, whatever, do whatever you want with it. It's no, like, we're trying to encourage you to buy stuff for the vault. So that's one aspect of it. The second one is the cash advance. This is probably the most similar in name to the other one. It's the most similar in name, but it is different because it's saying members selling, you are selling the card through the monthly auction can request a cash advance on the conservative market value of the submission. Again, you're selling it. The intention is that you sell the card. That's how you're paying it back. You're paying it back because you're selling the thing. So up to 50% of the conservative market value can be advanced that. No charge offered based on availability of funds, and if desired, advances may be used to pay for PWCC graded marketplace purchases. The person who may be interested in this is somebody who maybe wants to buy a high-end card and has some items in the vault and then is going to sell these items to pay for this other item. This is not, for lack of a better way of explaining it, it's not for poor people. This isn't for people who are hard up on cash. The idea is that they're trying to keep the money in the system. They want to keep the money in the vault. So this one here this is about the note. Notes are issued throughout the year at varying interest rates, 6 to 9% interest paid monthly, 12-month hold. So they've got a variety of different ones. This is probably the most similar to that pawning thing. But again, it requires a very special set of circumstances where there'd be any point in them doing it. And they're going to be very particular about it. Investacard is kind of just shooting for everybody. They're like, no, we want your money. Of course you do. But they're the ones who come off the most pawnbroker in terms of their approach, in terms of their value. And again, they try to say it's not a loan. Well, these ones are all loans, but they're loans based on collateral that in most cases is going to get sold. So yeah, it's similar, but they're also not pitching it to be like, yeah, use this money to buy more cards and invest. And then you can make your money and then pay it back and get new cards. Not exactly. A lot of times they're like, use this as a cash advance towards paying off a different auction that you're going to buy. So you're going to buy something with us. We're getting money on those fees. So that's why we're more inclined to accept that kind of a deal. We're willing to work with you on it. And a lot of times it's a much smaller percentage. Investacard is trying to go at a higher percentage, but basically offering you these large flat fees. There's a million ways where if you have the resources and the credit, you're able to, if you really insist on loaning money for cards, which is a terrible idea. I want to be clear, it's a terrible idea. It's a horrific idea. It's a bad idea for most people. If you're going to do that, there's a million cheaper ways to do it. And Investacard would probably be the last one that I would do that with. And also the phrasing and way they do it is very predatory. So it creates that bit of an issue. So PWCC does do something that in terms of on paper is similar-ish, but they're not really promoting that super heavily. And they're also like, look, we'd rather, we'll consider it. We'll take it on a case by case and look at it. And a lot of times we want to encourage you to do this as a way of coloring up, so to speak. Maybe you've got some items and you want to buy a bigger item. Well, great. Let's get a couple of these cards in our auction. We'll sell those items. We'll give you an advance, which you can use to pay for this new item you want to buy inside of our auctions. The idea is keep your money in the system. The Investacard is trying to sell you on the idea, yeah, we'll give you this cash. It's like, you're paying for that. It's the payday loan of the hobby. It's almost the worst of everything. Like, it's not great. So I wanted to bring it up because it was something that was discussed very passionately by those guys, and I hadn't had the chance to talk about it. I didn't feel like a standalone video was warranted, but I wanted to kind of throw it out there as something. So quickly, I'll touch on a couple of Paul's comments here. 18 to 20%, I'll take my chance with the members of the Italian small business community. Facts. I see gold changed in a physical location in Detroit for Investacard out of his. Yeah, out of this, yeah. No, I'm glad Ship My Cards work for you, Paul. That's very good. Yeah, basic savings can go better towards cards. Agreed. And that's basically what I did with my stuff. Right now, the only reason I don't have any mail is because I sent a lot of stuff to Ship My Cards. But I can tell you from the most recent purchases I've made, with maybe about a dozen cards now, the shipping difference in some of those lots is like $10 or $15 per lot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but Carlos, they charge you a fee to take it in. It's $2. Oh, but Carlos, they charge you to ship it out. Yeah. When I average it out over it, between the intake fee of $2 and I'm paying $40 to ship it out by FedEx, I'm still ahead because some of those are like 15 or $20 to ship per one item to ship it across. And I got to do the slow shipping. And heaven forbid they do the one where they have to ship it to Kentucky first. And then I get to wait a month to pay full amount. It's like, no.
It's best if you have a friend.
Oh, that's always the best.
I have 4 friends that I use. Actually, I used another friend today.
Sure.
For
but I only position it for folks that don't have that luxury. I say this is an alternative where, like, yes, you are paying, but what you're paying in most cases for somebody like me,
it's a great option.
Is a much smaller percentage
and a safe option.
Yeah, and they'll just hold it until you're ready to ship it. It'll sit there until it's ready. It's my vault until I'm ready to ship it over.
One of my friends lost one of my items, and I don't ship to him anymore. He's still a good friend, but I mean, it's like, Dave, where'd you put it? I don't know. We had some kids over, and I don't know. You're not putting my stuff away? Like, whatever. Oh, I got to find it. Well, that's my stuff. Don't you just kind of put it in a bobby box? I don't know. But anyways, it's a good way because, you know, the shipping is going to kill you. And the international shipping charges are just... And most guys don't even realize. I actually just emailed another guy and asked him, I said, you know, can you take the international shipping charge off? Because I wanted this one shipped directly to me because it was a smaller item. And he says, how do you do that? And I said, just take it off, take that thing off. He goes, I didn't even do the invoice. Most Americans don't know that that's what but it's easy for them because they ship it to Chicago. It's $3, boom. And whatever the $18 that you have to pay is all through going through Chicago, the processing, and then the duty charges. You know, it's like a waste of money. It's a total waste of money. But you're keeping people employed.
I don't blame the sellers who don't know, but it's one of those things where, like, for your convenience, you're turning off some potential sales because we're looking at it and we're doing the math. It's like, this is a $5 or $10 item and I'm paying $20 to ship.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense. Especially when, if it was in the US, it'd be free shipping. Well, then I may as well send it to my good buddies in Arizona.
Yeah.
You know, like, they'll hold it for me until I bundle a couple of, and by the way, for me, when you do that, volume helps, right? Because as you go along, it's like you're still paying a flat. They'll put it in a box, pack it in a box, and the weight of a couple of extra cards is not going to make that much of a difference. That's why I say you can stack up a pretty good little stack. And then if you're patient, if you're really patient, you can actually do much better. If you're impatient, then it's going to cost you a little more, but in this case, I've been patient a couple of weeks, so it's going to let me stack up a nice group of stuff. That's why I say it's going to be a good mail day, but it means I go a couple of weeks with really small mail days where it's like very little, a handful of items or nothing. But it's like, have you not been buying cards? Actually, I have, but they're going to Arizona until they're ready to come to me. And then you're going to get a nice big mail day where it's like, hey, this is all the stuff I picked up. Now I'm sending it over.
Yeah. So I got a big shipment in a box about a 1.5 by a foot by 12 inches. It was $63, but I had 15 purchases in there.
Sure, yeah.
So you divide it out. Like, there's a lot of small stuff and a couple big things and whatever, and $63. So I divided it out to the 15 items. You can, put a couple bucks on each, and otherwise, really the ship. And a lot of times in the U.S., which is great because U.S. to U.S., a lot of guys are free shipping. It's amazing how
Yes.
many U.S. to U.S. are free shipping. Canada, unless it's a card, yeah, free shipping's not a big deal, but there it's like, great, it's free shipping. What?
The only time I do direct purchases at this point, and have them shipped directly, is if it's in country.
Yeah,
If it's in Ontario, if it's from BC or something, then we're probably okay. Like then we'll be more often than not. Now I've seen some folks that are so bad with the shipping, they actually charge worse. They actually charge less shipping to the U.S. because they're on a border town, so they'll actually cross over
Yeah.
to do that. It's like so they actually cut them a better rate, and like that's stupid. But if that's
No.
what you're gonna do, fine, I'll play along. But it's
But it helps with your sales
Oh no, I get it totally.
dramatically. If you can ship it at a reasonable price and it's not a big item, it's perfect for them.
Totally agree.
But I think most Americans don't understand that the international shipping charge and how much it really costs, because they don't see the cost that we have on
It's not on their
listing.
end.
It's not on their end. They know it's $3. I shouldn't. And the paperwork's so difficult. How difficult, really? With my name on another form opposed to on the box? Like, I don't get it.
I think I'd sympathize a little more, except we have to do that all the time. like literally all the time. It's like
you write it on the box or you write it on a form. I don't really know the difference.
I can do the form. It's to the point that I've got the thing linked on my browser, so I can open up the customs form, fill it out electronically, print it out. It's got a little barcode. At the post office, they scan it. So I've already pre-done all the work. I've pre-done all the work. I just walk in and go, here you go, take this, take this.
So here's Canada Post.
Yeah.
And this is what they have. So they have this little spot here for your name and this and all this other bullshit around here. Do you know how hard it is to squeeze an address in this?
That's why I like doing the electronic form, though. That's why I like doing the electronic form with the barcode. Way easier.
It's so much easier. Yes. I use this, on occasion, but it's just like
it's misery.
Post. Are you kidding? Who can fill in that little spot with a full? And you get some guy who's at a long street with an extension and an apartment number, and then you're just squeezing it in. I have to write it on the box again just to double, And these things peel off. They come off of the box. So if you don't tape them across, it's a real pain. But that's what we go through all the time. But I put the address on the box, or I put it on this form. The best part on the form, I have a stamp, and I stamp the outside because the bottom copy's mine, so I don't really care.
Yeah.
So
I think it's fair. Fair. No, it's one of those things where it's like I won't spend too much time on it.
Yeah.
But there's so many things about the way that we've got our postal thing set up that it's like you want to make this so I don't want to do it ever. It's basically like you've arranged it. It's like I will go to incredible lengths to avoid going to the post office. Like you don't even understand the lengths that I will go through to avoid it.
And we're seasoned. Take the unseasoned.
Yes.
And you sit there and go, I don't know what to do. I don't know how to ship this thing. This came in a regular envelope, and I just, oh my God. Honestly, can you get a bubble envelope? So it's in this little dinky envelope, and it's just like. And it was between.
Nice.
It was on a piece of bubble wrap. It was the.
Okay, well, at least they gave you a piece of bubble wrap.
Yeah, one little piece, but it was. I'm going. Oh my God. Anyways.
Well, I laughed because I did the example. Once I got it's been a while since I had it. I think I got a picture of it. I'll see if I can find it. But I received an envelope, and it was a cheap card. It wasn't expensive. It was a Jamie Benn card that I bought, but the Jamie Benn card was an out of 5. So it was one of the more limited parallels for it. It wasn't expensive, but because Jamie Benn at that point is not that expensive. But it was like, it's a card out of 5. I think you can throw in a bubble envelope. I don't think that's unreasonable. That seems logical. They not only threw it in a regular envelope. The card was not in a top loader. The card was basically, and I think the only tape they used was basically sticky notes. They used like a sticky note. And I'll see if I can find a picture of it because I took a picture of it because it was so absurd.
It was worth it.
It was like, I wasn't even mad because it wasn't like it was an expensive card, but I was like, well, this is an out of 5. Imagine if I was like a Jamie Benn super fan. I'd be furious.
You'd be crazy. Yeah.
Like I would lose my mind. For me, it was a couple of bucks, a card that's kind of a side PC that I do for fun. But I was like, I was just shaking my head. I'm like, I'm not giving you a positive for this. You better believe that.
Stories, the stuff you receive, and surprisingly, a lot of it makes it okay. Every once in a while, something gets damaged, but you people just throw a card in an envelope, just in an envelope, loose. It's like, are you kidding? Like a food issue card or something. It's usually not an expensive card, but they figure, oh, it's only worth $15. Who cares? Just put it in an envelope. They don't understand what creases mean.
Yeah. So it wasn't a, so let me correct myself. It wasn't a top loader. It wasn't a top loader, but I'll show you for the picture. I'll show you why it still was funny to me, why it was amusing. So, and I did take a picture of it. So here we go. So I made this post. Okay. So they're trying to hold it with sticky notes. So the sticky notes part, bang on. Here's the thing. It's inside a top loader.
Yep.
There's no penny sleeve. It's just floating in space inside of a top loader. Now, as it turned out, the good news was no damage. It was the superscript out of 25.
But aren't those cards susceptible to scratching on the outside?
They can be 100%.
And even a top loader will.
This has got no border.
Oh, man.
So if you look, these are full bleed photos. They could chip all the way up the side. But here's the thing. I took it out very carefully. It managed to somehow miraculously evade almost everything. Somehow. I don't know how. So it was in a top loader, held by a folded piece of paper with some Post-it notes and no penny sleeve.
So here's the big question, the ultimate question. Do you leave them good feedback because the card was received perfectly? Or do you say, you knucklehead, why don't you put something?
I think for this one, I think I hit him with a neutral and basically explained it. I'm going, look, I'm not going to kill you with a negative, but just so you understand, like, this is not like, I made the Instagram post because I said, PSA, never do this. Public service, do not ever do this crap.
It was through Instagram?
No, no, it was an eBay.
Oh, okay.
So that's why I say I left a neutral and explained, like, outlined it, like, because I'm like, if it had been even so much as scratched, I'd kill him for it. Somehow, by the grace of the postal gods, it arrived to me in one piece. So I go, did I get the card? Yes. Was the chipping cheap, relatively? Yeah, it was. But I was like, I can't excuse you deciding to court fate. Like, it would have taken so little for somebody to bump it. Just one hit off the side or the corner, like, it's done.
And that is the one good thing about eBay is that
they'll take the refund. Yeah.
You give them well, not even just that. I meant the neutral is it's actually a pretty big slap, a neutral. Yeah. Surprisingly enough,
it's the nicest thing I could have done under the circumstance because I could have absolutely killed him for it.
But the card was perfect, so I wouldn't leave him negative. I wouldn't have given it neutral. I would have gave him a good feedback and maybe said something a little bit derogatory, because that really hits. I just got a neutral. Like, I have 4,000 feedback.
Sure.
Out of that, I have one negative from my first week on eBay and one neutral. And I just got this neutral. The guy goes, well, took a long time to ship it. I'm going, I shipped it the next day. So you're blaming Canada Post on me and giving me a neutral. I can't win. Mm-hmm. How do you win on that? You can't.
No, I get you.
You received it, but it took a little extra. Yeah, it took 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm. No, that's fair. I think if it's about a timing thing, I think that's silly. Like, it's one of those things, like, have a little patience. But like I said, that was for this seller, that was reckless because it's one of those things, like, dude,
they don't think so though. Obviously, they wouldn't do it if they didn't think.
Well, exactly. It's like you thought enough to get a top loader. My personal favorite, and I've gotten this before a bunch of times, is that I'll get a card, and it'll be inside of a top loader or something, like, very flimsy put together in terms of the bubble envelope and everything. But then I go back and look at the auction, and then the auction, it's in a one touch. I'm like, so you downgraded the protection? You downgraded the protection from the picture of the thing. I should hit you with the negative for not giving me the holder in the picture.
You bought the card. You didn't buy the holder, man.
Yeah, exactly.
I have friends like that.
I guarantee. Yeah, I know.
I didn't give them the 9-pocket sleeve. Those are 25 cents each.
I know.
It's like,
I know.
What?
It made me laugh. I was just like,
again. Yeah.
Again, I'm reasonable enough for if the card comes in the condition, but I'm sitting there like, really, dude? Do you need the one touch that badly? That's stupid.
Yeah, you got to be professional. 2 tape guns.
Look at you. Nice.
eBay tape, regular outside box tape.
Yep. So real quick here, I'll go read a couple of the comments and get that up here. So Eric says all states take responsibility for their actions. Yeah, but most don't. But this is going to get people who are gambling the hobby to take themselves serious trouble, as pertains to the Investacard thing, which is very true. They're going to take advantage of some folks. That's why I say it's very predatory. People who have money are not even indulging that. They're just selling the card, or they're even doing the PWCC thing where maybe they're buying an expensive card and wish to use some of their other cards, sell them, because they're going to be like, yeah, sell this for me. I'll use the money for that to pay for this other card, but then sell it for me, and then we'll complete the transaction.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like for them, it makes a lot more sense. It's like I'm just taking stuff I already got, converting it into this other item, and whatever. But the people who are using the Investacard thing, those are not those folks. That is not what they're doing.
No, they're like, that's a different thing. That's
they don't have the money.
I'm surprised they'd even do business, because if you even that little thing at the bottom there, it was just like, really, like 1 second you're gonna. But most people are, like Carlos said,
they do not take responsibility. They won't. They don't learn. So Yannick has a special safe vault in Ely. I don't know. I could get lost in one of those warehouses.
Oh yeah, that's right. Never thought of that.
Been watching the U.S. Open. Joker's on to the finals. Not a tennis guy, but I know what you're talking about. I get it. And here's Ty. Look, I'm not bragging. Then don't. I read the whole thing, but I was like, nah. Then don't brag. We believe you. I'll get it on video. I believe you. But yeah. Now I got a question for you guys. I'm curious if you. So I did two things. Number one, I did put the link back up. I put it in there as well, just for you guys if you want. Again, I'll extend the open offer if any of you want to pop in. It is fun when we have a panel conversation, but again, I won't force it on anybody. But I do put it on there for your benefit if you wish to indulge. I will monitor, but if you want to pop on for a bit, you certainly can. Second thing is, I'm curious, and I'm gonna step out for a second. I'll come right back, but I want to leave this open to the chat for a second. Do you guys have any thoughts on that Investacard piece? Because Eric threw in his 2 cents. Adults need to take responsibility. There could be some folks that could be gambling, getting into serious trouble. I agree. Do you agree with me that it is a bit more on the predatory side? It is more like a pawn shop kind of deal. Not great. I'm not a big fan of it. I don't get mad about it, but I do understand. But it's, you can certainly get people into a lot of trouble with that kind of thing. There are a lot of other considerations with it as well. But expect stuff like that to become more the norm. I'm still trying to figure out the role of Investacard in the hobby in general, because a lot of the services they offer really don't provide a lot of value from where I stand. He's doing a lot of things that other people do better.
Yeah.
Like even for what he's doing, other people do it better. And they do it with more reasonable terms. That's just kind of the way that I look at it.
Did I miss what Daniel was saying about? Did you talk about a Gretzky pull opening?
No. The reason why I do the fun where I do, sometimes I'll do this, and just you guys who have been around a while know this. I'll do this thing where if it's a non sequitur, I'll be like, look, just look at the thing. Look, I'm not bragging. Something about Gretzky rookie. Open a pack. Good for you. That has nothing to do with anything we talked about. That's why I don't leave it on.
Well, it said after hearing Carlos talk, I just stepped away, so I didn't know if I missed something.
No. It was a complete non sequitur. Complete non sequitur, had nothing to do with anything.
Well, one of those.
Yeah, that's why I say, like, sure.
It's 48 packs. You're going to get 1.7 Gretzky's in every box. So do the math and figure out.
My thought process is more like, why don't you open the pack and let us know the results after?
That would be even better.
Before, I don't care.
There's 14 cards in there.
I'm not trying to be mean about this, but I genuinely don't care.
Unless it's Tops. So I don't know if he's American or Canadian. So
Ty's American.
Oh, so there we go.
Yeah,
so it's a Tops pack. So you get 10 cards in the pack. So
that's fine.
And 36 in the box. And yeah.
That's fine. It's one of those things where I say, like, I'm always I always kind of look at the non sequiturs and roll my eyes. I'm like, come on, man. If it has something to do with the topic, or if you got a separate question, let's go with it.
Well, packs have actually gotten to that point where they're past the worth value of opening.
Yes.
And then you're you're actually gambling a lot.
Oh, you are now. For vintage stuff, 100%. For vintage stuff, 100%.
Yeah. Even the new stuff, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. So, absolutely, Eric. No worries. Have yourself a good day. Take it easy.
There.
So I can see there's a bunch of you watching. I'm still curious if any of you got anything to say in the Investacard piece, or if you got a different topic you want to address, you certainly can. It's kind of open to you guys. That's kind of where I leave it open. I'm going to show a couple of cards that I'm going to pick up, but I'm going to do that after I step out for a moment, and I will come back. It'll be a little sneak preview. It'll probably be next week when some of the stuff comes in, but then I'll do the proper full mail day video. Just taking a look here, just scanning a bit.
Daniel's really hell-bent on opening that pack.
Yeah, go ahead. Once you got it, it's your money and your life. Do it. That pack's probably worth more sealed, honestly.
Well, it's probably a Tops pack, is it not, Daniel?
I think probably, if he's doing it from there.
Those are the worst packs. They're so hard to tell if they've been resealed. There was a guy, Mike Berry, out of North Carolina, I think it was. For the last 25 years, he's been resealing packs, and all those wrappers that were found that were unused. Anyways, just letting you know, little history.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is also that the seal on those things is weak anyway. Like even for brand new stuff, like it's been sitting around in the right circumstances. It's not like it's a great, like super strong seal.
Well, see, that's where Tops comes into being a weaker seal because they
Yeah.
had thicker wax around the wrapper.
Mhm.
The heat that went across to seal it wouldn't penetrate as much. O-Pee-Chee, it's a hard line. It's like a landing strip. It's beautiful and it's really sealed. Like if you pop the packet, Tops will pop open easier than an O-Pee-Chee.
Mhm.
So when you hold the pack, you always hold the pack like this. Don't hold it like this because you're putting pressure on the wrapper on the back seal. So always grab a pack and hold it like that if you're gonna a raw pack.
I agree.
Just saying.
I agree.
That's a tip from a wax guy.
I agree. So there you go. As for Investacard, I'm sure if there's a place in hell, such as the Judeo-Christian style, is this a delight from Investacard for eternity? That's fair. I get it. So Victor here. What's more concerning on the Investacard thing is many will jump on the bandwagon. That's true. Yeah, and that's kind of the reason why we're back to the hobby watchdog thing. I don't participate in that in the same vein as some of the other folks do. All we can do is the education piece. It's a bad idea. Don't do it. It's a bad idea. Don't do it. Did I mention it's a bad idea? Did I mention don't do it? After that, if you do it, it's your problem. Like I've done my piece. I've done what I can.
Victor, everybody likes a wagon ride.
Yeah. Actually, since you're around, Victor, again, you don't have to come on. Don't worry about it. But let me pose a question to you because I did see something. I think it was one of Beckett's recent ones based on one of those collector conference things he does. And I think one of the episodes was Victor talking about the parallel thing with the rookie cards. Could be mistaken about that. You can correct me on that, Victor, because I believe you were on that one. And I think you were discussing it. And I think you guys were talking about it back and forth and having a bit of a debate with the folks in the room. And then you guys came to some of the folks cared about it. Some of the folks made arguments for and against it. After that conversation, did you change any of your opinions? How do you feel about it now? I'll just leave it as kind of an open question since it was something that you guys discussed.
Oh, I gotta watch that one. Where was it?
It's in the Beckett thing. They're in the 15-minute ones. Yeah, they're 15-minute blurbs. They're fairly short. But I think they had one about rookie card parallels, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, Victor. I think it was rookie card parallels was the specific topic at hand.
That's a big topic for
it is. It is.
Victor,
but that's what I mean. Like 15 minutes, it almost feels like you don't have enough time to really flesh it out. Especially if you're getting multiple opinions. It's like you guys could talk for that for a bit. That could be a show.
So on his podcast, he has response. Like people can.
Well, what happened was, I think it was one of those ones. It might have been one of the Dallas ones, or it might have been at the National. He might have extracted it from there because Beckett takes the content from different places. He has those different ones where he gets different content creators together and says, hey, let's talk about a bunch of topics. You bring up a topic, I'll bring up a topic, you bring up a topic. But then there's a bunch of people in the room. So people can take their stab at it going, oh, I think this, blah, blah, blah. And they're recording this. And he can splice it out into these 15-minute chunks on different topics.
I got it.
Yeah, reuse, which is fine. Like, totally makes sense. It makes for a good 15-minute podcast. But again, for a topic like that, it's like you could flesh that out longer if you wanted to. There's a lot of potential. Yeah. All right. So what I'll do is let me step out for 2 seconds. And if you guys got any questions, can you see the chat, Bobby, from where you are right now?
Yeah, sure can.
Perfect. So if you guys got any questions or any thoughts based on anything, Bobby will be able to read them for a minute. I will be right back.
Surely. No problem whatsoever. No, it's my dad's pack. He said it was pulled Gretzky and you can sell it and put the money on your mortgage. Well, that's if you can sell the pack. Well, the pack is actually, is it graded? I think you'd have to type and let me know if it is graded. I told my dad to sell it. He's a gambling man. Yeah, it really depends if it's graded. Like graded packs of 79 tops, depending on the grade. If it's ungraded, you're really going to have to know it's not graded. It's so hard selling that raw without having it graded. That is one of the most difficult things to do in today's marketplace. People want reassurance that the pack is good, so you have to go through, PSA. As the only Steve Hart's the only guy who really grades anything. I think there's another one up here, iCert, that does some stuff, but I don't really know too much about them. I don't know anybody. I know a few guys who are related to that company, but that's Canada. So, and you're obviously in the US. So Tops pack, I'm not going to tell you to open it or whatever. If you really want to sell it and get a half decent dollar, you'd have to get it graded and have to come back at a half decent grade and have to come back certified. So you're going to be a long wait on that one. So he said, just open it. Yeah. So That's a summary. Yeah, at this point, it almost seemed like the best thing to do would be open it. Um, I'm not giving you any advice, but I've opened many Gretzky packs. We used to open them up. I think it was 2005, 6, 7. We were buying Gretzky packs for 150, $175 a pack, and we would do pack wars at our booth. So we had 4 friends that were at a booth, and we would open Gretzky packs. And as it went around, anybody who won that round would keep all the cards. So everybody was looking to hope to pull a Gretzky. And actually, Grant of our booth, he did pull a Gretzky. And here's a Gretzky that was pulled, and he got it graded. It was a 7. And that's about your average grade. You're going to get a 6, 7, 7 to 8. Those are the top grades you'll get on pulling from a pack, because you got centering, you got rough cut edges, you got a lot of different things to worry about. It was on the top, bottom, gum, wax stains. Anyways, there you go.
How is the centering on the one that they pulled?
I have a picture of that. I can show you.
Sure. Sounds good.
Let me see if
Since
I
you
can pull
guys are
that
on
up.
topic, I know Ty had a bunch of pieces. He's going back and forth with you. So touch on Victor's thought. Investacard maybe a subprime mortgage type event, the hobby. I always love the comparison to subprime mortgage because a lot of people make it. I don't think enough people will partake. Not enough people will partake to make it really impactful. But it's still, here's what I'll say. I think at the end of the day, my problem with the Investacard thing really is this. It was really this. When they do
Sorry.
Yeah. So when they do when they do these type of things, he as a businessman, he's trying to make money for himself, which is fine. Again, no moral objection to it. That's fine. Do your thing. But you're basically just artificially inflating a thing that doesn't need more artificial inflation. If people really, because again, I go back to my original thing. I always go off the notion you can leverage if you wish. There are ways to do that. But if you have good credit rating, there are a million better ways that you could borrow more money at cheaper rates and make that work. You could operate it like a business operates float. Businesses operate on credit. They do operate. You can do that. But you have to have a consistent income stream to be able to consistently make your payments and stuff. But you can get at an era where interest rates have never been lower. You can buy, if you got the money to do it, you can buy a house cheaper than it's ever been. You can borrow money cheaper than it's ever been. It's embarrassing how cheap you can borrow money. But you could for years. But again, it depends on how your credit is. If your credit sucks, then something like this becomes more appealing. But at the same time, if your credit sucks, maybe your financial situation isn't that stable, and maybe you shouldn't be doing things on leverage anyway. Full stop. Because the people who have the ability to really be able to leverage things already have plenty of money and can probably just pay it off if they need to. The people who can't are the ones who probably should be using it the least. Does that make sense? Because the ones that have the money already and could pay it off at a moment's notice if they really needed to, then are using that leverage to their advantage. They're using it as a weapon. They're not using it as a crutch. That's just the way I would present it. That's all. Just throwing it out there.
Okay.
Yep, no worries. When I see it there, I'll put it on. So Victor says here, no, I'm doubling down on the parallel thing. It was more like a 30-minute conversation. Just about everyone supported my view afterwards. Manufacturing designers, not so much on my side. Okay, sounds fair. Yep, so we're only getting a fraction of it. I get you. It's just sleazy that's the problem. I said it. No, that's fair. I get you. Let's see here. Okay, so this is the one here. Yeah, it's not too bad, actually. That seems reasonable.
Let me go in a little bit further. Yeah, you can see it's left, right.
Yeah, no, they all are, but it's not terrible. I've certainly seen worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's definitely off center, left to right.
Yeah.
But not terrible. Not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad. Pretty. And from a fresh pack, the memory of it and everything, pretty sweet.
Yeah, this is the same show. An uncut sheet of the Parkhurst 63 came in it. 63.
I like the set. I just think the multiple design changes is weird. It's awkward, like mid-flight. I almost feel like I'd love a set of the puck cards, like the longer puck cards, or a set of the top ones, but not like, why do we have to switch back and forth inside of the same set? It's like, you've got like 4 designs going on.
You've done 4 different years. It doesn't really blend.
That's what I mean. Like you could have done multiple years. The Invincible Iron Man.
So there's actually that was mine, and I
Okay.
sold. Oh my god, it was in beautiful condition, and I
It
think
looks
I got
like it's a nice condition.
$300 back. We're going back to 2009 here, I think, something like that.
I was gonna say today that would probably go for a little bit more.
A lot more. And here's another pack that we opened. We opened a 57 part
Okay.
piece.
Okay.
So there's the cards we got from it, and there's the gum. Yummy.
I was gonna say, was the GAI the pack? Where the pack came from?
Yeah, see, all of our packs went through GAI. All of
Yeah.
us wax collectors, everybody who did wax. So a lot of people are against GAI, but there's a lot of great packs out
I was
there.
gonna say, from what I understood, they did a decent job with those. I thought they did. They did a lot of good packs out of it.
Yeah, wasn't the greatest pull. Well, you got a Bobby Bond, you got a Mark Room, Billy Ray, and let me read the other one. Yeah, and so there's the pack, and then we had the 67 test box came in too.
Okay.
That's Bobby Orr's test display box. So we had a booth set up, so we would there's kind of our booth at the time.
Okay.
Nice. The vintage old looking booth. Anyways, there we go.
Sounds fair. Well, now we're getting closer to the era. Now we're because Yannick was very excited. He went and picked up the he went and got his VIP ticket to the expo. I did buy
it $150 or something
like that. Yeah, it's not cheap. I did buy one. I decided
it's only
to go
4 hours, 5 hours.
Sorry, what do you mean?
It's only 4 or 5 hours the VIP that for Thursday, right?
I think so. Yeah, that's about right.
Okay.
Yeah. I where I saw a little bit of value. I don't know if I'm going to take advantage of it yet. I like that they do like an $80 discount on the autograph.
That's good.
Yeah, so like I'll take a look at who they got. If they got somebody,
Brett the Hitman Hart, he's the first one and only one right now.
Yeah, we'll see. Like I got to see what they have. Like here's the thing: I wouldn't mind getting a Hitman autograph. That's not the worst. Like I like I said, I enjoy my wrestling autographs. I don't go out of my way, but I enjoy them, especially if I can get it at a fair price. You knock $80 off, that's not bad.
So would you get your autograph on like a index card, or would you more bring a piece of memorabilia or a program?
If I was going, so I have to really think about it. If Hitman Hart, let's use an example. Let's say it's Hitman Hart.
Yeah.
I would probably look for an old magazine or something or a program, because there are a lot of great ones that
card. No.
No. If I'm getting it personally signed, I feel like
yes.
I feel like especially like a Pro Wrestling Illustrator or something like that, because there were a lot of good ones that had some nice pictures on the cover. You could probably find a nice one, especially from the early 90s, where he was at the top of his game at the WWF at that time. You could probably get one.
So if you take into consideration that, Johnny Bauer is one of the most common autographs, but what it's on is really crucial. So if you have a really nice rare piece, or, something that maybe nobody really ever signed before, it actually brings the value up on the autograph and the piece itself too.
Yeah.
So choosing the right piece is really important for your autographs. If you're getting autographs, like, get it on a nice piece. A lot of people get it on cards, which is fine too. But
I think it's fine if it's somebody really obscure. But it's one of those things where, like, the Leaf did look, for $80, I could buy one of the Leaf ones that they've already done, and they've got the nice little drawing on it.
It's the personal thing behind
it. Not that important to me from Bret the Hitman Hart. I enjoyed him as a wrestler, but it doesn't mean that much to me.
No, it means, well, I think it means more to most people that they can go and meet him, maybe shake his hand.
Totally.
I don't know, with COVID and whatever, but I mean, you shake his hand and you say, at least I met the man, which is nice. And you can say that repertoire is nice to have.
I have huge respect for Bret the Hitman Hart, but nobody complains about the wrestling business more than Bret the Hitman Hart.
I know.
All he does is complain. Like, literally, he just spends all his time going like, this guy screwed me and this guy. Okay, got it, Bret. Thank you. I understand. I get it.
I stopped watching before Bret hit the scene.
But here's the thing. For what he did in ring, tremendous. He was one of the best technicians at what he did. He understood his craft, but he takes himself so seriously. Yeah. I'm like, dude, it's entertainment. Just relax. It's like, don't go all the way to Virgil. He's too relaxed. He's way too relaxed. Way too much. Too far.
Have they put any more people up in the? I've only looked earlier this week for autograph guests. Sorry.
Oh no, I just checked. I checked a couple of days ago, and it was just Bret Hart. I'll take a look.
Yeah, because I'm sure he's going to post some. It is coming up soon. So I will only be there on Thursday and Friday because Saturday my son's getting married, and now I find out that there's a Sunday brunch after the wedding. Okay.
Nice.
So, well, it's down at Hotel X, which is nice. Ever heard of that?
I've heard of it.
On the lake shore? Yeah, it's really posh.
Sure.
Nice place. So Sunday brunch might be pretty good.
Yeah. So
when it comes to food, I dig food.
Clearly.
We all do.
So Bret Hart right now is the only one announced so far.
Boy, that's really surprising that they wouldn't have a hockey guy up front first and foremost.
Oh, well, I think the thing is though, like hockey guys are to be expected. It's one of those things where it's like it is the Canadian show. It's like you're gonna have 500 hockey guys by the time it's all said and done. It's gonna be like a ridiculous number, especially since it's been the first time in a couple of years. So they might stack the lineup. To be honest, they'd be like, yeah, the entire living members of the 67 Leafs, whoever's left, you got all of them.
There's not many actually. Bobby Bond. I just was with him last week. I got my picture with him, and I got him to sign something. He was at one of the alumni luncheons that I go to.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, I can imagine there's still a bunch of guys that I think they're still trying to probably work it out. I'd be curious. So quickly, I'll scan.
Yeah,
through.
so the expo, it's interesting. So it's going to be very confusing because we're going to be in the other building. We won't be in the hangar. So I think that's really going to confuse people where everybody is, where the autographs are, and where to line up. It's because they did have it there, I think about 7-8 years ago. Something was going on that they couldn't have it in the hangar, and then we had to go over there, and it was the weirdest show. It was just everybody was there, but it was just a different feel. Mm-hmm. So I think this coming back after 2 years and also being in a new venue will make it a little bit more difficult. But I do hear, and that Steve said that there's 40 people on the waiting list, 40 dealers, waiting.
I believe that. I believe that.
That basketball stuff. But I think most of them are new dealers, or everybody's a dealer now, so whatever.
I was going to say, like, wait until we get to the Pelican cases. Speaking of sponsorship, I would take. Oh, yes. Can I sponsor Pelican cases?
I'm gonna film. I'm gonna do a Pelican film of all the Pelican cases that come through. Hey, what kind of Pelican case do you have? And I'm gonna do a whole short film on that.
I think that would be. That's a fantastic idea. I love every aspect of it. Yeah. I think that's greatness.
Yeah. I always film something. That's the one good thing that I don't ever regret was I did a lot of filming of at least every expo. I would film something. Not every expo, but most of them.
I think it's good.
Like an unveiling, and sometimes walking around talking to a few different people. So I got to go back through some old tapes.
I think what I like to do. I think I mentioned this before. What I'd like to do, and I'll get to a couple of the comments, guys. I can see there's a few. I'll quickly zip through them. What I'd like to do, and I've still got to talk to some folks first. I'll see if I can get in touch with a couple of my friends who are probably going to set up. I'll make sure they're still setting up. I think they are, but assuming they are. What I'd like to do is probably, in addition to hanging out a little bit, which I usually do, I'd like to set up one of the cameras and put it into like the stop motion, the extended motion, because you can do the one where it'll just record every couple of minutes, and it does that extended view, so you can have a couple of hours in a couple of minutes.
Gotcha.
And if you point it down the aisleway, you're going to get a lot of action. There's going to be people walking up and down, walking from booth to booth, but you're not focusing on any specific, but it'll give you a taste of one of the aisles, which I think could be like a fun little piece to throw into a vlog, just to be like, here you go, guys. You get
what aisle? See, you don't even know what aisle because it'll be at the new place, right?
Well, we'll see. Usually they're on the first. They're on the first aisle. Usually the one that.
They're in the first row? Okay.
Yeah, they're in the first row. They've been around a little bit. They've been doing it for a while. So we'll see. If they do something similar, like from their previous position, you're getting almost all the way down to the end, almost all the way to the autograph guests. You could get a shot straight down if you position it right. So I think that'd be kind of a fun shot if you could get something equivalent.
You'll have to put it up a little bit high.
Yeah,
you
for sure.
Really get a.
Yeah, I've got a couple of ways I could do that. Basically, it's going to be a conversation
they have
first.
Those iPhone hand, whatever extension things.
Oh, for sure.
Mount and put a tripod.
I got a tripod. I got a real tripod. I could set up if I wanted to.
A real one?
Oh yeah. Yeah, but a lot of those vloggers don't like even the concept is like, you guys know you can get like tripods for cameras, like tripod. You put it on the ground, you set up the legs, and you point it up.
That's it. Simple.
Yeah, like then you don't have to touch it. You just leave it alone. You hit record, walk away.
I think there's even a record button that it mounts on, and
on some of them you can. Yeah. Absolutely. But like I said, I've still got a little bit of time. It's one of those things. Like, it feels like it's close, but it's November. It's 2 months. We're basically 2 months out.
Yep.
Yeah. So we're at almost bang on 2 months out. So we'll see. We're getting closer. We'll figure it out. So we'll quickly zip through it here. Carlos gets short and skinny in a lot of things. Smart man. True story. You are an attorney? No. If I was an attorney, I'd be getting paid a lot more money.
Yep.
Said you were a consultant? I was a consultant. I'd like to be a consultant again. Again, it pays better. I'm currently an analyst at a bank, which pays okay. And if I don't spend all my money on foolish pieces of cardboard, I save more money. I retain more money if I don't spend it. I have been good about selling some stuff before spending it recently. So if I could maintain that trend, I've put in the money, bought some good stuff, but I'd like now to divest myself of some items that I have purchased.
Very good.
Predominantly for a profit, which is what has been occurring. So that is good. And then in turn, I can refill my coffers. That would be the best.
Like I said, everything in my room is paid for from other stuff that I bought.
Yeah, and that's always the better way. It's always the better way. I was willing to put in some to pick up some stuff, and I was willing to sit on it for a while. And some of that stuff is now starting to come back out. It's going to make its way back out in the market. So pink tights for Bret Hart. Yeah, for Bret Hart.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's kind of his traditional colors. Again, that would make tons of sense for him, especially for him. With an autograph, what they sign really boosts his value. Yes, absolutely. Yannick, Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels coming to the show. Yep, he's very excited about it. 11 members of the 87 Leafs, not nearly as prodigious as 67, but yes, Paul. And good evening, Baz. Perfect. Done. Wanted to get caught up. So yeah,
Nice.
so guys, we can kind of chat about, we'll hang out for a little bit longer still, but we'll chat about whatever if you guys have a different topic. I touched on the Investacard thing because it was a good cautionary tale. It is something that's down the pipeline now. It is available. Again, I recommend no to anybody in that vein. There are a million ways. Again, even if you want to go down the path of borrowing money, if you don't have the credit for it, you shouldn't. Even if you do, you can play with that and use it to your advantage if you wish. You're still according to data. But guess what? If you're in that position and you're able to get it, because you can borrow money so cheap these days, if you have viable credit.
And this kind of handcuffs you a little bit.
It does. It does.
So, the freedom of a Visa card is just like, use it. Okay? Yeah. And so why do that to divest your money? It doesn't make any... I don't know. I don't look at those things because I don't even need the credit. So whatever.
We use the example. We were talking before I started the live stream where I talked about this microphone. I bought this microphone from Amazon. And when I bought it from Amazon, I bought it using an Amazon MasterCard. And I use it because I buy a lot of stuff at Amazon. And when you buy stuff at Amazon, they give you 5% cash back. So if you buy the item and then you pay for the item, you get 5% on what you were buying anyway. And the way they pay that card out is they'll pay you in Amazon gift certificates once you accumulate $20. Well, at 5%, if you're buying a decent amount of stuff, which I do anyway from Amazon, it's very easy for me to earn a $20 gift card. And it's just loaded directly to my account. Well, then if in turn I'm going to buy something else down the road, I can spend it on whatever I want. I can buy a book. I can buy an item. Well, this item, I knocked $80 off the price on Amazon gift cards for stuff I had already purchased. And when I purchased this, I also received 5%. So it was a 5% discount on top of an $80 discount. And the whole time I had been paying off the card before I incurred any interest. In that scenario, I am capitalizing on a system that works in my favor. The reason why they do that is because most people don't pay their balance in full. They pay interest. That's what pays for it.
Exactly.
So then those of us who are able to then effectively use it are getting a discount on something we're buying anyway. If you can use it in that way, that's called credit card churn. There's a whole group of communities of people that figure out all the best deals to be like, oh, well, if you spend this amount on this card, which you were going to spend anyway, this is the key. Don't pay interest. Otherwise, you're defeating the point. But if you're not in that position and you pay it off, oh, you spend this amount, they give you $1,000 credit on your thing. So you just got $1,000 off your purchases. Sounds great. If you didn't have to pay any interest for the privilege and you didn't have to pay any annual fee, you're a winner, my friends. You are a winner. Yeah. Or if you had to pay an annual fee of $100, but you got $1,000 worth of value. Okay, that's a good math equation. Yeah, I'll trade you $100 for $1,000. Sure, we can do that. Why not? We'll do that deal. The only reason the credit card companies do it is because they want you to open the card and they're hoping that you do not pay it off in full. They're hoping that you do pay the interest. So that's how they get their money back.
Exactly. Do you know that spiel you just did was 9 Amazons you put in there? I think
Sure.
you're being paid.
I should be. I should.
You should be.
Yeah,
And collectively, I think it's 13 that you said, including the earlier.
I know,
Amazons.
and they got all those for free. Ridiculous.
Yeah,
we are grossly underpaid for this service we're doing. It's ridiculous.
Burrell, we've used 2 times, maybe 3. I don't know.
It is true.
I'm falling behind. I'm lagging.
There's only a handful of codes, and I wish, like I said, I wish I had codes. I would do. There's a lot of ways, and the thing is, you got to do is when you do those codes, you got to come up with a code. If I was going to do it, it's like, oh, what are you going to do? Because Carlos, that's too obvious. You could do something like Rance Mullenix. And that definitely wasn't a reference from a piece on the chat where they basically dared me to throw Rance Mullenix into it because I can. Not that I would do something like that.
No.
But the point is, you could use a code like Rance Mullenix. That's the thing.
You could use anything. There's no copyright on the name.
Absolutely. But the bottom line is that the credit card churn thing, there's whole communities that try to figure out the best combination of things that you can stack to get free vacation, points for this, points for that, points for the other thing. But the people that are doing this are not paying interest on it. The people they're trying to sell it to are the people who do pay interest on it. So, right. And they're the ones subsidizing the people who are able to use it effectively, because it takes work to figure out the right combination of things to stack. Because you can make this it's like, so what happened? It's like, well, that vacation was free and this thing was free. And then we got this thing and some free hotel stays and this, that, and the other thing. So we got to go on a trip. We didn't have to pay for the hotel. We got comped all this stuff. How'd you do that? It's like, well, it takes work to figure out the right combo of things, but it can be done. It's like, oh, but you spent extra. No, I was going to buy all those things anyway. That's the way it worked. If you're going to do it properly and you were going to buy it anyway, then it's fine. If you buy to get the points, then it's not so great.
Yeah.
2 different things.
Definitely.
So Investacard advances 60% of cash advancing against collectibles. Pawning. Yeah, 100%. 100%. And I agree with the content creators. So Neo said explicitly, he was very much in the realm of, look, if you need the money, just sell the card.
Yeah.
If you just need the money, sell the card. It removes the complication. You've got the cash. Yeah, you don't have the card anymore, but you have the cash. And apparently you needed the cash. So just do the deal. Complete the transaction. That way you're not paying them back every week.
Yeah.
Because they're making money the whole time. You're giving them back. Oh, because somebody posed the question. Well, what happens if the bottom falls on the card? Well, it depends on how far along you were on the payments. If you paid most of it off and then you abandon the card, then they get the card and they got all the money you paid anyway.
That's a
so then who cares?
Part of that, yeah.
Yeah, because if you're Investacard, you're going to value it at an advantageous rate. You're not going to give it full market value. You're going to give a percentage of a reduced market value to adapt. Because
for the risk.
Just in case you do that, you have to factor in the risk.
Yeah, risk management is the biggest part there. So
it's a less complicated, because it is less complicated relatively. It's a less complicated version of what insurance people do.
Yeah.
They're calculating, okay, so what are the odds that we actually have to pay out? And if we pay out, how much will this cost us? So then we'll charge you this amount. So that mathematically, the odds are in our favor that we're probably going to collect way more money than you will ever collect from us.
Yeah.
It's a math problem.
My friend was a risk assessor for that.
Yeah.
He said, I don't know how you do it. He said there's a method that we use, and it's easy breakdown.
Yeah.
But it's complicated. He says, yeah, you take all these factors and put hammer. So,
it's a lot of math. It's basically calculating this factor with this factor. Where do you live? You know, what's the crime in your area? Like, you're figuring out all this stuff and trying to be like,
all the questions are there. You just have to pick which ones that apply. So, and then do the math on that. It's pretty easy, he says, anyway. So
it can be, yeah. Well, but it's the same thing. Like, it happens all the time. Like when I do homeowners insurance every year, what do? Okay, so how much is your house worth now? Oh, this amount. Okay, the neighborhood is this. This is how much this thing. These are the things for this, that, and the other thing. Great, great, great. Awesome, awesome, awesome. And then, okay, so based on that, it would be this. If you live 3 blocks down the road, it would be this. Why is it a different number? Because that's 3 blocks down the road. That properties are worth this, all these other. It's the same numbers we're crunching, but the factors are different. But that's 3 blocks down the road. That's different. It's not the same.
Yeah. Do you insure your collectibles too?
Nope. To be honest,
that is so complicated. I'll tell you.
It is, and it's also one of those things where it's like it goes back to kind of the theme I've talked about. Look, I'd be real annoyed, but it's one of those things where if the house was on fire, I'm like, I might grab a couple of things, but for the most part, it's like, look, man, just let the damn thing burn.
Which couple of things I'd like to know?
Probably I'd grab a couple of things behind me for laziness. It wouldn't be the most valuable stuff. It'd be like, what's closest that I
Depends where
like?
the fire is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like here's the thing. I like me more than the stuff. So
Yeah.
it's like, so you know what? I'd rather let it all burn down than have to worry about it. If it's in the wrong place, well, then I'm sorry it's burning. I'm not going after it.
True enough.
Yeah, so it's like, I'll be fine. We'll move on.
I just grabbed my computer. Everything else
That's
that's
fair.
rare, and the pin.
Sure. Yeah, that's fair. The pin, of course.
It's new. I haven't gotten
course.
too used to it yet.
Yeah, but it's you got to understand. Look, you got to figure out what it is you value, right? So you got to figure out what it is you value. For me, this has always been entertainment. It's always been fun. I do enjoy it, but it's not the be all and end all. It's the journey. A lot of times is more fun than the items. The items are the spoils of war. I actually like the war. The spoils are cool. They're a little bonus at the end, but I kind of like the war. I like the process that leads into it. That's fun for me. This part, it's the thrill of the hunt.
Yeah, it's historic now. Now you can look back on 20 years and say, hey, I did this then. And then if you didn't do those things, you'd be looking back on, I don't know. I went to a bunch of movies. I went to, the hobby really creates a lot of diversity in somebody's life. And I think it's a well-needed, I think everybody needs a little piece of a hobby just to keep them motivated. Look forward to getting mail every day or every other day or once a month, whatever it is. You have to always look forward to something. It's incentive.
Well, the analogy that I use with a buddy of mine is that I said it gives you a mountain to climb.
Yeah.
And that part is that's what makes life interesting. By the way, it doesn't have to be the hobby; it can be something else.
Anything.
But if you've got a mountain to climb consistently, that keeps life interesting. It keeps you going. So figure out whatever mountains you like. Find the mountain for yourself, and then consistently give yourself a new mountain to climb. That's what keeps things interesting. Find a new project, whatever that is. It can be hobby related. It can be not hobby related. Find something.
Feel sorry for the guy across the street. He's always out there just watering the concrete. He's just getting the dirt off the concrete, and he's always out there doing that.
That's always been the way it's worked in. That's always been the way it worked in my family. And I've talked to Bobby about this a little bit. My grandfather on my dad's side had cancer for 20 years, and everybody looked at him and go like, "How you still?" Because he'd walk around with an oxygen tank. Now, on that side of the family in particular, it's like, they're made of pretty tough stuff. They kind of chug along. But at the same time, you have to be determined. You have to have will to live because life carrying around an oxygen tank everywhere you go, that sucks.
Inconvenience.
It sucks. It's not fun. It's not a good time.
No.
But he just kept going, and everybody was like, he seems in good spirits. It's like, why? He found ways to keep himself entertained.
Yeah.
And he always had something to do. And then when he finally passed away, my dad goes like, I honestly think he got bored. I think he reached the point where he's like, he just wasn't interested anymore. But up until that point, he had always found ways to keep himself interested and entertained. My dad has his own health problems. How did he always found himself. Now today, he's not very mobile. He can't move around very much. Oh, but how does your dad? It's like, your dad always seems like he's in a good mood. It's like, because he finds ways to keep himself entertained. Mm-hmm. He's always got something. So what do? We give him what he needs. He likes to play around and go on and Facebook and chat with his family and stuff. We got him a Chromebook. Why? Because he can't break the damn thing. It lets him have all the things he wants. But it lets him have his Facebook. It lets him have his browser. He can check. He wants to watch some YouTube. He can. It all works. Couple of buttons. He's good to go. He's happy. He can sit there for hours and just watch the stuff.
Couple of buns?
Couple of hours.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. But for him, it's great because he can't move around too much anyway. So when he does move around, he needs to go somewhere. Great. No problem. But then when he does that, it's one of those things where I think I've talked to him a bunch of times. He would love to get back on his motorcycle. And I said, there's no chance you're going to get back on the motorcycle. But he likes the idea. He loves the idea. But instead, what he'll do is he'll drive around. He'll find excuses just to drive around because he still likes to do that.
Yeah.
So when he's not watching YouTube videos and chatting with his family and bugging them, he'll drive around.
Yeah, that's what kind of happened to my father-in-law. He's 88 now and can't drive anymore. Long story behind that. But anyways, he shouldn't be driving. But he's still, that's his last bastion of hope to do anything in his life. Unfortunately, he has nothing else to do. Mm-hmm. So,
well, I'll tell you, Carlos Sr. has plenty to do because we've already kind of worked it out. Because it's one of those things, if for whatever reason he can't drive anymore, he loves radio controlled helicopters.
Oh, wow.
And he's got a couple.
Nice.
So like, I repeat,
that's a good hobby.
He's got reasons to be he can keep himself in. We give him the right stuff. He can keep himself entertained for another couple of years. He'll outlive us all. At the rate he's going, he'll outlive us all.
Through motivation alone, right?
But I think there is something to be said for finding, again, it doesn't have to be cards, it doesn't have to be the hobby, it can be whatever. Exactly. It just finds something that keeps you engaged, find something that keeps you excited, find something that keeps you interested. And if you got that, that's like half the secret sauce right there. You're already you're at least halfway there.
Yeah.
The rest, figure it out. Figure it out as you go along. But that's like half the secret sauce right there. That's what has worked for that side of the family for years, a lot of time.
That's what my grandmother used to always say. She was a good cook, good chef. And she would always say, well, it helps pass the time. Sure. And, you don't get that when you're younger. And then you think about it later and you go, I get it. Because otherwise, when you sit down and watch TV like everybody does 24/7, you can't do that. Yeah. She kept busy. Yeah. She lived to 93. So.
Yeah, I find myself too bored a lot of times for a lot. That's the reason why I don't end up watching as many games as I used to. The act of sitting down for hours, I would love to. Now I will say, I watched the game on Thursday. I was doing a couple of things while I was watching, but I did have it up on my screen full size. I still was able to pay. I was watching most of the game, and it was a good game. Heaven forbid, it was at least a good game too. So I was like, oh, good. That makes it a lot easier to stay engaged. Football, I can usually get around, but I will still do some stuff while I'm doing it. I'm past the point of the ability to be 100%. But you know what? The game was good enough. It got about 90% of my attention, which is really good. That's still really good. I was able to get most of my attention, and I enjoyed it for what it was. So it was like, great.
Yeah, I lost that engagement. I find there's so many other things that more motivate for me, especially the new Leafs and the old Leafs. It's past. It's done. Collectibles are fun. Yep. The new Leafs.
This was the point I made, is that there's a reason that the one banner I have, this is from a team that's now 22 years ago. I can tell you a whole bunch. If you want to talk about the 99 Dallas Stars, I can talk to you about. If you want to talk to me about the 2021 Dallas Stars, I got nothing. Jamie Benn, Tyler Seguin, some of the young defensemen whose names I can't pronounce. They're good. I can see, they're talented. I can see they're good. I don't watch a ton of their games.
Yeah, and the game changed a bit too. So
sure, but it's one of those things where it's like I can't get that interested. It's like when it gets to the playoffs, you have a lot more of my attention. It's a lot easier because the games mean more. It's a little bit easier for me to sit down. But even stuff like Hockey Night in Canada, it's not the same.
It isn't the same. And
it's not that interesting to me.
Friend asked me, "Oh, you got to come over and watch a game." I'm going, I can't sit there for 3 hours and watch a game.
It's really difficult. It's at this stage, that much. I'm like, there's 100 things I could be doing. I could be working on my own stuff and doing my own things, and I kind of like doing my own things. That's been the fun for me now, just coming up with my own stuff.
I think it's just a good excuse for him to buy a 6-pack and just like, oh yeah, you guys watch the game, and there you go.
I don't blame him. Listen, that used to be the hangout for the big playoff games and stuff. It would used to be we go over to my buddy's house in the basement, and it would be good. And he'd have his basement set up and big TV there, and we'd all watch the games.
Yep.
Down the road, what I think will probably be, I don't know if we're going to be doing it again, but I'd like to. The one I enjoyed was when the football playoffs were on and the movie theater had the games.
I like that.
On the big screen. That's cool because then you can have food delivered to your thing and have your drinks and food you could be delivered, no problem. It was all part of the experience. And then you'd have it on this gigantic TV, and you're there with kind of a mini crowd.
It's nice.
Who are kind of into it because then you get the extra atmosphere. You kind of got the built-in atmosphere in the room in addition to on the big screen, what's going on in the game.
That started out in the early 60s,
Yeah.
They used to go to, the Leaf games used to be on, different things used to be on, boxing matches. But the Leaf games, it was through an invention called Edifor. It was a machine that would translate the signal and project it onto a big, large screen. And that went on through the 60s. So all the small theaters across, famous players and what have you, they had the games on everywhere. It's amazing.
No, for sure. I still think it's not all the time, but I still think there are two scenarios where it's much easier for me to watch a game. Scenario one is what I just described. I like it when they do it in the theater with the whole bit. It's a little bit more expensive, but it's a little more pomp and circumstance. You kind of, it's kind of an event. You kind of go with some friends and you make it into a thing. That works.
I love their popcorn.
You can have that as part of it too. Absolutely.
Oh yes.
The other aspect that I think is really good. I still enjoy. It'll be a while before I'm willing to go and do it again. We got to get a little further along here. But the next one that I think I would love to do, if again we can get to a better state to it, is I love going to the Boston Pizza and going and watching the NFL games there. Because you'd be there, you'd got your food and whatever, you get the drinks brought again, but you got a bunch of screens, you got a game on over here, game on over here. There's a couple of them going on simultaneously.
That is the best. And
a good sports bar experience is still really good. It can still be really good if you go to the right place and has the right
beer and a burger or
yeah.
nachos or whatever.
Sure.
And you're out with a couple other people. It's
yes.
good.
Yeah.
It's an event.
Yeah.
Which is more exciting to I have no problems with that because it's not all focusing on the game. You're not just sitting there waiting for something to happen.
Yeah,
it's like football, there's baseball, and whatever.
It's part of the overall package. It's the whole combination of everything. That's what I mean. Like it can be, we've had some real good times with that. We've done it. It's been really good. I would love for that to be a thing again. Now, mind you, this is where football did well. Having really one game a week for your team makes it so much easier. Sunday is just easier. Like, oh yeah, on Sunday, let's go to the Boston Pizza and go hang out and we'll get our usual table and we'll watch the games and for a couple hours and hang out and there you go.
Football has one game for their championship.
Yeah.
So
yeah, the other sports, it's a lot trickier. It's like,
there's 80 games in a year. Like you can't go out 80 times to Boston Pizza.
I can't afford it even if I wanted to. I would need my Investacard loan. I would need my Investacard loan to come in to start.
And Boston Pizza is not very good anyway.
No, but they used to actually sponsor NFL stuff. And here's what I'll tell you. This was, unfortunately, it's too late now.
But beer is good anywhere, right?
But this was an old trick, is that they did so poorly sometimes some of the branches with the stuff, they would have a bunch of NFL swag.
Nice.
So if you actually came in wearing like your jerseys and stuff, they'd be like, oh, you're actually interested in the games. Here, have some free swag. I got so much free shit just for being the only people who actually gave a crap about the games who went. It's like, yeah, give me that.
Bonus. I love
Take it.
Stuff.
Dude, I have like 12 free glasses from Boston Pizza. Like 12 free like pint glasses with different NFL teams on them.
Oh, you should sell them like the Gigi.
I might be able to, but it was great. It was it was fun because we were like, yeah, we're actually interested in the games. Here, have a free glass. Thanks. We'll take it.
Did you have to buy the drink in the glass?
No, we just got separate. That was like, it's like, hey, because they have stuff to give away. They actually have to give it away.
Promo,
they're like, yeah. So they're like, well, if you guys are the only ones interested. What my buddy got a free sweatshirt. We got like shirts, sweatshirts, pint glasses, all kinds of stuff.
Nice.
Like, great. Awesome.
I love free stuff.
Nobody's complaining about free stuff. I will not hear of any of it on my channel complaining about free stuff.
Junky free stuff. It's still free stuff.
It's still free stuff. We'll still take it.
It's just kind of fun.
So Andy says there'll be gambling. There won't be a 40% dip. Very true. Actuarial calculation. You are correct, sir.
Yeah.
As a guy from New Jersey, I should change my screen name to Elias to Arnott. Original.
Oh, nice.
Sabaz says here, life is different now. Hockey Night in Canada was a religion in Canada in the 70s and early 80s. Haven't watched a full game of hockey in 30 years, and I'm only 50. The old theme song styling was great. Yes, but I'll tell you, here's the thing. Even in the late 90s and early 2000s, I still had no problem watching Hockey Night in Canada. It's been the last 15 years or so where it's like,
93, 94 after the Leafs came close. That was probably about it for me at that point.
That's fair.
And that's about 15. Well, yeah.
Well, no, that would be like more like 25, 30.
I'm getting older. Listen, I don't want to recognize those time periods, please.
Yeah, 50. But
couldn't have nodded and went.
No, absolutely not. For me, it's about 15 years. 15 years ago, I kind of I lost a little bit of interest. I think I would say when Ed Belfour finished up and Marty Turco was with Dallas, I was still interested, still engaged.
Belfour came to Toronto then, didn't he?
What's that? Belfour was already in Toronto by that point, yeah.
Oh, by that time, yeah.
Yeah, okay. By that point. Turco, though, that era was still good. The team was still competitive. Medano was still playing. It was good. Basically, it's not an exaggeration. When Medano retired, my interest overall in the sport just dropped off. Yeah. It's like my favorite players retired. I got a chance to watch them for 15 years of my fandom collecting. That's pretty good. That's not bad. I can't complain. I have nothing to complain about. It was really good. It was a great run. 15 years is great.
Yep.
So I got to enjoy all that. But after that, it's like it was much harder to get interested. I still enjoyed watching Jamie Benn in his games. He played great for a while. Not so much anymore. But it's one of those things where he's the last connection because he was on that team. He was starting up as Medano finished. Yeah. So when Jamie Benn retires, it's like I really got nothing to connect me to this team. Like that, he's the last piece of the puzzle that still played at the tail end of Medano. Medano's last year was Jamie Benn's first year.
Yeah.
So it's like you've got here's your passing of the torch. You're the next guy. After
That's
that,
cool.
I got nothing. After that, I got nothing. Can't do it. Whole Lake to Socorro. Yep. 162 games. No, when I was baseball, I could do until maybe about 5 years ago. It's too difficult for me. I love baseball more than any other sport. It's still my favorite sport. But the television product is miserable. I can't stand it. It's too many commercials. It's too many millions of breaks. And I'm like, I can't do it, guys. Guys, I just want to watch the game. If you just show me the game, how much extra do I have to pay you for you to just show me the game? Commercial free. Just give me the game nonstop. Just keep going.
Just a background thing. And if anything that happens, you'll hear it, and then you can go watch. But
I understand.
Just keep it in the back.
I understand, but I'm not exaggerating when I say this. And it's like, someone go send this message to Major Baseball. I would literally pay double your stupid fee on your annual thing if I could have the version where I just get it without the damn commercials.
Yeah.
Like, just give me the game nonstop. Everybody else is on tape delay. Give me the game consecutively, starting at 7 p.m. You guys just go, change, go, pitcher, go.
Done.
I'll pay double. You can charge me for. I will pay double. I don't want the rest of the crap. Like, we're done. No, I can't do it.
Yeah, it's too much filler. In a slow game, it's too much filler.
But that's the thing. It's unfortunate because when I go, that's why I say I've used the example. Intercounty baseball is a lower tier. It's semi-pro. But guess what? We don't have commercial breaks and stuff. The players get on the field, get back off the field, get back on the field, get back off the field, get back on the field, get back off. We're playing the game. The flow is much smoother because we're just going. Well, guess what? We're done in about 2 hours.
Yeah.
That's a full 9-inning game. Mm-hmm. All the pitches, everything, you got it in about 2 hours. That used to be the norm. Baseball didn't fundamentally change where you couldn't do that anymore. You just tacked on this extra. The players are literally standing there just twiddling their thumbs during the commercial break. They got nothing to do.
What are they getting paid for? Wow.
But that's what I mean. Like, it's the players understand it's part of the thing for them. They understand it. But it's like, for me as the fan, if I go to pay to be in attendance in the game, I'm watching commercials. This is unacceptable. Like, no, I don't want to watch your stupid play. You're right here. I can see you. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. So I was growing up, the Blackhawk has TV blackout locally. Yeah, Chicago did a very bad thing with that. So I never really got to watch them TV for quite a while. Do you guys know if other teams did local TV blackouts? A few. None of them were as notorious for it as the Blackhawks. The Blackhawks really were bad about that. Considering it's an original 6 team, that's really bad.
The Leafs did that back in the 50s and 60s. They wouldn't put it on until the second period.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really.
They didn't like cable. They didn't make any money off of cable, really. So.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things. Like, I get the idea, but it's like, no, guys. Like, it's difficult enough to convince. At this stage, if you're going to convince me to buy a game, it is easier to buy it at home. I got it in my house. I got my own beer. I got my own food. Like, I'm good. I don't really. I've been to the Dome enough. You're not going to excite me with that. You're not going to entice me with that. It's not going to work.
Yeah, that generational change is there because really we went out, we would go see games, we'd go to bars, we would do all that stuff. Now everybody stays at home. They got anything they can watch anywhere. It's a big difference. Yeah. So commerce changed a lot.
Oh, for sure. But that's why I use that example originally. The first example I use. Look, we get our stuff figured out. We get to a good state. I could still do, not every week, but I could still do the Boston Pizza NFL game if the buddies wanted to go out and do it. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, we can do that. Under that circumstance, sure. Then it's fine. You got company, we're hanging out, we're sure. Because we already know how to order appetizers and space it out over the hours that we're going to be there. We know how to do that. We've mastered it. You buy this appetizer, I'll buy this appetizer. We've got it down to a science. 100%. A good sports bar experience is still good.
Oh, yeah.
But it's got to be a good experience. It's got to be a good venue.
It's a good reason to eat junk food.
Totally. 100%.
But not often, just often enough. Do you ever get that one guy? There's always that one guy who's, if there's, 2 wings and then 3 are left over after you do the circle, they'll be the guy who'll get the last. Hey, does anybody want these last 3? Yeah. It's like, yeah, there's 5 of us here. I know 2 people can't fit in there, but doesn't mean you have all the three. Always get one of those guys.
No,
They're the one standing there. If they come over for a barbecue and you have 6 steaks on, he goes, "Oh, I want that one. It's the biggest one. It's the, it's like, all right, whatever."
Yeah. Well, it was always, unfortunately, we're past that point now. But my favorite times in university were when we were out at we were out at the bar, or the pub where we were doing this. It could be sports or non-sport. Didn't matter. It was the same principle. The way everybody did, because everybody's a student. A lot of us didn't have a lot of money. So it's like, so you're trying to be logical about this. So we sat there like, okay, if a bunch of us are going to go out, pitchers in Guelph were relatively inexpensive, but that's one pitcher. However, if everybody commits to buying one pitcher, some people drink less, some people drink more. Some people just want to hang out and be, but if everybody's contributing an equivalent amount, the people that could drink more were still covered. The people that would drink less were still covered. It was no more or less than anybody's. It was very fair. So it was one of those things where everybody would chip in the same amount, but then you'd have a whole night for $20.
Basically.
Yeah. So it's like, okay, that's reasonable. That's not, you got a whole night out of this. Like you can spread it out. Sure. Great.
And wings.
Yeah. But that's what I mean. Like you could do the food as well. So I mean, like you could make this fair so that everybody got to contribute, but then also everybody got to benefit. Oh, you don't want to drink as much? Have one beer and then have your wings.
Yeah.
So great. Eat more wings, drink less beer. Like it could balance out. Like we never really had an issue when you had a decent amount of people.
For the most part, it was always that fifth guy, that fifth wheel that was always kind of coming.
And they would get booted out of the group. Like you were excommunicated. No, we'd excommunicate. We would excommunicate them. We did not have any mercy with that.
We don't want Charlie coming anymore.
You're not playing this.
You got to get rid of him.
You are not playing this game. It's like, this is a circle of trust, sir. You got to play by the rules. Play by the rules of the circle of trust.
Well, it happens at the expo where everybody wants to go out for dinner with you, and it's just like, I got my main 4 or 5 guys, 6 guys, 7 now, 8. I don't know. It keeps getting bigger, and I'm just kind of going, hey, I can only go out to dinner so many different times. But I'd like to associate with other kind of people that I haven't really met much, or maybe you're coming up for the first time, and guys, I got to go. But that's every show, because every show there's always somebody's coming that I haven't really met. And it's hard to get away, because really when you're at a booth, you don't have the time to really go away. It's like Friday night. What do you do? Well, it opens at 1 o'clock, but you can't go out for dinner because by the time it closes. And then you got Saturday, and Saturday ends at 6. So then you go out with your buddies, and Sunday it's go home. So you don't really have much time for socializing. Yeah, you can do it at the booth. Yeah, but you don't want to leave your booth too long. So it's kind of a pain in the ass.
No, for sure. Absolutely. At a certain point, you do have to make choices. It's not fair, but you do have to let me, okay, I got to make a choice here. Like, do what you're going to do. Make a choice. So real quick, I'll get it. So good evening, Mike. Quickly go. Blue Jays in 30. Blue Jays in 30 is a good solution. It's not a bad option. It's good. It's good because it gives you the synopsis of the game. They zip through a lot of the filler. It's a good option. But it's one of those things, by that point, the game's over. I already seen the score. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
What I'll do is I'll watch a couple of highlights. I want to see Vladdy Jr. hit home runs. So that's kind of what I tune in for. So it's like, I can watch the highlight on MLB.com. I still have the streaming package, by the way. I can click on it and watch all the games. And I still watch a couple of games here and there, but it's tough for me to sit for 9 innings now at this point. It's very tricky. I think the way it works with our youth and Rivera is when guys we watch from age 6 to 25 retire, when they become 30 to 40, our true interest in live sports and TV decrease. It can be. It very much depends. But you're not wrong. Like mathematically, you're in the ballpark. You're definitely right there. I think it depends. If your team is consistently, like I said, in the Turco era after Belfour went off to Toronto and went to do other things and retired, of course, that team stayed competitive. So I'm still engaged. Like I'm still interested. And then the early parts of Jamie Benn's career, that team was still competitive. I'm still engaged. It's easy. I had the hockey package for a couple of years there. So I'd watch the games and I had my fun with that. It was good.
But you're also a collector too.
Yeah, for sure.
That's an extra engagement on top of that.
Yeah. But I would just say but really the biggest problem they have, and this is just, it's a critique. I would say the NFL isn't perfect, but they've done a good job of making the product watchable in such a way where, you're going to have the breaks and all that. You have that as part of it. They do a pretty good job of playing enough of the game in such a way, the timing rules and everything is set up in such a way where at least enough is going on. Okay, fine. If you're going to give me a break for a couple of minutes during commercial, I can go get a snack or something. Like it's fine. It can work. The game's a little bit more engaged that way. It's a little easier. The other games just made it tougher. they've got so many breaks. Like it's literally a break every 5 seconds. It feels like it's like, okay, I don't need the 57th commercial break. Like, let's have a couple of plays first. Let's have a couple of things happen, and then we can move on.
Yeah.
It's just, here's what I would say. It's a bad television product. That's what they're struggling with above all else. It's a bad TV product, and TV is the easiest way to sell me on the game at this point because it's really hard to get me out to go to the ball game. Again, I snap my fingers and COVID's not a thing. I've been to the Dome 300 times.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not that excited about the prospect of going for game 301, game 305. Like, guys, I've been here so many times. I know every section. I've been to every section in the stadium. It's not that exciting. My watch is usually based on team success. Yep, that's fair. Brutal team can be done by November. Yep, I get you.
Mm-hmm.
Ordered games since 2015. Watched or listened to 95% since 2015. Yep. Red Sox, if they're competitive, like making a run at the playoffs, check box scores daily and watch other games where I can. Yep, I'm with you. If they're uncompetitive, I say year round May. Okay. Here we go. It killed the potential fan base, talking about Chicago, until Kane and Toes came in. The Blackhawks had awesome. But here's the thing, winning helps. Winning helps.
Makes a big difference.
Yeah, like if it's 2015 and 2016 for the Jays, they had no problem getting attendance and watching, and people watching on TV. I was watching too. That team was good. It was competitive. They were playing great. They were making a playoff run. Like, trust me, they were getting 1 million+ viewers a game, no problem. What a coincidence being competitive does. Huh, isn't that weird? Yep. Yeah, Frankenstein's. Yeah, I think that was one of the ones in I believe they had a Frankenstein's in Guelph. I think that's right. But he's getting divorced didn't help? Yes. Yeah, unfortunately, as you get older, getting the group of people together is more difficult. It becomes a plan, and then getting divorced, yes, but also kids. Like, I'm old enough where at this point, most of my friends have kids. Some cases, multiple kids. So it's like, good luck with that. Let me know how that turns out.
Yep.
Yeah, and some of them, or for a bunch of them, they're still toddlers. Oh, good luck with that. Let me know how that turns out.
Still toddlers?
Well, yeah.
They waited a while, I guess, eh?
Absolutely. Well, here's the thing. My one buddy that I talk to probably the most frequently, usually about once a week, maybe, give or take, which is pretty good. That's not bad.
Yeah.
I think his oldest is like 2, 1.5, and the other one is like months.
Months.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
It's only been a couple months. It was this year. So.
Well, those are the challenging times, 1 to 5. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So he's got 2 for that.
There you go.
Yeah, they're both inside of that. They're both well inside of that 5 years. Trust me, they're still well inside of it.
Then you get through the soccer days and all the other things, the sports. There's not really much time left over, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So it's one of those things where, like, fortunately, it's a combination of I'm understanding and also he's not a very interesting conversationalist. So, like, whatever.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, so it's like, listen, it's like we can talk, not talk. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Do your thing.
Yeah. I deal mostly with guys whose kids are gone, so on their own.
Yeah, that's fair. And so it's always been the funny thing is that it's like, yeah, because we got some mutual friends and stuff. It's like most of us don't really talk that much. A lot of it is because of they're busy, but at the same time, it's like, look, I could reach out to you. It's the same thing that I have when I go to work and we do team meetings and stuff. And most of the people want to talk about their pets or their kids. Well, I've got no pets and I got no kids, so I'm usually just kind of like. The mouse is there, and I'm just clicking. I'm like, great. I got nothing. I'm just sitting here buying time so I don't get fined. That's really all that's happening. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can see the guys are talking to each other. That's all good.
Oh,
but yeah, no, and it's one of those things you understand. I don't know when the next time is going to be. Now, mind you, it's one of those things where it also works the other way too, because a lot of them, if they have kids, they're like, please give me an excuse to get away from the kids. So they're the ones that are like, Carlos, hey, you got anything going on? It's like, no, not really. I'm just doing my thing. It's like, did you want an excuse to get away from the kids? Is that what you're telling me? Because it's more for your benefit than for mine.
True enough.
Yeah. When our kids are less than kindergarten age, the fathers all partied like rock stars, lots of golfing, boosters, moves. Yeah. Now we're too old at 50 and too tired to get together. Nice. Okay. That's fair enough. I get you.
Well, see, the hobby really keeps us together in a different way. And the kid thing, it's more convenient doing things because I think we know that we're allowed to go out and do these things. I think our wives understand by that point, if they haven't already, that you have a hobby and you're enjoying it and keeps you happy. As long as they let you do it, you're fine. And I think they should let you do it because you do need some form of self-entertainment, self-love, so to speak, without getting narcissistic.
I was going to say, look at you invoking the self-love. Look at you.
I tried to avoid it. I tried to sidestep.
I was going to say, you're like, I
don't want to say that.
No.
But in a good way. Not that it is in a good way, but I'm just saying. I can't get out of this one.
No, you're not escaping it. Once you entered into that muck, you're on your. It's like the tar pits. I'm sitting there like, should I help him? Nope. No, you're just gonna get sunk into it. Nope, just stay out of it. Nope.
He's wound himself up. Yeah. He's
like, y'all did this to yourselves.
Yeah.
But no, it's one of those things where I get it. It's gonna be interesting because one of the things that we did is kind of a way just to kill time is that I have a different YouTube channel. I never advertise it because I leave it on its own, just do its own thing. And the only reason it exists is because basically we'll do a podcast. And it's funny because the podcast is basically just me making fun of him for an hour. He'll say something ridiculous and I'll just mock him for an hour. But it's funny enough because it's a good chunk of the time we get on a week to talk. So basically he'll block off time to be like, it's like, just want to do this. It's like, doesn't matter if anybody sees it or not. It's like, it's just an excuse. It's like, oh, I'm just doing the podcast with Carlos.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like it's basically an excuse. It doesn't do anything for me. I have to pay for the hosting and I'm like, I get nothing out of this. This sucks for me.
You got a $5 bonus from Bob there.
Not for that one.
Oh,
you're talking about no, for this is a little bit easier for me. It's a little bit more enjoyable for me because I'll set the terms. The other one, I don't know if it's ever going to do anything, and I don't expect it to be honest. That's not my expectation, but it's like, we'll sit there and chat. I'll make fun of you. We'll chat and it'll be fine.
Yeah, it's probably cardboard.
It might be cardboard.
It might be. Yeah, he's got another channel that he doesn't know. Come on.
If you find the channel, and some people have, it's really hard to find. The logo is totally not completely similar to the existing one that I have.
No, I think you mentioned it one time in one of your.
I did. Things. Yeah, I've only mentioned it once in a blue moon. It's one of those things where it's like I leave it to exist on its. I always felt like it should do whatever it's going to do on its own merits. I never felt the need to be like, yeah, let me promote it. This channel gets a lot more viewership. I could promote it, but I'm like, no, let it do what it's going to do, because it's basically just me and my buddy making fun of each other, chatting. That's all it is. That's why I say, like, I don't expect anyone else to care. So it's like, it's fine.
Could end up being cult following or something.
It would have to be really cult, like super, like we should probably disband this cult. Some people are about to kill themselves.
Oh, that good, eh?
Like
Gotcha.
I do what I do, but I work with what I have. I don't exactly have Bobby Burrell on that one.
Nope.
Any Bradman talk tonight? No, not yet. We did have the curator come by. Guys, the whole time in the chat, I've said that. Maybe I should repeat this. So two things. Number one, I put the link in there. If anybody wanted to use it, you're not required to. But I also said, if there's something you guys want to talk about, it doesn't have to be what we're talking about. We're just chatting. That's what we've been doing the last while. So we did have a couple of topics and we chatted about them. So it's one of those things where I'm satisfied with that piece. And Bobby gave a wonderful nugget of wisdom, which I'll carve out and do its own standalone video as well. There's a couple of minutes there where he's giving some great insight. So we got that in there tonight as well. Really pleased with that. But no, we can talk about whatever you guys like, and then we'll wind her down. So it's just really up. It's been up to you guys in the chat. You guys have to kind of lead the way. Where do you want to go?
Yep. I know I bought some. I can't show them right now because I don't have them yet. But I bought some 76 football cards.
Okay.
Football.
So football.
Yes.
Okay.
So Euro football.
Okay.
Maybe. So I was bidding on this auction. It's a small auction out in Nova Scotia, whatever. Mm-hmm. Anyways, there was one of the packs. You know, they come in the paper packs and it says Euro football and medium whatever on it. And so I'm sitting there going, okay, I'm bidding on that with a few other things. I'm just trying to buy into a small auction because there was something I was interested in, a couple things. That was sort of the hidden thing. So the things I bid on, which were actually schedules, they were from the 50s, vessel schedules. So I said, okay, I'm going to pay this much for the schedules, and then I'm going to pay a Euro football. I looked up some of the players and went, oh, some of those guys, like stickers, get amazing money. Just
Mhm.
unbelievable. 175, 200. Wow. So, anyways, I get the schedules. See, I didn't ask questions on this thing. Last time I asked questions, they put too many pictures. When they put too many pictures, I didn't want them to expand upon the football because I didn't know what was buried underneath the football pack.
Mhm.
So, but I wanted to see what was inside the schedules because if they're marked, they're half the value, right? And you're talking about almost $100 per schedule. So
Mhm.
I put my bid according to the schedules being damaged and a little bit hedging on the football. So I put my bid. I won. I paid a bit, but I mean, it was okay. So I get the schedules, and my friend picked it up for me actually, and they're all marked inside with the game scores. Not so neat, but I mean, still you still have they're very collectible anyways. Way. So then he sends me a picture, and he goes, "Yeah, it looks like there's a full set. There's like 200 cards in a plastic case." I'm going, "Wow, that's probably a set." And those things, like some of those players from other teams, it's just amazing. Like Germany and Netherlands, whatever.
I was gonna say it'd be international, right? So do you have does it have like a Pele or something like that? I assume
I don't
from that
even know
era.
if it has a paleo. 76.
Yeah,
I was saying that to my friend. I
I was
said,
gonna
there should
say
be
I feel like era wise that seems now again I don't know Pele's career timeline, but I feel like that makes
it's right
sense.
there. Well, he was in the sportscasters, but was he playing at
Mm.
that time? He had to be because I'm a 76. So I'm like 12 years old. Pele was around. Yeah, because I was
By
watching.
the way, for the record, I laughed because I saw an Instagram photo that had
Mhm.
one of those sportscaster cards.
Yeah.
But it was funny. I forgot about it, and I knew in the back of my mind that it was there, but it made me laugh. I kind of wish that I had brought it up during the time that Eric was showing the different ones because I think he had the full set.
Hmm.
There's an OJ Simpson one.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, apparently yeah. I don't know which year of the group of years that it was, but apparently there was an OJ Simpson. I was like, oh yeah, of course there is.
Yes. There'd be one of everybody. That's
Yeah,
right.
no, exactly. Like
OJ
you.
is still collectible.
Oh no.
He's
OJ's
he.
interesting. He is infamous, but he was a great OJ's got this weird double legacy. As an athlete,
Not so weird, but
yes.
yeah.
No, but it is though because not too many guys end up in that weird zone. Like there are some, but like not that many.
So
And
two
most of the one
extremes.
look, the only guys in football that you have that are specifically like that is like an Aaron Hernandez, who was good, really good, but then ended up in jail and all that stuff. But like he didn't fashion a Hall of Fame career that was already done.
No.
A successful secondary career that was in progress. Like he was in movies and doing great stuff. Like OJ Simpson had everything going on. Like
Oh,
he
yeah.
was doing great. It wasn't like, oh man, he fell on a hard time. He was doing great. He just
Too
could
great. He was in
like
the zone too long.
he was. Imagine an alternate dimension where he never gets involved in any of that.
Mhm.
O.J. Simpson would be remembered as fondly because he would have had a great secondary career after the initial career, Hall of Fame career, and then he's got this great double legacy. As it is, it's like great legacy on field,
Mhm.
infamy post field. But he had a little window there where he was in Naked Gun movies as a comedic actor, and
He was in a lot of stuff,
that's what
to
I
be
mean.
honest.
Like he was doing great. It wasn't like he was doing bad. Like, he was doing great. And then like, oh no, oh no, OJ, no, OJ, no.
Get out of the car.
It's like, please step away from everything you're doing right now. Just go away.
No, that's where the alternate universe doesn't work so well for him.
Understand, but he that makes it for you can 100% condemn him for everything he's done, but then at the same time go like, why? What? Like you had everything going great. All you had to do is just continue down the path you were going down. Otherwise, just stay away.
I think like I said, he was in the zone too long.
I guess
And when
so.
you're in the zone too long, power corruption,
I guess so.
absolute
Yeah.
power, absolute corruption. There you go.
Yeah. Well, like he's the worst example of like, dude.
Mm.
that's like the worst of all judgment. Like the worst of judgment, because it's one of those things. Like, dude, you've got so many things going on for you. There are so many good things going on for you. Whatever it is, let it go. Let it all go. Move
Pete
on.
Rose too.
Yeah. Again, unforced errors. I would call those all unforced. Like
Yeah.
you have a legacy ready to go. All you got to do is just stay down the primrose path you're already on. Just keep walking. Straight line.
No.
It's already been paid for you. Just keep walking.
Yeah, but he stopped and opened Pandora's box.
Look at
He's
you.
laying on the side of
Look
the
at you.
road.
Look at you. All right, so real quick, I'll get caught up in the comments. Collecting cards is keep involved more than others. In sports, probably less than 3% of population collect cards. That's probably right. Collect no modern cards, only 80 to 98 from guys I watch from Instagram. That's fair. It's completely understandable. Have a good night, Victor. Take it easy. Have a good night, Yannick. Hurts commercials. True story. OJ probably had concussion syndrome. Nobody says he ever fell off the deep. Says that when he fell off the deep end. I don't know. It's one of those things where if it did, it took him a while for it to manifest itself. I suppose. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I got to go to my first show in 6 months here in New York State Fairgrounds in Syracuse this weekend. Cool. Sold an OJ 89 Pro Set card 2 hours ago on eBay. Oh,
How
man.
much? How much?
I'd be curious. No, like I'd be curious. I don't know what an 89 Pro Set card would go. That's well past his playing days. That's well past his playing days. So I'd be curious.
It's Pro Set. Doesn't matter.
It shouldn't matter.
No, it shouldn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't. Shouldn't. You got it.
Yeah. Like I said, the Barry Sanders and the Troy Aikman and that one, I get those. I get it. But it's one of those things where it's like those were great talents. They printed a lot, but not as much as they would later, very shortly.
Mm-hmm.
So that helps a lot. 89 Pro Set is not a bad year of Pro Set, but by that point he's a retired Hall of Famer. By that point he's well retired because he started in 1970 and he's a running back. So he was long since retired. So
yeah, but it isn't. Initially, it affected his card values, but as time went on,
he's still the key card of the 1970 top set.
Yes.
I believe.
And Pete Rose too. You can't.
It's not a nice condition copy, but I have an O.J. Simpson rookie. I have a good chunk of that 70 top set. It's one of those.
It's a nice set.
Maybe this is a conversation down the road that I'd love to have with some folks. It's like sometimes you'll get designs on a project. I still think I'll go back to that one because that 1970 top set is kind of neat. I think it's kind of fun. And I have the OJ. So it's like already, and I think I've got a couple of the other key cards in that set.
Chris Benoit card?
No, not so much.
Did they have them?
Pretty sure, yeah. I wouldn't be shocked because in his WCW days, he would have had a card, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Let me see here. I will do a quick fact-finding mission on that. But I believe the answer is yes.
So would a signed copy be worth it? No. Easy. Easy.
He who is shall not be spoken of.
It is late. It's late. Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I am so happy that you brought it up, though. That gives me great joy. He would Chris Benoit, funny enough, would qualify in the he's less complicated, but in a way he was, because again, now mind you, this is a different set of circumstances completely. But here's the thing. Again, alternate universe. Alternate universe, he lives his life in retirement. He retires. He lives his life. He has his kids. They grow up and do whatever. Because one of his oldest son is still around. And apparently his oldest son got into professional wrestling.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, like, he still has some legacy. Of course, that is a very mixed, complicated, like... for some guys, being the son of a great wrestler is very beneficial to get you in the door.
Sure.
For the son of Chris Benoit, not helpful at all. Like, you almost have to be like, deny it. He decided to just roll with it. But it's going to be 1,000 times tougher for him. Everyone will look at his last name and go, like, you're that Benoit,
no,
huh?
I'm Benoit.
Yeah, not so much. No.
Well, that's what it looks like phonetically.
Yeah, but like, it is the most. He has decided to take the hard road, the very hard road, the hardest road.
You know, the funny thing is, with regards to serial killers and what have you, a lot of people pursue their autographs and original documents. Like, there's a big market out there for that.
Oh, 100%. No.
Like,
that part's, in terms of infamy, people like Nazi paraphernalia. They like all kinds of stuff. Like, there is a realm for that, but it creates this awkward.
You say Reich or realm?
What's that?
Reich or realm?
I didn't say either one of those things.
You said realm for that. Reich for that. No,
I said realm.
Sorry.
Thank you.
That's fun.
But we'll play. But the thing is that it creates this whole situation. Like, look, I get it, but it's like, I don't know what it's a fascinating story, but I don't know what the appeal would be. Like, it's just the appeal would be, as a guy who enjoys professional
You
wrestling,
wouldn't go out.
please.
You wouldn't go out for beers at Boston Pizza with those guys. You wouldn't.
Yeah, like
they're in a different level.
You would only meet them in daylight in public.
Sure.
Like, just, and by the way, I need to see your hands the whole time. Yeah, like at all times. Like, I got questions. So real quick here, I go, let me quickly go scroll through. The few books lately with crazy sounding conspiracy where OJ is a part of murders, but not the actual killer. There's a million things with him. So apparently $4 for the OJ Simpson. Yep. They offer $4, jumped on it. Completely fair. Glance at the 70 tops on eBay. It's not bad. I think for 70s football, I think it's a good looking set. I think it's still a good looking set. I think they did a good job with that. Which card had a larger drop value this peak? OJ rookie or McGuire rookie? I would say McGuire. In all honesty, because I don't
initially or over now.
Well, okay, so maybe initially, then yes, but like the OJ is still the key card. The OJ is still the key card. Like, again, with OJ, if I separate his legacy into the football, he's a key card in that set, and he was a great player in his day. So there is, like, if I want to complete the set, I still need the card.
You're paying for Topps card, not paying for him, so to speak, you know?
No, for sure.
It's not like he's benefiting from that directly. So,
no, not at all. Exactly.
Different.
Agreed. McGuire was a problem because, well, like when he was at his apex, it was crazy. Like when he was running hot, he was running uber hot. Breaking the home run record and all that stuff. And then afterwards, Andrew Steen Dion and all that stuff. It's like, well, look at him. like you had to know. Like, he was a monster. Like, he was this gigantic behemoth of a man. It was absurd. It was almost comical.
I'm going to uncut sheet with his rookie on it. So
yeah, it was one of those things where it's like, I understood. What was always interesting to me, and this was maybe, this is actually kind of a good, thank you for bringing up the topic, actually, because this reminds me of a good story. And I'll explain in a second. About the McGuire rookie. I'll quickly touch on in a second here. McGuire rookie jumped up early, huge during the COVID days. Yeah, absolutely. And I think I bought like a BGS 7.5, and I think I paid like $15 for it. Like, you could get it cheap, super cheap. Did you have the 70 sticker inserts as well? No, I did not. Base
I
set.
like those ones.
They were nice. Cool looking. Yeah, for sure. Favorite McGuire back to he married pharmaceutical sales rep. Well played. Okay, so real quick. So two things. I did look up the Benoit thing.
Nice.
Beckett does not acknowledge a rookie card. Beckett says he has 0 rookie cards.
Oh.
But he has 216 items on the Beckett checklist. His first thing he's got recognized here is 1998 Panini WCW NWO photo cards.
Mm-hmm.
He does have a 98 Topps card, which to me feels like it would be his rookie card. Like, it's a 98 Topps card. Maybe they just don't want to acknowledge me because I'm like, he's got a 1998 Topps card. Like, what's complicated about this?
You have to. It's good or bad. History is history. You can't make it disappear.
But it's one of those things. Like, just mark it off as a rookie.
You don't have to buy it if you don't want it. So
yeah.
Why would you keep it on? That makes no sense to me.
Yeah, his checklist is 216 total items
or cards. Protecting him from something? Or?
But the thing is, you're not, though, because it's like, look, it was the 1998 Topps NWO set or WCW set. It was a real set. I remember that set. It was there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Weird.
Great. I don't know what to tell you. So Rick here says, I refuse to buy an OJ rookie card. No. Here's the thing. That's completely fine. Totally get it. I had designs on completing the set, and in the back of my mind, that's like a back burner project that I'd like to come back to. So I went and picked up some cards, including that one. So, like, if you're going to complete the set, that's part of the set. But again, if you're not interested, you don't want the set, totally get it, totally understand.
100%. I would buy the card, not with sharp corners, but I would buy the card.
Mine is pretty beat up, I will say. I'll find it and I'll do a little showcase because I do have a starter. Like, I've actually got a couple of different cards from it. I think I've got a couple of the other stars in it. I don't remember. It's been a while since I looked at it. I know what box I have it in. I still have it around.
There's a few football sets that are really nice. I like the design. I think they did a really good job. Baseball, there's a few sets, not many that I really like.
For sure.
Baseball's kind of different. Hockey, some sets I really like, and other sets are just.
I will say there are
shouldn't
very
be.
large gaps because it's one of those things where once I got past the point of feeling like I needed to complete a run, because in the back of my mind I had designs. It was a beautiful idea. I love the idea of doing that complete run because it sounds good. But then I go like, but I don't like 64 tops.
No.
Not a big fan of 63. 62 is cool. 61, boring as it is, kind of generic as it is, I kind of still like it. 60 tops is cool. I like that set. I like the colors. I like that. I like that. So it became after a while, it's like, actually, there's a lot of these I don't like. So it's like, maybe I should just collect the ones I like. Maybe that would make more sense. Yeah. Maybe just forego the idea of the run and just be like, yeah, let me just grab the ones that are interesting to me. Oh, that's a good idea. I like that.
It's a perfect idea. They have more self-appreciation for the set itself to you, opposed to the set itself in the marketplace, so to speak.
Yeah, and then just pick and choose. But it could be whatever your aesthetic is. Because to me, 60 tops with the colors and the way they did it, it works for me. It works for me. Like I visually, it works for me. So it's one of those things where it's like, yes, I like it. The 70 tops, as boring as it is with the gray borders, I still find it quaint. There's something about certain cards in that set. I still kind of like it. I kind of like it for what it is.
I get that.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's odd. It's a bit odd, but I kind of like it for that.
It's like hockey. The 67 set, I really, really like that set.
With the big photos, yeah. With the big photos, it's cool. With the big photo, here's what I'll say: well centered. I saw a 67 tops mantle, well centered, beautiful looking card. I had one, but it was really beat up. It suffers. I think with that one, you have to hold out for the nice looking copy, because if you get the nice looking copy, it's a nice picture. It's a nice big picture. A lot of those are headshots. If you don't like headshots, it's not going to work for you.
It doesn't matter to me.
No. I'm giving some context though. Sure. Some folks that may be less familiar. If you're not into headshots, maybe that's not the one. Maybe 69 would be more interesting for you. Similar conceptually, different design, but similar conceptually. 68, if you like burlap sacks. I do. I actually worked on that set. I've got a bunch of the cards. Yeah, I like it for what it is. I still need the Ryan and a couple of the big cards, but again, projects on the back burner. I've got a whole stack of projects. That's what I mean. Like, it makes me laugh where I go, if this becomes too difficult, I got plenty to keep me busy. I got plenty of By the way, this project in the back burner, let me bring it to the front burner. It's not a big deal. It's fine. We'll get there. I promise. I want to read this comment though. I like it. So DR says, how funny is it that some people say a game is too long? I will. But we'll hang out to watch a 3-hour stream, a 5-hour stream, DR. Not tonight. Not tonight. But we have done that in the past. But we have not tonight. But we have done that in the past.
Last night, last week, 5.
Yeah, it was 5 and change. Yeah. But I blame boxing. Boxing is what screwed that up. I guarantee it. It was the boxing.
I thought it was the cricket, but anyways.
we made fun of cricket for a while. We didn't actually talk about cricket that much.
Well, it seemed like we found out about Bradham.
Bradman. It's not Bradman. It's Bradman.
Bradham.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's right.
MN.
Yeah.
Apostrophe in there somewhere. We found out about the fickle green hat or whatever it was called, and a few other things.
That's what I mean. Like, it's like we didn't learn a lot, did we?
I can't even remember what the hat was called. What was it called? Green.
It was like a green bagger or green baggy or
something like that. Similar.
This is where we need Aussie Card Dad. Aussie Card Dad told us what the answer was on that one.
Yes.
I got nothing. They can speak to it a little bit better than I can.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so I like 71 blue tops. So, that's fair. I got the Bart Star as one of my favorite cards. Yeah, totally fair. Totally.
Yeah, Bart Star's nice. Yeah.
But that's what I mean. Like some of those, again, not every card is going to be for everybody's aesthetic. I get that. So
sometimes I like the back of the card opposed to maybe the front of the card, but I really like the backs of the 8081 O-Pee-Chee.
Okay.
Love that yellow pop. It's nice to turn it around and read the back and look at it. It's the top's is dull. It's really just doesn't do it for me.
No, that's fair.
But the front of the cards are pretty plain. There's not much to them. Simple border. Very simple. In hockey, I'm talking, sorry, of course. Certain issues that I really enjoy. 76 O-Pee-Chee, the green backs. I love them. And the 71s, the green backs. The 70. Love it. Just for some reason we have certain things. Johnny Unitas, yeah.
Okay, hold on. See the beauty of a live stream.
What's that? Oh, there we go.
Is that not a quality photograph?
Yeah.
He posed for this picture. That's the important part. He's like, this
He's
is the
kind of
pose.
got that look. You know?
Like,
It's not my favorite card, but
secretly I know that it's like, I know what's about to happen here. I'm going to roll right into it. Here you go. Here's your photo. Enjoy.
got that look.
Nicely done, Paul. There's a great callback. I like that. I like that. Sometimes you get those fun photos. Sometimes you get those weird, awkward photos. Bob Lewis is a big fan of the weird photo. He's a huge fan of that. He's a big time.
Bob's in that weird area, so that's yeah.
Yeah, Bob's very strange. Yeah, he pretty much has chair to keep him in line. That's pretty much all that holds it together. That operation relies on chair a lot. Well, he did. We'll see it down the road. I'll have him. We can have him chat about it. Apparently, he got a basketball card collection. Some interesting stuff in it. Apparently, some interesting stuff. So I'll leave it to Bob to convey that.
He never buys collections. He's always an opener.
He usually does. A lot of the stuff he does. A lot of his collection is based on breaks.
Yes.
It's based on he'll break a lot because and I don't blame him because breaking is the classic old school of find out what's inside. It's the curiosity. It's the endless possibilities. It could be anything. Who knows?
It's gambling, yes.
Well, the thing was, he was doing it while you could still just buy blasters at Walmart or whatever. Like,
yeah, when it's cheap, it's fine. But
he was doing
nowadays.
He was doing it at that time. I don't think he's ever paid any secondary market on that. If he can find it at the store, he buys it at the store. Like, it is what it is. But he built a lot of his collection based on that, and you open enough stuff, you're going to pull some decent stuff. That's the way it works. But it's
you have
kind
fun opening it, looking. Hey, what did I get? Sure.
Yeah. Well, he'll do it, and then he'll open up some stuff with the dude, his dad. He'll get his dad on involved, and he'll open up some stuff, and it's fun. Why not?
Everybody has a different take on the hobby, so that's great.
Old school haircut, very true. We'll have to forward the pic to Bob. Yes, you should. He would be. I think he would appreciate that.
That haircut is so short, you can see the scalp of his head.
Yeah. Well, that was Johnny Unitas thing. It was one of those things like, yep, that's Johnny Unitas. If you didn't know, if you took the name away, you'd still know who it is.
Yeah.
That's kind of the way it worked out at that time. So real quick, what I'll do here.
He's on the cover of the 76 football box, too, I think.
What was that, sir?
I think he's on the cover of the 76 football box.
Oh, Johnny Unitas?
Yes.
Gotcha.
He's pictured on. Yep.
I think that's fair. So I'll show one card for fun. And then I'll show something else as well because I was having a little bit of fun with this too. And this is kind of an interesting thing that I've been having fun with. I'm still trying to figure out where I want to stand on it, but this is kind of a fun thing. I don't necessarily like this card, but it was weird enough where I was like, I kind of want to buy it. Okay. So I ended up buying it. So it's a Leaf art card of Medano. It's a 1-of-1 art card. And I'm sitting there like, that's a take. It is an autograph card, so that's cool.
Yeah, that it is.
I was like, does that look like Medano if he got like punched in the face and like your glasses were like, you put mayonnaise on them? I'm like,
and it's like his hair was dyed for 40 years.
I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened here. And this Leaf released this.
They let that go, eh?
Yeah, 100%. Yes.
Brian said, looks good. Stamp.
It's so weird that I was like, I like it.
It's the fugly, yes.
Yeah, and it is a legitimate 1-of-1, thankfully.
Thankfully, it is a 1-of-1. Oh
it's like, just to be clear, I did offer down on that card. I was like, we're gonna need to pay less.
A lot less.
Yeah, I was like,
free shipping.
Oh goodness. Oh my goodness.
I'll
find out for you. I genuinely don't know. I'll find out for you once I have it in hand.
Oh, actually, there's some pretty bad artists out there.
It's on the back of the card. I'm curious. I genuinely want to know.
There's some cards out there. Some of the artists, like Bob Pelkowski, was a great artist for a lot of sports artists out there. I know, but there was this one. I forget his name, and he did football photos too. What's his name? I don't know. Tasco. Irvin Pasco, I think he did a lot of the football photos and what have you. But he did a run for the Little Caesars Pizza. They did these calendars, and he did all the artwork for them.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus, just look at them and you go, you guys let that pass? Like, honestly? That passed? Honestly? But they're so ugly, they're kind of almost cool.
That was kind of the thing, is that as weird as it was, when I saw it, I was like, that's kind of hideous. But it's a one of ones. It's one of those things where it's like,
you took it off the market. Thank you very much.
I was like, you're welcome, all of y'all. You're welcome, all of y'all. But you're gonna have to see it one more time on my pickup video. You better believe it. Okay. And I'm gonna show it on 4K.
It's okay because we've been preempted, so the shock value will be gone, and
wow,
be all right.
For the folks that see the live stream, you have received the benefit of being inoculated from the horror.
That's all I need is another vaccine.
Yeah, there you go. All right, so real quick here, I'll touch on a couple of these. Do you guys see any parallels with the hobby on YouTube and the World Series of Poker got big on TV? I will agree with no. Only because when the World Series of Poker got big on TV, it was because of Chris Moneymaker. It was like one specific thing. And I enjoyed that poker boom. It was fun. Like, I say this seriously. True story. Like, honestly, true story. When that whole thing was going down, I was there right when that happened. And I remember seeing the Chris Moneymaker thing and then seeing how quickly poker blew up. It was fascinating. It was
new and interesting.
Yeah. And plus, I like Texas Hold'em. Like, I actually enjoy the game. Like, it's fun for me.
I like that.
When I went to Vegas, I was playing in Texas Hold'em tournaments because it's fun. It's fun. And I remember playing some early online Texas Hold'em right around the same time too. So it's like, it's interesting to me. And I remember the World Series of Poker. And I remember, in addition, a couple of years after the Chris Moneymaker thing, the World Series of Poker was so popular at that point still, during that poker boom, that they would have like audio play-by-play. And I remember typing out a paper when I was still in university. And while I was doing that, I was listening to the audio play-by-play of the final table of the World Series of Poker, just as background sound. So I remember doing that. It was just very interesting. It was like, to me, it was just fascinating that they even had that going on. I was like, really? I was like, okay. Because it's one of those things, like, when you're watching the post-recording, when it's edited and you can see the whole cards, that's different. This was live while the final table was happening, so you can't see the whole cards. So you're doing play-by-play and you can't see what's going on, because it would give somebody an unfair advantage. So all you're doing is play-by-play on what's happening at the actual final table in real time. Wow. So it was different. It was weird. I was just like, this is fascinating to me that you guys would do it this way. But I love the strangeness of it is appealing in its own way, if you know what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. So it's just, to me, it was fascinating. I would say the hobby on YouTube, though, the hobby on YouTube's definitely had its rise. I think long-term, the cream will rise to the top. Even if the quote-unquote hobby crashes, all our crashes are not that dramatic. Like, here's the thing. Certain things are going to crash. Some stuff, we've talked about this a million times. Some stuff hasn't moved that dramatically. The stuff that hasn't moved that dramatically. Yeah, the stuff that hasn't moved that dramatically will move a couple percentage points here or there, and everybody will shrug their shoulders and move on and continue on as they were. It's not going to be a big deal. At the super high end, if you're paying millions of dollars and it crashes, well, then that sucks for you. But if you paid $100 and now it's 90 or 85, is that a big deal?
Well, I think the guys at the high end are actually protected because those ones always seem to be doing okay.
For the moment, they should be, yeah, because they've got a vested interest. Here's the thing. You're not going to see the big drop unless one of those guys panic sells. And if you've got the money, why would you panic sell? You'd rather just sit back and ride it out then. Just hold it.
Yeah.
Don't sell it.
Stock and hold. Wait for
it can't go down if you don't sell it, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
So Paul, here's some of those cards with the artists. So you can see there's Mark Spitz. Oops, sorry, at the other end.
Yep.
Oops. Aurelio
Rodriguez.
Yep. Lee Trevino.
Oh, Lee
where am I doing?
Okay.
There we go. Sorry.
Yeah, right there.
And Bill Freehand.
Yep. Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
So the artist is horrible. It's just like, would you like that picture?
It is a caricature. It's one of those like you literally would have a kid caricature made with like the exaggerated features. It's like off the
that
wall.
one should be a caricature, and then you could have got away with it a little better.
Yeah, I agree with that. I did get a couple of good comments on the Medano. I like this. Hold on.
Oh.
Medano and The Walking Dead. I like that.
That's exactly
Hockey
that.
Guy. By the way, I want to give Hockey Guy. If there was a prize, I would give a prize. Hockey Guy, of all the Medano cards, that is certainly one of them. Yes, you got it. You got the essence of it.
That
Correct.
is it.
Well played.
Say no more.
Did they use a pick of Julio Jones from Medano? Yep. Yeah, I agree. I get it. Carlos drew the card of Monopoly. I refuse to take credit for that. Look, I can do better. I'm sorry. I can do better. I'm not an artist. I do not claim to have an artistic bone in my body, but I would sit there and take my time. I assure you I can do better than that. Don't put that pox on me, sir. Do not put that pox on me. Phil Ivey, yep, absolutely. Poker got big because of ESPN. Yes, absolutely. It got big because the NHL had a lockout in ESPN. I don't know about that. The NHL is not really a factor. I'm sorry. The NHL does not have any relevance to playing into it. The ESPN, what the ESPN realized is that it was a very easy content to film. The thing about poker is that poker's easy to film. You rig up a table. Put cameras where the hole cards are so people can see what the cards are. And then people can backseat play at home and say like, oh, I wouldn't have played it like that. That's all you have to do. Make it in such a way where the smart ass at home who isn't doing anything and has no money at stake can be like, oh man, he crumbled under the pressure. I wouldn't have done that. Really?
Mm-hmm.
Because if your next decision is going to make you $1 million or not make you $1 million, are you sure?
I think it was coming. I think prior to that, didn't we have billiards going on?
You did, but
Just a
billiards has been
few
around a long
years.
time. Billiards has been around a long time.
Understood, but remember
yeah.
they started really covering it, and you started getting
Sure.
into those tournaments and everything. So that was the next progression, I believe.
Well, ESPN also had a lot of channels. At one point in the mid '90s, ESPN2 had Magic the Gathering tournaments.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Wow.
ESPN2 had Magic the Gathering. The Magic the Gathering World Championship was available on ESPN2.
Wow. That's crazy.
They needed programming. Like this isn't like rocket science here. And by the way, cheap programming that's easy to film that people actually decided they want to watch. It's great.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is people will be like, "Oh, why is ESPN playing card games?" It's like, do you know what ESPN stands for? It stands for entertainment and sports. It's not entertainment is very broad. It leaves a lot of room. It's a very broad definition. By definition, card games are just as valid on ESPN as anything else.
Yes.
By definition. By the very name of the network. So I love playing poker, just playing random people who studied odds and were attempting to be very serious about it. Yep, absolutely. Messaging Bob. His favorite Unitas is 1960 tops, probably. Cartoons made a really cool set of baseball cards from the cards of cartoon form nicknames. Yep. The cartoons. I think I remember that one. That's right. Poker on TV is the land of the ultimate armchair quarterback. Exactly. Exactly right, Hockey Guy. 100%. 100%. I once made my family mad by turning on bowling. They got mad and set the change, and I managed to find darts on at the same time. So 2 things, real quick. Number 1, darts on TV now is awesome. The Europeans...
It's come back again?
Oh, I have so when football
120.
180. Make sure.
Well, no, you got 120.
No, you can, but 180 is where they really get pumped up. Was where you get the 180 is where they get really pumped up. But when I do the football, in Canada we can't do NFL Sunday Ticket anymore. It's got to be DAZN, DAZN.
Really?
Yeah, that's what it is. It's DAZN. So anyway, I order it for a couple of months during the NFL season. But one of the things they do is they'll also do darts. When I'm at home, when I'll go back to the house sometimes, I'll put the darts on there. Here's the thing. Darts, professional darts, where they've got it, they'll have it in these pubs that have their own amphitheaters with a big crowd of drunken nut jobs who are screaming. So it's a great atmosphere. And the guys come in with an entourage and with ladies, and they'll walk them all the way up to the front. Like it's a whole spectacle. It's an entrance. It's WWE, but it's darts. And the announcer plays right into it. When he goes in, the guy hits the three. It's not 180. No, it's like 180. And people got signs. They're freaking out. They're losing their minds. They're drunk. They're freaking out. They're losing their minds. It's actually fun TV to watch. It's very entertaining. And the dart games don't last long. It's a couple of minutes. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
A fast sport that's
He's a
simple
hell
to
of an
understand.
athlete.
Yeah, it's not even about the athletic part. It's like it's an entertainment package. It's an entertainment program. You got these guys who do this thing well. You got good production values. The games are quick, and then you get your thing. You get to enjoy it. You get to watch. The crowd can make a mundane thing interesting. If the crowd is legitimately into it, it can be a fun presentation. Well, that's what it is. It's a fun presentation.
Yeah.
They've done a very good job. I was very impressed. They did a good job. They made darts interesting. Where when I put it on, my family doesn't care about any sport. They'll be like, leave it on for a couple minutes. And then sit there watching, and they get a kick out of when they do the 180. Like I'm sorry, it's simple. It's people don't understand. Entertainment is not that complicated. It's like, yes, we want to see great athletic feats. That's cool too. But it's like, look, just put together a nice. The thing with those things is that the full game lasts a couple of minutes. It's fast. It's easy. It's quick. And it's not hard to figure out. The rules are not that complicated. Oh, I understand exactly what's going on. Perfect. You're good to go.
Yeah. Double in the top, triple in the front. Yeah. Simple stuff.
Simple. Easy. Great. That's a very big TSN in the 1980s. Yep, absolutely. But the newer version, though, they've done a very good job. The new presentation, well done. The guys have entrance theme songs.
No way.
Yes.
Up to that point?
It's so beautiful. Like, what?
Like vintage songs, or is it kind of like
It's a combination. Depends on the player. Depends on the guy. They got different ones. They've done a good job picking songs depending on their personality and their persona as they walk in.
Of course.
Like they understood how to take the elements out of professional wrestling. It's darts.
It starts.
But they understood how to do like presentation. It's presentation. Show the presentation. And the guys get amped up. The crowd gets amped up. They lose their minds. It's great.
Sounds like a National Lampoon movie theme.
Roll with it, man. Roll with it.
Wait till shuffleboard hits. It's my next sport.
Dude.
It's popping. And the
So,
cards.
Bobby, Prism shuffleboard,
Oh, yeah, I like that.
next level.
It looks like
It's a license they can still get before Fnatic gets it. Get it now while you still can.
Mm-hmm.
Just telling you.
It's like the Slates movie.
I used to know a professional darts player back in the day on Yahoo. Nice, the guy. Not saying Hockey created the poker boom directly, but ESPN really did start filming poker to fill lost time. So yeah,
Sure.
I get it. Look, but here's the thing: Hockey did so poorly in the ratings. They probably should have preempted hockey for poker. I would have. Poker got me to collect 300 plus chips after home game. Yes, from closed Vegas casinos in the 1970s, and started collecting ivory poker chips
cool.
from late 1800. Very cool. That's nice. I not as sophisticated as that. That's very cool actually with the poker chips piece as well. I would collect for a little while different poker decks from different casinos. And they're kind of fun. They're kind of fun things to have, especially if you can get you know ones that were used obviously in games, and that's pretty good. Team darts is good too. Yep. Everything has its day and then fade away. Cornhole, Aussie rules. Settle down, Baz. Settle down. Aussie rules is great. PBA bowling. You know what's funny? You can see PBA bowling on YouTube. They've done a good job. You can actually watch PBA Tour on YouTube.
The tree cutting log rolling thing is really good.
Yeah, well, it's like, isn't it like the Lumberjack Games or something? Isn't it like something like that? Like, it might be sponsored by Steel, but it'd be like my guess because I remember seeing something like that. It was like a Lumberjack competition sponsored by Steel.
Oh, by Still. Yeah. Gotcha.
So it's one of-
SDHIL, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's the one. So, but I remember there being like a whole thing where they sponsored a series of events. They would cut the log and they would use the chainsaw and then like various versions of it. Yeah, sure. Why not?
Yeah,
Guys,
very good.
maybe the best way to put this is I know it may seem silly, but all sports are entertainment if you really think about it. The amount of athleticism, at the end of the day, there are some very athletic things that no one gives a crap about and no one watches, so they don't end up there. There are other things that's like, oh, well, I could do that. Doesn't matter. You're watching it. That's all that matters. It's like you're watching it. They don't need it to be particularly athletic. And some stuff, by the way, is super difficult to do, but no one cares.
Chess.
No one cares.
That's a tough sport.
There was a point in time where people watched chess. There was a point in time where it was a thing.
Yeah,
Today, no one's interested.
there's a Netflix one on about a girl. I forget what it was called, but I watched it. It was actually really interesting. I've never been much of a chess person or checkers. I was more into other games.
I like the game, but it's one of those things where I couldn't get into it enough to think more than a couple of steps ahead. Like the really good chess players can think like almost the full game ahead. Like they're already at the conclusion, and you're still like thinking like, okay, so if I set this up, it'll look like this, and then
Well, they got names of different things that you do, right? Like
Yeah.
it's named after this guy.
yeah, they study they study thousands of games, and they've got all these different
The
combinations.
Oscar
and they have-
move. There's
Yeah.
the Mancini kind of method, and it's like so it's really kind of set because you can only go so many ways before
Yeah.
you run out of options.
No, for sure. I think one thing I'll say about this comment though, I get Baz's general point. I get the point. I will say though, like Aussie Rules, legitimately, if you guys have never watched that, it is a really fun sport to watch. It's got the combination of a lot of the other things you like. It's got physicality because these guys, it's rugby, it's still
Yeah.
rugby. These guys, there's physicality to it, but there's also a skill element to it because you can't just be like, you want to run with that thing, they're going to hit you, so you better be able to get that ball down the field. You got to be able to kick it. You got to be able to. You can do a certain kind of a pass, but it's very specific. It's very strategic. You can't just go like, nope. You gotta position a certain way. There's certain things you can do within the context of the rules to get that ball down there, and you have to be in position. And you're running for miles, so the soccer piece of the athleticism and cardio is like, yeah, it's there. That field, if you go look at what an Aussie Rules field, it's gigantic. It's huge. You got to run for miles and miles and miles in a game. That's the reason why those guys are all fit. There are no fat Aussie Rules players because they can't.
Oh no,
You're doing too much cardio. It's impossible.
you got some big guys for the scrums.
You
and
do,
what have you.
totally.
Yeah.
And they're
Those
physical.
guys don't
and if,
run much, but I mean,
yeah, but if they hit you, there's no pads on. You're getting hit.
they stay at the center line. They just go 10 yards either way, and that's
It's part of the strategy. You got to position your guys. You got to position your guys in the right way. You got to have the right type of player. You can't just rely on just those guys, otherwise they'll run past you, and then you're no good. Strong was kind of big in the late '90s and the '80s. That was a big one. The Soul Strong Man, World's Strongest Man.
I
and that
love
stuff.
watching those. Oh yeah,
Yeah, Magnus Verb Magnuson.
he was the best.
He was one of the dominant players.
He
Absolutely.
he was the best ever. There ever will be. I don't think you can beat him.
I think it's fair. Irish hurling is pure joy. Bedlam and amateur athletes. Yeah. Baseball is like chess, since very few enjoy and follow it. Too many nuances, sophistication. I can make that. I think your argument is reasonable. I do think, though, in all honesty, baseball did it's what I said earlier. Baseball did itself no favors. It was going to have an uphill climb in the modern day with the style of game. However, tack on 1 million stoppages in play, stick 1 billion commercial breaks in there, and you've ruined any flow you got. Your only hope is to be like, actually, baseball is a game that could be played sub 2 hours. That they used to do that all the time. That used to be the norm. Well, in a baseball, I know TV prefers having a longer game.
We do the double headers all the time, but it's not bad. 5 hours.
But TV used to do it. Where TV wants all these commercials. They want to stretch it out. They want to stretch it out. They want to stretch it out. But it's like, guys, baseball used to have all the things, home runs, all these things going on, and it still took 2 hours.
Yeah.
What happened? The pitchers pitched, the batters batted. You don't, hold on, I need time. What for? I need to adjust this. I need to adjust this. I need to adjust. Step in the batter's box. You pitch the damn ball. Let's go. Like, it's not that complicated. Just throw the ball. You try to hit the ball, and we're done.
I need a lefty out. Come on.
But that's what happens all the time. And then as
Oh,
soon as
bullshit.
they called it a bullpen, the guy who's already been warming up for 5 minutes needs another 10 warm-up pitches, so we need a commercial break. And I'm like,
Exactly.
that's why I get frustrated. That's why I get angry. It's like, you were warming up already. You should be warm. You are warm. You are ready. Start throwing pitches.
I know.
It's stupid. And it's their own fault. It is their own fault. It's nobody else's fault. It's their fault.
I'll be right back.
Absolutely. 7 innings isn't going to fix anything. It's the breaks. You can't do it. Yeah, 3 outcome. Yeah, no, I get you. The shift belongs to the dumpster. Yeah, no, I follow you. Here's the thing, though. If the hitters were hitting properly, and by that I mean actually trying to hit intelligently, the shift wouldn't matter. The best hitters can beat the shift because they hit the ball the other way. They're smart. And you have a relief pitcher that bat inning, 45 minutes later they get a third out. Yeah. No, I get you. The interminable delays. Again, for a baseball purist, that still makes it impossible for me to watch. I can't blame somebody who's not as interested. I don't blame them. I blame the product they've been given. Blame Nomar for games taking too long. It's not just gloves. Come on, it's gloves. It's the wristbands. It's the thing. You just... Yeah. Baseball was great anytime before 2000. Now too many pitching changes, lack of promoting the best athletes. Most minorities left, too expensive. If you want to go with too many pitching changes, they were already doing that before 2000. But I get your point. It's become progressively worse. Let's put it that way. It has become progressively worse. Too expensive to pay travel baseball. That's true. Yeah. The other thing is, here's the thing though. One important thing about the minorities point. I get your point. The thing I would throw out there, though, let's use Kyler Murray. He's a good example. He was a guy who was drafted by the Oakland Athletics and then left that to go play in the NFL. In the NFL, if you're good, you get to play right away. In Major League Baseball, you can spend years in the minors and then, have to ride those crummy buses. And you get paid some, but it's not as... So it's the sport that takes a really long time because you can still have developmental period after the draft. The MLB draft is not a big deal. Because after a guy gets drafted, even if he's drafted in the first round, even if he's drafted first overall, they drafted so-and-so. Cool. It's going to be years before we see them. Doesn't mean anything. You can prospect on them if you want, but it's going to be years before we see them, even the really good ones. So it's like, you can go and go. Yeah, no, absolutely. 100%. And I don't blame him for that. Now, he's a smaller guy. If down the road he gets clocked and his NFL career ends on a big hit, that'll suck for him. But he's made a ton of money in the meantime, so I can't blame him for it. It's a good move. He'll make his money now, other than riding the pine in the minor leagues for a couple of years and then probably getting to the majors and eventually being able to potentially make his money. Or he can make his money now in the NFL playing for the Cardinals, Arizona Cardinals. But yep, I get it. Shift shouldn't be allowed, but agree. Nobody chokes up to beat the shift. Most batters are dopes and most pitchers throw and don't pitch. Yeah. A lot of times those batters I don't want to say olden days because it wasn't that long ago. It's not that long ago. But they understood that all you got to do is, okay, you got the shift on? Fine. Wait a little longer. Hit the ball the other way. Eventually, then the shift becomes worthless. It's like, okay, you want to keep doing this, then you leave me a bunch of room on the other side of the field. I'll just hit the ball there. A good hitter will defeat the shift. A lot of guys can't resist pulling the ball, so there you go. There we are. Introduce a basketball-style shot clock. I think they've tried to do little clocks. They've tried to put clocks on pitchers, and they probably could put a clock on the batter, but it's like, guys, it's not that complicated. You don't need to readjust 1,000 times. You really don't. Yep, A's fans have agreed. I see the NBA taking over as a clear-cut second sport in America. The NBA, if the NBA wants to take over, baseball's not the second sport. Baseball is probably the third. Hockey's not going to get there. We like to talk about hockey, make fun of, but they're not going to get there. I would say NBA is already second, if you're looking at it really. Major League Baseball has a lot of money. They get a lot on TV deals. The ratings aren't there. If I was these networks, I'd be like, so why are we paying you this much money? Your ratings kind of suck. They're not great. Even the World Series and stuff. The World Series will do all right. Some of the playoff games will do all right, but you're not getting big ratings. On a midweek baseball game, you're not getting big ratings. The other thing baseball has, to be honest, as far as ratings are concerned, from a strictly television product standpoint, let's just think about this for a second. I'm a big baseball guy. I'm a baseball purist. I still enjoy the sport. How many people are interested in watching two random... I'm an American League guy. The Jays are an American League team. How many people are interested in watching the Rockies and Cardinals on Sunday Night Baseball?
I like the Birds.
No, but I'm saying, just in general, baseball is a sport where a lot of fans are a fan of their team. They will watch the games for their team. Maybe the division rivals because they want to kind of keep an eye on them.
If there's a star who's hitting a lot or something like
sometimes,
that, I might watch
very
it. If you just
rarely,
have generic
very
guys,
rarely.
it's like, They're boring games to watch.
You
gotta be a
can't sell,
hometown
but you
fan.
can't sell somebody on Wednesday night baseball, Sunday night baseball used to be a big deal. It'd be like the game of the week. But
Yeah.
I can watch like just here. I can watch every Jays game on Sportsnet. All 162. All of them are
160
available.
games times how many teams? Like,
Yeah.
so much baseball on. Too much.
No, for sure. But it's like baseball fans, even baseball fans, are not interested in all the teams in the sport.
No.
Now, do a contrast and compare it to one of the other sports we talked about tonight. Okay?
Darts?
Monday Night Football is like
No,
two
sorry.
random teams. No, Monday Night Football is like two random teams. They're not completely random, but people watch Monday Night Football. Oh, it's Monday Night Football. Yeah, I'll watch it. Oh,
Yeah,
but it's
there's
not your
only
team.
so many-
Yeah, but I'm still kind of interested. I kind of want to see this. This is the featured game of the week. This is one of the featured games. So
They only
I'll
play
still watch
one
it.
team once a year, don't they? Or twice?
A lot of the teams do, yeah. So it's one of those things where it's like you can sell people on Monday Night Football. You can sell people on Sunday Night Football because it's a feature game. It's one of the big games. The rest of the games are kind of lumped together. But if you want to watch your team, you'll watch that game, and maybe you'll watch a different game that has some interest to you, and then Sunday Night Football and Monday Night Football. If you're a big baseball fan, like if you're a big baseball fan, football fan, I should say. But if you're a big football fan, you're probably still watching Sunday Night Football and Monday Night Football, even though your team might not be in it.
Yeah.
In baseball, you're not doing that.
My
In
friend
baseball,
pays-
you're not watching a random pair of teams that may not have interest to you. You're not.
I think my friend gets a football package in the U.S. It's like $170 a year. I went, Dave, what? That much? Just to watch this? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, the only reason I'll give them credit for this. DAZN struggled a lot, especially in the early years, because they had struggled with streaming. It's $20 a month.
Oh, yeah?
So really, I'm only buying it for like September, October, November, and basically December.
Oh, you don't have to get it for the year? You're not committed?
You can do it month by month.
Oh, that's actually pretty good.
That's what I mean. Like, so I'll buy it in
Worth it.
September and cut it off basically in December, and we'll call it a year. See you next year.
That's good.
That's fine. That's fine.
Because then what are you going to fill the other with? Golf and
I'll watch
all
other.
the
Yeah,
crap.
they've got other stuff. Like if you're a big footy fan, football, the other one, they've got tons of games. They do, but I'm not into that. It's not exciting for me. Like I don't care about it. So
Soccer's
like,
so hard.
yeah, like I can't watch it.
It has to be
So
a champion game to watch.
yeah, so it's one of those things. Like it's not interesting to me. However, if you are interested, they do have that as well. So it's like that's cool. That's if you're interested. For me, I'll watch the NFL and then I'll watch it for the 4 months. I'll pay for the 4 months and we'll call it a year. I'll see you next year. So for me, it works that way. Baseball's the only sport where failing is best you can do. Missing 10 out of 10. Yep, absolutely. Have you not seen our shooting percentage in hockey? Oh, here we go. Yeah, but shooting percentage is based on how many shots you take. It doesn't matter.
It's a
Basketball's
different
goal
thing
versus well.
altogether.
Yeah, it's a completely different thing. That it's not the same. It's not the same equivalency because if a guy takes 5 shots a year and scores 5 goals, that's 1,000 shooting percentage. Another guy like an Ovechkin takes 300 shots a year. He'll score his share of goals, but it's like that'll keep his percentage lower because he's taking a ton of shots. But he's also their best player, so it's like you better be taking shots.
Yeah. He's likely to get 15, 20%.
Yeah, and that's 300 shots, 400 shots. Like it's a lot of shots.
Yeah.
MLB has major fan laws. Yeah, they've had that for a lot. Yeah, 162 games is a bit much.
It
Here-
is.
I get the idea, but it's not. It's really
I
not.
get it, but it's a lot to watch. Sorry.
It's been like that forever. It's one of those things. Like I said, it goes back to what I said earlier. I had no problem watching 162 games for many years. It's when the product on the screen became interminable, that it became irritating to me that I couldn't do it anymore. Because you're creating extra time. I know for a fact this game could be played quicker. I know for a fact I could get the result quicker. And I know for a fact I could watch this game in a more... I could watch every single pitch of this game. And it doesn't have to take this long. You're making it take... You're adding things to make it take longer.
They're wasting your life.
Yeah. But that's the problem, though. Like, that's real. That's true.
How much in downtime do you lose in your life watching baseball? A full baseball game.
Yeah. And the thing is, like I said, when I go and watch a game live in the minors where they don't have all that extra stuff, it's like, I'm out of there in 2 hours.
Yeah.
This is great. This is great. Why can't we do this all the time? Like we could if we wanted to. that makes it more offensive to me as a viewer. Basketball won the social media wars today with the young hip fan base. Google the social media stats. Yep. MLB is failing on all counts. Yeah, well, they got their problem there. Marlins, Diamondbacks. How many people watch? But that's my point. You could get a football fan, an NFL fan, to watch two random teams. If you build it up the right way, you could get them to watch it. Random pair of baseball teams? No. Here's the thing. A random pair of hockey teams. How many people are interested? Hockey isn't quite as bad as baseball in that regard, but there are some matchups that are like, it's a tough sell.
Hockey's a pretty exciting game anyways for the most part.
I understand, but like if I pick two really, really random teams, like I really go out of left field and it's like two kind of mediocre teams, especially if I give you the option, it's like, so you can watch this or you can watch your home team.
Watch Calgary and Vancouver. Hey.
Well, Hockey Night in Canada used to have this all the time. So when I'm, as a Dallas Star fan for years, while Medana was still playing, while Turco was playing, while I had all that, okay. Most of the time, if Dallas was on, I didn't have the hockey package because it was too expensive for me in those days. I couldn't afford it. So, but I would get to see Dallas games on a semi-regular basis because they play the Calgary Flames. They play the Vancouver Canucks. They play the Edmonton Oilers. So I'd have to watch the late game on Hockey Night in Canada. The Leafs game would be the early game.
Yep.
Then I'd have to watch one of the Leafs games. But I can't tell you how many times I got to watch Medano play against Edmonton or Calgary or Vancouver on the late game, and I'd stay up to sit there and watch it, and I'd be there watching it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'd tolerate the Leafs game in the first part. What the hell, since I'm already here, I'm still watching the network. Fine, I'll watch it. So you'd con me into watching two games. I don't care about the first game. However, those were my only options. In the world where you can see every game, if you get one of those packages, okay, I really don't give a crap. I don't care about the Leafs game. I can watch every Leafs game. I don't care. I don't want to watch it. Not interested.
Neither am I. Not anymore.
So, but that's always been the problem, is that you can't sell me on it. In hockey now, in the heyday when I was watching it there, the Colorado Avalanche had Joe Sakic, Peter Forsberg, and Patrick Waugh.
Wow. Yeah.
The Detroit Red Wings had Steve Yzerman, Sergei Fedorov, Brendan Shanahan. Those teams were stacked. I was a Western Conference guy because those were my teams, but these teams are stacked. They're great.
Yeah.
Doug Waite played for the Edmonton Oilers. Like, you had all these great players, and I'm like, man, these are good. Okay, yeah, you can convince me to watch a bunch of these games because they're interesting. And in the playoffs, forget it. Oh my God, all those games were good.
Mm-hmm.
But today it's like, I don't know any of these guys anymore. I don't pay attention. I have no idea. I know who Connor McDavid is.
Yeah,
That's about it. I know Crosby and Ovechkin. That's all I got.
Marnie.
Yeah.
Matthews.
Yeah, no, it's like I said. If I was listening to sports radio right now, I would be up on that right now. Because I used to listen to Fan 590 all the time, and I'd be on sports radio, and they'd inundate you with Leafs talk all the time, and I'd hear it.
I never did. I never really ever listened to sports radio. It's really funny. I love watching the Leafs growing up. I love watching baseball, football, all that stuff. I just never liked it 24/7 kind of thing. I wasn't that guy. So I don't know as much as some other guys. My friends, growing up, they were just every game, whatever sport, and they're watching it. Come on over and watch it. Come on over and watch it. No, I got more things to do. I'm out riding my motorcycle, on a date, at a movie theater, doing other things. I didn't let the sports take my life over. So, but I enjoyed it growing up.
For sure. I think though, for me, I like to listen to a lot of the late night sports radio. That was the one that I did a lot. Was because it was the late night. It's late night anyway. Storm and Norman Rumack,
Norman, yeah.
Yeah, no, and it's like he'd be sitting there and take callers. The Leaf callers were the best.
No.
Delusional.
Yes.
And he'd be the one to be there, and he had a little thing on a soundboard to be like hammerhead alert when they would absolutely go ridiculous. And I was like, that was fun. Like that was a fun era. That was a fun era to listen to that. That was late night sports.
I think I've even listened to that a few times myself.
Yeah, that's because the radio guys had to have personality. I can't.
Yeah.
You can't see anything. I got to sell you on what we're saying, on the discussion, on the personality. That's how it worked. I understood. We're doing our own version of late night radio right now.
I think so.
Yeah, but that's how it works. It's fine. I get it. I'll quickly get caught up, guys. So YouTube social media followings, NBA 17 million. Yeah, absolutely. Here's the thing. A lot of people talk about the NBA ratings, but trust me, a lot of people see the stuff streaming. They do. 100%. Just bear that in mind. Like basketball internationally does very well. Very well.
And
Hockey is great
I
live,
wonder
not so much
why,
on
because
TV.
it was nothing forever. Nothing. Basketball wasn't even a
Oh
thought.
yeah, for sure.
And then all of a sudden, it turned the tables.
Well, I think all the other sports kind of drop the ball. Like to be honest with you, like look, if I was a kid today, basketball's easy to understand.
It's easy to
Basketball,
play.
it's easy to play. It's easy to understand. Like you can play it and then follow the best players doing it, their thing. You can follow that, but like it goes back to what I said earlier though. Those other sports, like I'm being serious when I say this. Major League Baseball has this problem. Hockey has this problem.
Mhm.
Football does not have this problem because football can sell you on the event because it's one game a week. So I can sell you on game of the week. Baseball used to have a game of the week, but now I can see every game every night.
Mhm.
It's not special. Sunday night baseball doesn't have the cachet once that. Yeah, I watch Saturday night baseball. I watch Friday night baseball. I watch Thursday night baseball. I watch Wednesday night baseball. Like, it's not special anymore. It used to be the only one you could see on the network that week, other
Yep.
than your local team's game. All the Sunday night baseball games. St. Louis is taking on, whoever, or whatever the case was that
Is
week.
it a matter of interest or exposure? Or is the exposure dabbling in the interest?
My argument is the exposure. It's
Yeah.
so easy now. It's not
Too
special.
easy, yeah.
It's not special. And you can get it anytime you want. And if you're going to pay, you're probably watching your team's games only then, because that's enough. That's already 162 games to commit to. If you're going to watch all of your team's game, that's enough.
And
You
like
don't
you're
need
saying,
more.
all your friends, they have wives, kids. You don't have enough time in your life to really dedicate too much time to sports.
Yeah. Well, that's where football did something very smart. If you want to watch most of the football games, they're on Sunday.
My son David, he's into sports. He's not into collectibles so much, but he's or very much at all.
Mhm.
He loves sports and he follows everything. Jays, Leafs, whatever, any game that's on, he's just that
Sure.
into sports. Now they bought a house, doesn't have the time now. He doesn't realize that, hey, I got a house to take care of. I got to do this. I got to call for this. I got to make
Sure.
meals. It's just, you just don't have enough time in your life to watch them all.
No, for sure.
Where when he's young, growing up, he didn't have to do anything for 6, 7, 8 hours a day. Okay, sports.
I think, though, to be honest, if I was a kid today, I think I would still have trouble watching a lot of the games now. Like I said, the product they're providing is not on par. It's not on caliber.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, comparatively speaking, but you can't shun that the stuff that you have no control over. So you're getting some sports opposed to watching what else are they going to watch?
I get you, but I can do more interactive things now. Like I'm saying, if I'm a kid today, I have more interactive options. I have options that allow me to participate in
Well,
the
he's
thing.
30, so he's not a kid.
No,
but
I get you. I get you. But look at it this way. The reason today, I have work, I have my responsibilities, I have things to do. If I want to carve out 3 hours a night to watch a game, I can. But I can. And I
can,
still
but
don't.
I don't want
and I
to.
still don't. Like I refuse, because to me, then it's a matter of what's the best use of my time. It's a decision.
And then YouTube content, and then all the other.
But here's the thing about YouTube content. YouTube content is something I get to make. It's something that I get to enjoy making.
No,
I get to
but
participate.
You're listening. I mean, that's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. So we're checking out all that, plus
Yeah.
that doesn't leave you much time left in your life for much
No,
else
for sure.
other than working
sure.
and a little bit of sleep.
Yeah, it's one of
And
those
some
things.
food.
It's one of those things where now you make a decision. You have X amount of hours. What do you want to use that time for? And my decision is, I'd rather be making the stuff then. I'll make the stuff, and then I get to my satisfaction out of that portion of it.
And you want to make sure it's special what you watch, so the event is a great way of doing it.
Yep. And then once I get, perfect example, the same time restrictions still apply. That AEW pay-per-view was compelling to me. I paid for the privilege of sitting down and watching it for a couple hours. Well, guess what? I paid $60, and then I sat down and I watched it for 3.5 hours. But it's one of those things where it's like, what you were offering me, to me, was compelling enough that I was A, willing to pay for it, and B, willing to sit down and set aside the time to sit there and watch it.
Mhm.
So if you offer a package, it goes back to what I said earlier, and that's why I included Baz's comment here. Hockey is great live. This is true. Not so much on TV, understandable. But that's TV's fault. It could have been good on TV too, because there are ways to do it. But you have to understand who your audience is, and you have to be able to, you need to provide me a watchable product, because if you don't, I'll find something else to do. I've got so many options today. A million options. The
And
outdoor game.
Americans really like the minor league games.
Yeah,
They have
that's
the
fair.
local teams, and sort of like college football.
Well, college football is a special cottage industry unto itself because it goes back to what I said earlier. Though you've got the people who are very committed to their alma mater. They'll watch, of course. But funny enough, if you go look at those college football ratings, it's not just the people of the alma mater. That's impossible because if it was, the ratings wouldn't be as crazy as they're. Funny enough, there are other people who are like, these are teams that I have no association to. I'm interested in sitting here and watching it.
Yeah.
Why? Because I like the atmosphere. I like what the fans are doing. I like the whole package. You've shown me a package, and it's on Saturday, and I know exactly what day it's going to be. And I can start off at the beginning of the day. When you're in the U.S., you can watch college football from the morning till late at night into the next morning.
You got it.
And it's fantastic. It's fun, if that's what you're into.
Some of the followings of minor league hockey in the U.S. is more prevalent than it is for the NHL in their city.
Mm-hmm.
They'd rather go to the smaller games. Like the AHL's been around so long, the following is amazing. These guys are hardcore.
And those games live, great.
Obviously, yeah.
I've watched a bunch of AHL games in my time. I've got a chance. They're great games.
They're
Fun
hustlers,
hockey to watch. Fun hockey to watch. Yes, that is a good product live. A great product live.
Perfect live, yeah.
Absolutely, very watchable. I want to include this comment here. Leaf callers are still delusional. Remember the old Fan 590. Love the old Fan 590. Many of the best live things are mostly minorities and only play football and basketball now. Better money, and you can get there quicker. Baseball got these athletes up until travel baseball and paid trainers took over. Honestly, even if you didn't have travel baseball and paid trainers, doesn't matter. Honestly, you would. The other sports are still better to get in. If you want to try to get into the sports, it's a faster path. Baseball, you still have to toil in the minors, even if you're at the top end, and then you're wasting time where you could be making more money playing basketball or football, especially if you're the best athletes.
I picked up a couple of these. These are called the Red Books. They're the AHL. 52, 53, and 53, 54, I picked up. So inside it would just have...
I was about to say, are those like the old, like in school, I would have the folders, like the...
Yeah, there's King Clancy. It shows you, because these guys were coaches back then. You have Tim Horton on certain teams.
Okay.
No,
but I have a question. Is the folder itself like this, like that? Those folders they used to have at school? Like, yes, I thought so. Yes.
Yeah. But they're, these are sold like this.
No,
so
I get it.
Gives you all the stats and all the information. So great thing, this Red Book. These things are really.
I love that they couldn't be bothered though to like have a bound version.
It's AHL.
I get it.
They kept it cheap, and actually it's a nice quality. Like this thing is really good quality. It's not your simple duotang, whatever it is. This is it's quite thick and quite quality. So. Like, you don't even know that it's one of those until you look in the back and you go, oh. And I actually did look, and I went, really? I thought this was bound, But it's really well done. Anyways, that's the Red Books.
Nice. Quickly flip through a couple of these here. NHL and TV in the U.S. is whack. They always show the same teams. Yeah, I get it.
And then they couldn't follow the puck, so they had to make that the TV picked up.
Oh, come on. You don't like the Fox Track puck? Come on.
Yeah.
Someone like Pierre Maguire. Yeah, most people don't like commentary. Yeah, not a big fan of Pierre Maguire. I get it. America's very regionalized with sports. Yes, that's true.
College and pro.
Bobby has the old red Cayes. That's right.
Yes.
Yeah, when you said duotang, I was like, yes, that's what I was looking for. I knew it. The duotangs. True story. Okay, so here's what I'll do. Let me show one more card that'll be come out because this was a fun one for a set that I was working on. This is the last card of the set. It'll be part of the. The pickup video. There's the Derek Jeter, the stupid Derek Jeter atomic refractor that I needed for that stupid set. I have all the other ones. What was that?
I picked up all the colors, but it's very busy.
Oh no, it's 100%. Well, it's it's those atomic refractors that I showed. Remember when I did that showcase? Mm-hmm. That's a great photo because they caught a lot of the colors in the photo. Because when you look at it static, it's not going to show it until you start putting the light on it. Because if you remember, those are the ones that move around. That's the matrix refractor design. But they actually caught a lot of the color in that picture. I was actually very impressed. They did a good job with the picture.
It's hard, yeah.
It's actually very difficult. So that's the die cut one. So that was the last one I needed. That's card number 1. It's a 20 card. It's a 20 card insert set.
Oh, yeah.
The
Okay.
last one that I needed to finish that set, I have the other 19 behind me. So it's sitting there waiting to be added to that collection, and that will be a complete set done.
Nice.
So that'll be one of the ones that's coming in. So that'll be fun.
Perfect.
Put respect on the glow puck. Fox tracks. His Bat Puck's logo looks like a golf club. True story. True story. But that's a Jeter. I needed that one to complete that collection. So it'll be a cool set. Once I finish it, I'll do a little showcase for the complete set because it's a nice set. Actually, some great players on it too, especially for that 90s period. They got almost all the best players in that set.
I love small sets. I think they're more important than the bigger sets.
I think they did a good job with
Exclusive,
it.
kind of nice.
Yeah, it's the best version of that particular card that they have for that year in that set. So it's you can get the other ones; they're a little bit more common, very available, fun. But it's like, no, let's do the most. Let's do the trickiest.
Yeah,
Let's do
it's
the
too
toughest
easy.
one.
Because then it's just money.
Yeah.
Like just get that done.
But with that one, you got to also do a little bit because here's the thing: if I just wanted to just get it over with, they had a couple on eBay that were like $400 or $500, and I'm like, I'm not paying that.
No.
I can wait. They're not. They're uncommon. They're not rare. They're uncommon. They don't come up every weekend, but they'll come up once in a blue moon. I just got to wait. So
sometimes 2 or 3 will come up, and then you get your deal there.
Yeah, that's basically what happened with that one. There were 2 that were in very short order of each other. I let the bidders go and snipe out the first one, and then I was able to go grab the second one. Not too bad, pretty reasonable. So so this is asking about the towels.
Oh, it's I have one that's it's not a beach towel. It's just kind of almost a regular size towel. But yeah, that's from the tournament. I don't know how they issued these. I don't know where they were. It's like
I wouldn't be surprised if they did like a
towel?
giveaway at the time of the. It's a big towel though, because they do rally towels and stuff all the time now.
This is it's huge.
No, that's what I mean. Like it's too big to be like a rally towel style.
Yeah, I really don't. Maybe they just sold them in this souvenir booths. Maybe towels are a thing out in Europe. I have no idea. It is Russia. I don't know. Well, Russia. It's Prague. Sorry, Russia and Team Canada were in that series, and Russia actually won. So.
Well, you know what surprises me that it's not more of a thing then. Now it's certainly a thing. The scarves. Because a lot of folks would do that. Yeah, they do. There would be a lot of scarves given, things like that. Because if you go to like football matches, you got the people that got all the scarves on. Because it's a simple thing that you can have just draped around your shoulders and stuff. Like it's a simple way of doing that and representing the team and all that good stuff.
I also got something sealed in the package. Like
is that like a little metal thing?
It's plastic, actually.
Oh, it's plastic. Okay.
It's fairly decent thick. It's got a little tick on the back for hanging up, and it's got some frogs.
Oh, so I guess it's like a little plaque then.
Yeah, it's like there's a little bit of like a hanging thing that kind of pops out. It's hard to see through the plastic, but I think you could mount it on the wall, and it's neat. It's in the original package, like 78. That's still good.
Okay.
And all the stickers I got, and I got a whole bunch of stuff with it. It's just.
Oh, so it was like a whole kit when you went and picked up the stuff?
It's just a package. Yeah. Yeah, just a bunch of NS8 78. And that's old stuff. Who was the big star?
What, in 78?
Yeah, it was the Russian guy. It was no. Can't remember now.
Tretiak?
Oh. No, it wasn't Tretiak. It was it wasn't a goalie.
Oh, okay. It's fair.
World Cup Hockey Prague. Who's the main player?
Yeah, because 72 we know. 76 I'm a little bit familiar with because they had a DVD set for those guys as well. That was, I think, WHA guys in 76. No, hold on. There was a WHA one, but there was also a 76 where I think, wasn't Bobby Orr in 76?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, so there were a couple of guys there that were in that one. Some good players, some great players in that one as well. That's Karlamov.
Yeah, Karlamov. That's who it was. Yeah.
Okay.
And he died early, right?
I think that sounds right.
Yeah, he died early. His autograph's probably, I think, worth $1,500 or something.
Yeah, he wasn't signing a ton of autographs in those days.
No, and he was famous for the 72 series. He was supposed to be like beyond his years in talent.
Yep.
He was on the team. I'm just trying to see who's on Team Canada.
Sure.
Anyone
Okay,
good?
I'll show. I got one here. There you go. Nice. Okay, let me show this card actually. So this one
Go ahead.
is this one I think is going to be delivered soon to that as well. I think they did deliver it. I got to double check. They might have. This was a good one though. What I like about this is the photos that are included of it because it amuses me. And so I'll show it to you guys and then I'll explain it. Okay, so this one is 2007-8 Heroes and Prospects. That's what it was. Heroes and Prospects.
I used to buy those.
Okay, so we got 4 players on this one. So
Wow,
Medano, of course. So they got the little piece of the star on the Medano patch. Now Medano looks like he's about 12 because he's
He
literally got
does look
braces on.
good,
He's literally
yeah.
got braces on. So this was him in the WHL. And if you got to remember, he started in the NHL when he was 18.
Mm-hmm.
So the WHL, he might be 16 or 15 in this photo. Who knows? Like it's ridiculous. Now, Joe Sakic here. You got Joe Sakic, which is great.
Wow.
You got Joe Thornton, pre-ridiculous beard. So these are all like in junior days, like all these guys. And then you got Vincent Lecavalier. So quad emblem.
Nice.
So these 4 guys on the emblem, quad emblem, out of 9, really nice pieces, all game used. All game used pieces of emblem from these 4 guys.
What number is that out of 9 you got?
I don't know if they numbered these. Let me double check. So this one, silver version, they say 1 of 9, but they don't number them individually. It's going to be 1 of 9. So they didn't do that. It's just a silver version. But they do include, what I like though, is that they actually included on this particular year, number 1 is game used, but number 2, they say which team the jersey is with. So Joe Sakic, Colorado, obviously, Medano, Dallas, Joe Thornton, Boston Bruins jersey with that one, and Vince Lecavalier, Tampa Bay Lightning jersey. So they do reference it. So then based on that, you can kind of figure out which section of the emblem they were included. Because this Thornton one is a little bit interesting. I'm wondering if this is part of the bear. Like there's something going on with that. The Sakic one is kind of generic. The Medanos, they got the Dallas Star on it, and the Tampa Bay one's fine. But this one is kind of interesting to me. Either way, it's a cool card, and all of them are multicolor patches, so that's cool. It's nice. Pretty good. You got the Prince Albert Raiders jersey there going on in the background with that because Medano was still with the Prince Albert Raiders at that time. It's a cool card. It's kind of and if you think about it, so 2 Hall of Famers on top. Joe Thornton will probably be in the Hall of Fame at some point. I don't really know what will happen with Lecavalier. He had a good career, a really good career. I don't know. The NHL, the Hockey Hall of Fame is kind of tricky beast. I feel like 3 Hall of Famers probably for sure. 4th one TBD. The top 2 guys are already there. That's easy. Thornton most likely. Lecavalier, I probably not. But like real good career anyway. Like not terrible. It's not like he's that far outside of it.
I got the list of players for the 78 Prague's men hockey.
This is for Team Canada?
Yeah.
Okay.
You had Marcel Dion, Don Lever, Dennis Marouk,
Cool.
Wolf Paymont,
Yep.
Pat Hickey, Mike Murphy, Gene Pronovost. Boy, he must be on his last legs there. Glenn Sharpley, Bob McMillan, Brad Maxwell, Robert Picard, Dave Shan, Tom Lysiak, Guy Chiron, Dennis Kearns, Vancouver guy, Rick Hampton, Pat Ribble, and Gary Unger. Dan Bouchard and Dennis Herron were in net, and Harry Howell was the coach.
All right.
So actually, a lot of names.
Not their strongest, but decent. Not their strong. I would say decent.
No, decent. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's a fair estimation of that combination.
These guys are mostly in their primes here, like their mid-career kind of primes.
I think it lost a lot of its luster. Like 72, they were like this team that was like hell bent on this thing. 70, I think there was a 76 team. There was like a 74 WHA. Was it 74?
Yeah, they lost, and that was Bobby
Yeah.
Hull, and it wasn't.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Name-wise, that 74 team had some good players on it. Now, a lot of those guys were a little bit past their prime, but still, like name value-wise, really impressive, really good.
Yeah.
Because I want to say, wasn't Howe part of that 74 with the WHA?
I don't know about that. I don't know.
Well, Bobby Hall for sure. I just don't remember the 74 Canada team. And then 76, you had, like I said, Bobby Orr, and you certainly had some players in that team too. But then by 78, it's like, yeah, send a team. Get some players. Yeah, find somebody. Send somebody over. I'll quickly get caught up in the comments. There's a couple of things here. So the guy on Hobby Insider collected a bunch of Karlamov stuff. That's fair. Top 10 most graded player as of August 21. Yep. LeBron James, Jay Morant, Jordan, Zion, Luca. Yeah, basketball is going to be really heavy. It's very heavy loaded basketball-wise. It says PA Raiders days. Yep. No, appreciate that name. Thorne is the lock. Vinny is likely non-fringe case at best. Yeah, that's fair. That's about where I have it. Jumbo is 14th all-time in points. 4 more points puts him at 12th. Yeah. The thing is, he played a long time. He did play well. With Thorne, he's in for longevity. And here's the thing: if Vincent LeCavalier is the worst guy on that card, it's not terrible. Like honestly, it's not a bad group of 4 players. Not bad at all. And game use pieces for all of them. I have no issues. That's why when I saw it, I was like, oh, that's kind of a cool card. I kind of like that. That's why I said, when I look for it, I look for pieces that look interesting. And to me, the Medano patch itself was already pretty good. But then I looked at the other players on that card. I go, that's not bad. I got 2 other Hall of Famers and a fringe guy. It's not terrible. I've seen worse. I've certainly seen worse.
Yeah, I was there.
Okay, so he was there for the 74.
Yeah, you got, I'll just name the big one. J.C. Tremblay, Mike Walton, Reginald, Selwood, Andrew Lacroix, Cordy Howe, Marty Howe, and Mark Howe. So we had the 3 Howes there.
Yeah. Like I said, name-wise, not bad. Name-wise, not bad.
Pat Stapleton, Ralph Backstrom, Bobby Hall, Rick Smith, Phil Schmier, Paul Henderson was there too.
Yeah.
Sir Bernier, Mark Tardif.
Mark Tardif was really good in the WHA too.
Yeah, and Frank Mahovlich too.
There you go. Like I said, name-wise, not bad. Not bad.
Cheevers was in that, and Gilles Berton. And who's the coaches? Billy Harris, Bobby Hall, and Pat Stapleton.
Bobby Hall was also a coach.
Yeah, player coach and Pat Stapleton.
I like that. It's like, hey Bobby, what are you gonna do coaching wise? Oh, I'm gonna coach up my favorite player. Hey me, score. It's like, are you talking to yourself? Yes.
And they lost. They had a decent team there, and they still lost. So.
No, for sure. But you got to think, like, here's the thing. On paper, that's a decent team. Sure. The Russians were really good. It's not like the Canada 72 team had to fight and struggle to like beat them. The Russian team was good. So the Russian team in 74 would still be really good.
Oh yeah.
How is really great, but he was old. Like,
yes,
he was still very good, but he was old. It's not like you're not getting Gordie Howe in his prime. You're not getting all these guys. Bobby Hall was already a little bit past his prime too.
Oh, he's past his prime.
Like, yeah. So it's like on paper though, phenomenal team on paper. And if this was 1965, it's oh my God. Oh,
watch out.
Like, trust me, they'll dominate. But in 1974,
with the 3 players, you could do the Hull and the Howe and Mahovlich.
Yeah, like
in the 60s.
Give me that in 1965. It's a wrap. We'll be fine. Yeah. We'll be fine.
And 3 players against the 5, they'd still win.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, different time. Like, not exactly the same thing. They still had some legs, but the WHA was a very offensively minded league that allowed them to have some really good seasons there as well.
Yep.
Yeah, Ovechkin's close to the all-time power play record. Yeah, Ovechkin, listen, I've said it before, and I say this sincerely. This is not #invest advice, but just understand something. Ovechkin will go down as one of the greatest goal scorers of all time, period, end of story, no qualifications.
Yeah.
When I take into account his era, I'm more impressed. Yeah. His era does not have 1,050,000,000 goal scorers. It's not like that.
No.
He stands out head and shoulders above the guys, his contemporaries. So it's one of those things that's like, it's really impressive. It's really good. Down the road, I think the appreciation will grow. They're like, guys didn't really score 50 goals all the time, did they? No, he scored 50 goals a lot in an era where they didn't score 50 goals a lot. He has a lot of those 50-goal seasons. So
it wasn't until the 60s that 50-goal seasons started, and then it only lasted for a couple decades and then kind of went away again.
No, for sure. It's one of those. The game changed to that era.
70s and 80s was bad.
The 80s was the absolute apex. Was the like, this is the everybody and their brother. Few people know. True story. You guys can look it up. Don't look it up. Bobby Burrell had like 57 goals in 1987.
I think I did.
Yeah. And I was 4 years old, so I topped out at 35. But, everybody was scoring goals at that. My point is that everybody scored goals. Everybody. Lots of goal scoring is the key idea here.
Sure.
And it helped a lot of those guys. That's why I say, if you ever want to do, I've done the stat for you guys. Go look at the guys at the top of the goal scoring charts and take a look at them. How many of them had some combination of at least some time they played in the 70s, the 80s, or the early to mid 90s? Those 2.5 decades. Most of those guys at the top of the food chain, most of them played some time, and in some cases, a lot of time in that time period, in that 25-year span.
70s, especially before the goalies got a little bit.
Absolutely.
So many goals. It was the high 11 game. It's 12.
So it's one of those things where it's like Ovechkin's the outlier in that group.
He is.
He spent his entire career outside of that window. The whole thing. Jágr started in 1990, so he got at least a little bit of that benefit, and he played with Mario Lemieux. But Jágr was a super gifted goal scorer. He also took time off. Jágr probably could have been an 800 goal guy, but he's the only other guy. But he also played at least a little bit of time in the 90s.
Yeah,
at least a little bit. Ovechkin didn't start until 2005. That window was gone. It was over. That whole era was done. It was a completely different time. So it's like. And then you look at him from 2005 on, and then look at him, and then look at everybody else. It's like nobody else is even close. So
he's a great goal scorer.
Long term, people will come to appreciate that. They'll be like, actually, that's really impressive.
It's hard because he's not, he's European, and people are, I don't know.
I think there's a lot of that, but I think people are warming up to the fact he's got a great personality. He's actually really fun.
Normally not, but after his video, he was.
Yeah. It's one of those things. After a while, I said, time will be kind to him as far as looking back and going, actually, that's really impressive. And he did win a cup, so he's at least got the
highlight reel is pretty darn good.
That's what I mean. It's I think time will be very kind to Ovechkin. We're already starting to warm up to him. I've seen those prices. They've been, but time will be very kind because they'll look back and go, and he won a cup too, so he's got the ring at least. So it's that at the bare minimum, great. Good
One
job.
cup will suffice.
It gives him something because a lot of those, that's always the knock on some of these guys. Always the knock. Fringe Hall of Fame worthy at best, as you say, one cup and a solid 20 goal guy. Yeah, no, completely fair. The Hockey Hall of Fame is always fringe. That's why I say, look, if the fourth guy in that card is fringe, that's a good card. That's pretty good. That's completely fine. And Joe Sakic was a great player. So I don't think too many people are complaining.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things. And he was very consistent. He was ridiculous consistent.
Joe
great captain. Great captain. And he did his job and he won multiple cups. So it's pretty good group of players, all things considered. If the worst guy is a fringe Hall of Famer, that's a good card. That's fine. It'll do. Anyway.
Yeah.
All right, guys. So last thoughts and comments. Throw them in. If you got anything that's kind of good, we can definitely finish up on that. Great night. Thank you for all the comments as always.
We almost got to 5 hours. Amazing.
No, I know. I noticed
Again.
that. I was like, look, I'm not trying to drag it out to it, but it's look, if you guys come up with something that takes about 7.5 minutes, I'm willing to play it, or 8.5 minutes. When it's that close, I kind of get annoyed. I'm like, I could. Look, I can hit the button right now, but it's
7 minutes.
It's y'all can come up with amuse us for 8 minutes.
There's a pitching change coming in.
I know exactly. We need
7
we need a commercial break and we need a pitching change. What the heck?
Yeah,
that'll get us there.
Well, there we go. There's a puck from 1972.
Okay. Was that a commemorative at the time? Or?
No, actually, it was out period. Out period.
Okay.
In 1972, they sold these at the souvenir stands. And you could buy them also if you look through the Hockey News 72. You see an ad for buying these. Yeah. So these are a period, and people really don't even know that. So you pick them up reasonable, and you can. And then I have the ad on file, so I can always just go.
Okay, so the Hockey News ad to go along with it. Okay.
So you kind of up your game a little bit, so to speak.
Nice. I like it.
Because everyone thinks they're commemorative, and that's the first thing out of your mouth, which was no surprise to me. Because it does kind of have that kind of okay. Now they did do another one where they had the scores on the back.
Well, I my word was contemporary. I didn't say commemorative. I said contemporary. Was it for 72? Yeah, I said contemporary.
I gotta rewind that.
Yeah, you rewind that. It was contemporary. Commemorative is there's no point in asking that question. I was talking about contemporary. Was it of the time period? Yeah, that's what I wanted to know.
Yeah, it was upgrade. Yeah.
Yeah, second guy was sort of okay. Yeah, he was decent. San Dimas High School Rules. Random. I like it. Another epic stream. Absolutely name. Name, you gotta get listen. You gotta get on. Like
Where was he?
no, Name was around. It's what like he's gonna tell us his kids apparently are awake 24 hours a day. That's the excuse. This is what I hear. Like
he was the first on.
That link has literally been there for hours. The whole time. It's been there, pinned.
Yeah.
All you have to do is click on it. It's like, oh, the kids, they told me to rebuild the Pyramid of Giza. Really? Okay. By hand? Oh, well, why do you say so? Just say the word. That's all you have to tell us. Got it.
I get that about pyramids all day.
Yeah, Jaggers was a rookie in 1991. Played the yeah, absolutely. No, for sure. So let's see here. Yager, looking in front of the TV. Yeah, absolutely. No, we're gonna be done here in a minute. Oh, it's a Bill and Ted reference. No, I didn't watch that. I don't remember. I didn't watch the San Dimas High School. Football.
That's what. Yeah, I was thinking that. I was going San Dimas.
Okay, well, I didn't remember from that movie, so that's a Bill and Ted reference apparently.
Yeah.
Well, did you hear they're gonna do another Matrix movie?
Yeah, I heard that's coming.
I was like, why? Other than money, I get the money angle, but I'm like, no, why?
There's nothing else for Keanu Reeves that he can act in. Because he's a horrible actor, but he fits these roles for some reason.
Yeah,
like honestly, have you ever heard him act? He's just like
I listen. I watch him in John Wick, and for that kind of a movie, he makes sense. Like he's good. He's really good. Like he's great. I'm looking forward to the fourth John Wick movie. That one, I want to see a fourth movie. Yeah. Matrix, I don't want to see a fourth movie. I saw the other three. I'm good. We're good.
It ended, and you can't really go much further. I don't think.
They're basically going to retcon it. I'm like, no. I'm like, stop it. No. This is what happened with Terminator. You just kept going. I'm like, no, stop, please. No.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
Like,
that's what Bill Berg says about Arnold. The guy can't even talk. That guy should be unloading trucks in a freaking, in a trucking company. But he made it. Get down. No. The helicopter coming. That's just the way it goes.
Yeah. Call an audible. Listen, it's not up to me. I got names comment here in a second. I'm going to get to it. Random question. Are they popular non-sports sets collected in Canada during dating pre-1990? Popular non-sports? I'm sure there are. But they're like, popular is all relative, right? It's one of those things. It's like, I'm sure for some... Let me put it this way.
TV show
related. Yes and Tons. No. Yes and no. If you're a fan of it, yes. If you're not a fan of it, you don't care. Because non-sports wasn't really like, it was there. At the show, you could buy non-sports stuff all day long pre-1990. For years. So cheap. Popular as in the TV show was popular? Sure. Popular as in people wanted the cards? No. Yes and no. So yes and no. It depended on the item.
Some of the vintage cards, yes. Some of the sets were really good. But for the most part, no.
A bunch of them were like available for years. You could buy boxes, you could buy packs, like knock yourself out. They were there. Oh, God, yeah. They were cheap. They were cheap.
Tracy and
all kinds of stuff. Alf, all kinds of stuff.
Oh man.
Yeah. So there you go. They went to bed an hour ago doing chores. See, no excuses. Literally horrific excuses. Terrible.
Okay.
Terrible. Did they do another Bill and Ted? I think they did.
Yes, they did.
Yeah. I don't know if
I watched it and it was bad.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, if you wait long enough, I don't actually care. I don't actually need to know what happened to these guys. Like, I'm good.
I think it's nice to bring back certain things, but that was just no sense.
I'll give you guys...
This is what, 25 years later? Something like that?
It's like, more. It feels like longer. It's a really long time. I'll give you guys a couple of examples of a couple of movie sequels. More. We'll finish off. That'll get us to the 5 and then we'll shut it down.
Sure.
I'll give you a couple of examples of a couple of sequels that I can live with, even though it was a long time. I can live with it because at least it made sense. I can give you a couple of examples that I think were okay. My opinion. Right. Thanks for the stream as always. Absolutely Baz. New makes sure it looks horrific. Have you seen it? Yes, I have. Heinous. Originally, John Wick and Matrix are supposed to be launched on the same day. That would be like the perfect excuse for I'm ignoring the Matrix and I'm watching the John Wick. That's a good movie. I want to see that. Yeah. John Wick at least has a logical continuation. Like the movies actually flow. And yes, when the third movie is over, I was like, so there's a sequel. Absolutely. I know there's a sequel. Like, so give it to me because I'm ready for number 4.
Too much left open. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, but here's the thing. I'm still interested. The story is progressing in a manner in which it's like, yeah, sure, show me the next one. I'm interested.
Yeah.
And they have Morpheus, unlike Matrix. John Wick has Morpheus. Matrix doesn't. Ha. Yeah, already through Matrix movies. I'd rather not think it was good. Yeah, I'd rather not. Only saw one. You probably saw the first one, and the first one is the only one that matters. That's important.
Second
All right,
one
hold
was
on.
good, too.
Hold on. This is important. All right. How many of the Matrix movies have you seen?
All of them. 3.
Okay. Do you agree with me, though? 2 and 3, fine. Did we need a fourth?
No.
Nobody needed
We're
a fourth.
good.
Yeah, like we're good. We're real good. Real good. Like, I just don't get it. Amityville remake, I'm sure it was. A remake, though, counts as different. It's not the same as a sequel to me. Coming to America, no, that one did not need to happen either. No.
Arsenio Hall had nothing to do.
Yeah. How's it going, Rage? Thanks for popping in.
What's up, name?
Saw 15 to 20 minutes of the
Bobby.
second Matrix movie, turned it off. Child's Play 1 was fire. That's kind of random, but
Oh, I
okay,
love
fair
that.
enough.
Oh, that's so good.
Yeah, well, I would say
Chuck
the
Keys.
original, a lot of these movies is fine. So anyway, good evening, name. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. I thought we were gonna have to get your kids to chime in, and I was like, all right, fine,
no,
come on,
they're,
come
they're
on.
sleeping. They're sleeping.
That-
I
that's fair enough.
just wanted to come on. I know you're getting ready for bed, but I just wanted to come and show you.
I'm unfortunately not getting ready for bed. It was more. It
He's
was
not.
more like. It was more like. It was more like Bobby and I were chatting, and it was like, look, we could do this, but it's the same. I'm not going to do this just for the sake of doing it. Like, Bobby and I literally keep chatting after this is over.
Sometimes
That's what I
for a
mean. Like,
couple
it's like
hours.
we turn it off for your
Oh,
benefit.
wow.
We keep talking. The last one wasn't it like a couple hours?
It was. I went to bed at
Like, it's not a joke.
5 o'clock
It's not
in
a
the
joke.
morning, I
Like,
think. Yeah.
we turn it off for y'all's benefit.
Yeah.
We're still talking after.
Hey, we stick around right till the end.
Yeah.
It's a hobby. It's
Yeah. It's one of those
lots of
things.
years.
Look, if there's something to talk about, I'm happy to. Like, a lot of times we'll go and chat about other stuff. Like, there's other stuff to talk about. So
Sure.
let me quickly give you guys the two sequels that were long after that I was okay with. Now, there's reasons for each one, and I'll be quick about it. Rocky Balboa, I was fine with because they retconned 5, which was garbage. Thank you. Great. I'm good with it because they basically ignored 5 and pretended it never happened, which is what they should have done. They skipped past it and went straight to Rocky Balboa. And Sylvester Stallone acknowledged the whole concept was absurd, but the people in it were fun. Like, it was a fun movie for what it was. It was lighthearted. They didn't take it too seriously. They went back to the original formula of like, you're not supposed to win this fight. You're old.
Yeah.
So you play into it, fine. So I enjoyed it. They even got like the real boxing guys, Max Kellerman and the HBO guys, and did the whole presentation modernized and great, looked good. And I think they got the real boxer. I think it was Antonio Tarver or whoever, and he did a great job for what he was. He's a real boxer, so like he looks like a real boxer. And it was the only time that Rocky is not smaller than the other guy because the other guy's like a middleweight. So they're like, yeah, go ahead. You guys look like it.
It's easy enough.
You're old, and he looks like a reasonable size. Like, you're not a heavyweight champion. You're way too small for that. But fine, it's okay. Don't worry about it.
But he looks great considering his age.
Well, considering his age, and he does a lot of HGH to make it work, and he works out like a demon.
Mhm.
It's fine. He's an actor. Who cares? Like, nobody's testing him for performance enhancer. He's been taking them for
Who cares?
decades,
Oh yeah.
and like it works for him, and like he's able to look fantastic at like in his 60s and in his 70s.
70s. Yeah.
Like, good for him. That movie was fine because it had a logical progression, and when it was over, it was a logical ending. Like, it was a clean.
Mhm.
His wife had died. The kid was thing. They reconciled. It was all good. We
Yep.
finished it, and it was done. And as long as he never makes another Rocky movie ever again, we're good. The Creed thing, that's fine. That's okay. That's separate.
I didn't like that.
It's fine. He's the trainer. The point is that in ring, he's done. In ring, he's done. It's got.
I don't think he was a good actor. The kid they brought in wasn't a very good actor.
Oh,
I don't think he was right for that role. you know.
Isn't it Michael
Forget
B.
his
Jordan? Isn't it Michael B. Jordan? He's the other Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the other Michael Jordan, which is fine. That's okay. So that one's fine. And
Bad casting, in my opinion. But anyways,
the Rambo sequel, I'm okay with. The last Rambo one that he did, it was super violent. It was ridiculous. But here's the thing: it was ridiculous,
well, that's
and it was Rambo. Not the last one, the one immediate, the first one in a long time, because they did one more after that, and I'm like, why?
It's a vending machine card with Rambo.
Yeah, nice.
From
Cool.
19...
Not officially Rambo, but yes, Rambo.
Well, yeah, they didn't,
Yeah, they couldn't call it Rambo. They get sued.
I never got the watch. I'd always get a little pistol or something
Okay.
for my quarter.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, that's fair. But the thing is that so the Rambo movie they did the 3 Rambo movies, and then they did the 4th one. The 4th one was the one where they were in Burma, and they had like that scene with like the most ridiculous kill count in the entire series, where like everyone dies. Here's the thing: it's so stupid. I liked it. It was so stupid.
Okay.
But then they go on to make another one. I'm like, no, you do the Rocky Balboa thing. You did the one additional one. It was actually really cool. I had a good time. It was fun. We all had a good time. Stop. Walk away.
It's money.
They can't help themselves. They just can't. It's impossible. No good. So those are the 2 that I was good with. And if he had stopped it at that Rambo, it would have been perfect. The Rocky Balboa one, great. Leave all those characters behind. They're done. Let's move on. Do something else.
I was hoping for a 3rd one of Kick-Ass, but I don't think they're going to do
Not
it.
so much. I'll quickly grab a couple of these. Alpha stands for alien life form. Yep. That's few. Related to the show. Yep. Back to the Future 2. Here's the thing, though. I'm not just talking about sequels. Just to be clear, guys. I'm talking about sequels that were a
Bring
long
back.
time after the original.
10 years passed or something.
Yeah, like exactly. Like Godfather 2, I agree. It's a good movie. Real good. But it was too close. Like it's because then they also had a Godfather 3.
Yeah.
Which is not terrible, but it wasn't great. But Godfather 2 was fine. Like there are plenty of great sequels. That's not the issue that I have.
Mm-hmm.
What I say is long gap between the last installment and then the new, because this is the Matrix thing. The 3rd Matrix movie was years and years ago. I want to say like 15 years.
Oh, yeah.
It's got to be something like that from
Mhm.
the 3rd one. It's been a long time. Like it's a, but it was also unnecessary. We didn't need it. Like, nobody asked. Who asked? Hey guys, the first Matrix movies weren't confusing enough after the first one. Could you make it more confusing and convoluted? That's what happened with the Terminator thing. That's why I used Terminator as an example. Terminator was great. Terminator 2 is great.
Mhm.
And then stop. No. Rise of the Machines 3. No. Stop everything. Please stop. Because you can do the time travel thing and just do a bunch of versions and who cares?
I think they brought back that other movie. It was where the people went inside and activated the robots. They became the robots. It was called there was a big difference between the time periods too.
And they activated the robots.
Yeah, they would get in and they would be the robot walking and doing all these things up in its head or something like that, and they would fight these things coming up from the ground and rescue the world. They lived in a place that was, all fenced in, and anyways, I can't remember.
There are so many elements. There are so many elements that sound familiar, but then like in combination, you lost me. Like there are pieces that sound familiar, but then the combination you lose me. I don't know.
I had the name and I just lost it.
Okay.
Before I started talking, Eastern.
Yeah, I'll quickly zip through a couple of these. I know.
Yeah. Now I can't remember it.
Every Steven Seagal movie. Steven Seagal had.
I liked his stuff. It was stupid.
Here's the thing. I like some of Steven Seagal's stuff. But there is like a line. I don't remember exactly. I remember watching a bunch of the movies and being like, there is a point at which like after this, no. like there is a defined point where you get to a certain spot and then it's like, stop. Everything you're doing, please just stop. But there's always a stage at that with a lot of those guys. James Cameron's Aliens, Indiana Jones 4. No, I'm not. It's got Steven Seagal and how bad could it? I will say one thing about Steven Seagal. There's one thing that I think Steven Seagal is interesting. He has never been a good actor, ever, in the history of ever. However,
it works like Keanu Reeves, sort of.
No. Keanu Reeves is a much better actor than Steven Seagal.
I don't know about that.
1,000 times better. Not even, he is Shakespeare compared to Steven Seagal. But here's the thing about Steven Seagal that amuses me to no end. And I can't, every time he plays a character in these like made for TV, direct to video movies, he literally can like play everything. In like one movie, he's like a Russian guy. In another movie, he's like, it's like, I think in one of the movies, he literally is like, he's like, so you're saying he's Native American? He is now. And then I think in Machete, he was playing like a Hispanic. And I'm like, and he doesn't do anything. He doesn't like change his face. He doesn't really change his hair. He's Steven Seagal. It's like, and now he's Mexican. Sure. Great. Wasn't he Italian in the last movie? Sure. Great. What? Huh? He's part Cherokee now. Why? I don't how? Do something. Like, wear makeup. Do anything. Like, I don't know. You're the same. He looks exactly the same in every movie.
Yeah.
I just laughed. I was like, and all his accents are terrible. All of them are awful. He doesn't have any good ones. I was like, sure. Yeah. Great. It's one of those things, Name, that legitimately makes me laugh. It was like, I think he knows it's bad. Like, I think deep down inside, he knows it's bad. And he just kind of rolls with it. He goes, yeah. I go, you are literally every nationality there is, apparently.
Yeah, he can play any character.
He plays them all
talent.
equivalently bad. He plays them all equally badly, but he can, in fact, do any character. It'll never work.
The movie was called Pacific Rim.
Oh, Pacific Rim. Okay. Okay.
I explained it pretty right?
Okay. Well, yeah.
But they brought it back. I think it was almost about 10 years they did.
Okay. Big unit got it. So he got what you were saying.
Oh.
I'm getting caught up on the comments here.
Matrix
C was 2003. Really? Oh my God. It's been that long.
Oh.
That's even worse.
Well, you said 15, 17.
Yeah, but like
years,
that's 18 years.
Yeah.
Oh my God. That's awful. And it's supposed to come out in December. Oh God.
Now you know how old I feel.
Have a good night, Baz. Terminator 3 Judgment Day. I refuse to acknowledge anything after 2. They're all awful. When he cuts a guy served with a credit card and says, keep the change. Yeah. He sort of acts, I guess.
I love him in his early stuff. He was really good. He had a different way of doing things, though, that upfront kung fu stuff that he did. It was really good.
I don't know if being
super macho. Way too much. But it was in the macho era. It was the Rambo.
It was, but the thing is, Steven Seagal was like the redheaded stepchild of that era, because it was like, Lord knows you tried, man. Look, a couple of them. Under Siege was great. Under Siege was great. Under Siege was fine in that era, especially. Great. Under Siege 2. Okay.
I like his early ones, his first few that he did. When
But
he came into the scene and I watched it, I thought that was he was the next best guy that we had at that time. Like, see, we understand things differently because I saw it when I'm watching movies and there's not much out there, and like a guy like Steven Seagal comes in, totally different. Who cares if he can act? It's like Arnold couldn't act, but he was just a massive dude, right? Couldn't speak. Yeah, at least Steven got a few words out. So, anyways, right.
Yeah, but but like at that time, like the thing with Schwarzenegger is that a lot of his movies were like big budget and high concept. Here's the thing.
Sure.
For what Arnold could do, he could do it fine. Like his job was to be physical. His job is to be a gigantic dude. That's his thing. Steven Seagal is trying to like do like, oh, I'm a great martial artist. On top of this, also, it's like literally it's the same moves all the time, guy. Literally, it's the same moves all the time, all the time.
Yeah. He had a movie. I can't remember the name of it, but like when I first watched it, I thought it was so good. It's like he was like a police officer or something, and his like family got murdered, and he went into
those are the ones that I
described 3/4 of his made-for-TV movies. He's got like 100. It's like that's why I joke that he plays all those things. It's like I remember there was a stretch of time, because remember I started my YouTube channel watching bad action movies. Good action movies and bad action movies. So I watched a bunch of those Steven Seagal, especially the direct-to-movie DVD ones, and I was sitting there like, are you seriously trying to convince me you're like part Cherokee now? That's why I was just staring at it like, you were Russian in the last movie, and you look the same.
Yeah.
You didn't even get a haircut. Nothing. Like, change something. I don't get it.
He was like the takeover for those movies. I think he was like the Death Wish. Death Wish did another one too.
Death Wish did a
25 years after, 30 years after.
They
Charles
did,
Bronson was the first.
Yeah, well, that's a remake though. I'm talking about like with the original guy.
Yeah, because he was already dead, I think.
Oh yeah,
Bronson
he did a series of them. Action movie hierarchy, Seagal somewhere there for sure. I don't know, man. Like if I'm thinking like
Above the Law, that's it.
Think late 80s, early 90s. So real quick, I'll touch on a couple. I got them right in front of me. Okay, Above the Law was the first one.
Yep.
So that was
that one.
Yeah, Hard to Kill was right after that, and Marked for Death was the one after that.
Marked for Death, yeah.
Out for Justice. So far, so good. Still fine. Not great, but still fine. Under Siege came after that. That was his big one.
That was the big.
That was the big one.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then On Deadly Ground, which I think was the environmental one or whatever that was something like that.
They all did environmental.
Under Siege 2, Dark Territory. And then it will progressively decline as we go forward now.
Okay.
So we're up to 1995. Executive Decision in 96. The Glimmer Man, which I don't even remember in 96. He was apparently on an episode of Roseanne as Steven Seagal.
Oh, cameo.
Yep. Fire Down Below. I do vaguely
I
remember
that one. Yeah.
About Time. Exit Wounds, which I think was him in The Rapper. I think he was in the movie. That was 2001. So that was him in The Rapper.
Yeah.
The name escapes me, but I know he was on that one with The Rapper.
DMX?
Probably. That sounds right to me. So then I'll read off names. I'll read them slowly. Stop me when you've heard of one of these. Ticker, Half Past Dead, The Foreigner, Out for a Kill, Belly of the Beast, Clementine, Out of Reach, Into the Sun, Submerged, Today You Die. So Into the Sun you're familiar with? That's 2005? Yep. Okay. Okay, so yeah, Into the Sun, Black Dawn, Mercenary for Justice. So these are now all direct to DVD. These are all direct to video. The next time he is in a movie that is not direct to video is The Keeper 2009, A Dangerous Man 2009. I think I saw that one. No, that was direct to video, sorry. And then Machete, where he basically plays a parody of himself.
No, I don't think I saw any of those after that. It's early.
Machete was good. Machete was actually pretty good. Like it was really? Based off. It was a Danny Trejo. It was with yeah. That's a good one.
That was really
that's a good one. That's a good one. But he's not the main character. He is a character. Yeah, he is a character who plays in the movie.
That's right. That's right. But he's a real cop too, eh?
Well, okay. So he's a deputy sheriff because there was a TV show.
Yes,
I saw somebody did a parody of it they did like a review of the TV show. And the best part about this, I don't know if you guys ever saw that TV show. It was like Steven Seagal Lawman or something like that. I forget what it was called. But it was the TV show. And the best part about it for me was that they had this thing, and then he's supposed to be a deputy sheriff, and he's just talking nonsense 3/4 of the time. And he's doing this whole thing. He's like this deputy sheriff, and he goes out. And then they do this thing with the camera where he'd be like looking for trouble, and like the camera would be like zooming in on people. But it was like they made a joke about it in this video, this parody video of YouTube. But like it zooms in, and every time he senses trouble, it's always looking at a black person, like 100% of the time. And I'm just sitting there like, no. I was like, you guys passed this? You guys thought this would work? Oh no, no children, no. I can't even blame him. I blame the editors. Obviously. They did this. They did this. It was their choice. And I was like, no.
So Jay got it.
Yeah. And he was like supposed to do like this firearms training with people, and he would like do this thing, and he's doing this thing with like the two. And this is like his technique. He'd have like his other hand here, and he's like doing this thing. That, yeah. And I'm sitting like, okay, look, I'm sure that works fine. I'm not taking firearms instruction from you, sir. Please get back in the car. Just saying, get back in the car. Look, I saw Under Siege 2. Get back in the car. I don't know if I would trust this man as a deputy sheriff of any kind.
There was a time and a place.
Yeah, no doubt. No question. No doubt.
So he's done it all, though.
Oh, yeah. That's true.
Trained some MMA guys. Like, I think he was working with like Anderson Silva, and he taught him that that kick that he did against I think Vitor Belfort. I can't remember. Maybe it was someone else, but he like kicked him like right in the chin and knocked him out. I can't remember.
Oh, I did hear about that, but it's one of those things where I'm sound like, so you're telling me you taught Anderson Silva how to kick someone in the head? He couldn't figure. So here's what I'm thinking, Anderson. So you kick him right in the face. That's a good idea. I would have never thought of that on my own. A front head kick. It was a front head kick. Advanced Aikido techniques from Steven Seagal. Yeah. Front head kick, guys. Front head kick. I was never much of a martial artist myself, but my family liked to go to the karate class. The front head kick was there. Just so you're clear, we didn't need to learn it from Steven Seagal. The front head kick was part of the techniques.
Didn't he have some of the mob after him or something?
Well, given his racial ambiguity, I have no doubt he's got lots of things behind him. He's probably got the triad behind him because they probably think he's Asian. Like, it's confusing. Maybe. Who knows what the man is? He's a chameleon. He could be everything and anything at all times.
He was. Look at his movies.
I'm very confused at all times during a lot of his movies. There was somewhere.
Jean-Claude Van Damme, when he came in, man, that was the best. Bloodsport, and then he kept going on with a couple other movies, and then kind of fizzled out fast.
I
You
think
can only do the split so many times.
well, the funny
run
thing
out
about
of
Jean-Claude
game.
Van Damme is that I would say his martial arts training was not as much because his thing was that he had like a
He's from France.
he had a background Brussels.
Oh, was he from Brussels?
Belgium. He's the Muscles from Brussels. That was one of his nicknames, the Muscles from Brussels.
That's somebody else's nickname.
Well, it's his apparently.
Boxer, isn't it? Or
I have no
wrestler?
idea. I have no idea. No, but that was one of his nicknames. But a lot of his technique was very much like a ballet base because if you remember a lot of the stuff he does in his movie, he does a lot of splits. He does a lot of like his kicks are very artful. In a practical fight, probably not very practical because it's kind of like you're waving your leg and it takes a very long time to connect. But it looks good.
Tai Chi doesn't work on me.
Yeah, but it looks good. It looks good. It's one of those things like artistically, like if you're shooting it, especially slow motion montages, like, blood sport and everything, his kicks and everything look fantastic because it's like.
It was the after part when he went, oh.
Yeah.
Well, the acting left
For
something
so
to be
long.
desired. Look, the important thing about Bloodsport is number one, it looked good, and number two, Bolo Young is legit and looks
He
badass
is,
in that
yeah.
movie. Yeah, and he's a legit dude. So he made it work. He goes, I'm gonna go down for this ridiculously artful kick that took 45 minutes to land. I'll
love
do it.
The big white dude with the long hair. He was
Oh, the guy in the movie? The guy there was one of the
name.
guys.
Yeah, he's always been in a bunch of small kind of
Yes.
movies. He was great. He was the perfect guy for that. No, you need a secondary man.
Yes.
That was really well done.
Yeah, there's a lot of these guys who have these weird movies that, like, look, all of these guys, most of these guys had this run, but it's almost going back to what I said earlier about where I said Ovechkin was going to get appreciated later. Look, Schwarzenegger was never a great actor, but you have to appreciate the amount of movies that he made that were blockbusters, the sheer quantity. Because you look at a guy who also can't act in Steven Seagal and you go like, once I got past a certain point, and it was a couple year window. Once I got past about the second Under Siege, like it's a steep decline, like a quick decline, a fast decline. And then you go like, so how long was Schwarzenegger doing this? It's like Terminator 2, Total Recall. Like he put a couple of duds in there in between, but he had like smash, Predator, smash. Like it's tons of great movies.
Red Dawn.
Even that was a decent movie for what it was. Yeah.
You shouldn't drink and bake.
Look, some of them have no business. And friggin' Conan, which is ridiculous, but it works. It's ridiculous, but it works.
James Earl Jones, man, that was just a great movie.
Yeah, and Commando, that's a good one as well. Absolutely. That's what I mean. Like you can name
Lisa
off.
Milano, she was in that. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's one of those things like you can name off a whole run of them in the 80s. Like he and Stallone dominated the 80s.
That was my time. That was my time. Boom.
They owned it. They absolutely owned it. The other guys had cups of coffee in there. Van Damme did well, but like he has a couple. Universal Soldier was good. Bloodsport was
that
great.
was good.
Like those two, solid.
Nothing else beyond
that. What, Double Impact doesn't work for you?
No, it wasn't.
What was the hockey one name? There was like there was the one where they did it in the hockey arena.
Oh yeah.
Was that Double Impact?
Somebody
or was
just
that
put in the
something
chat.
else?
Sudden death.
Sudden death.
Sudden
Thank you.
Death.
Yes. Perfect. Thank you, Big Unit.
Done at Ted Reeves Arena in Toronto.
But think about that though. Think about that. Like in reality, how long was Jean-Claude Van Damme's run? Not that long.
No.
How long was Steven Seagal's run? Like, I mean, like of good movies that actually did decent in the box office. Not that long.
No.
Not a lot. No.
I think you're tired of them really quick.
Like, it's one of those things. Like those guys have their moments, and they're remembered fondly for the really good ones. Like I said, Bloodsport is great. I can play Black Bloodsport. It's awesome. It's fun.
Yep.
But a lot of them is like, no. The fact that I couldn't remember I remembered it was a hockey arena one. It was like sudden death. Okay, great. But then it's like, here's the thing: we named off a bunch of them. What about Running Man for Arnold? That was a great one.
Favorites.
That was a great one.
Yep.
It still holds up. As ridiculous as it is, it's a fun movie. Like it's a fun movie. It's a fun film. Yes.
I would have thought that Seagal would have been in like the Expendables series that
I
they
thought
had.
they would have brought him in too.
I think there was a personality issue because a lot of people broached it with him and said like, "Hey, I think the issue was Seagal. Even at this point, his ego will not let him play second fiddle." And I was like, "Dude, you're like the fourth tier guy.
If not
Stallone and Schwarzenegger are right at the top of that mountain.
and
like
they don't even get along.
Yeah, but they managed within a certain like, they managed to get into. They were in Expendables together. They had
It's a
they had,
payday.
yeah, like, but the thing is, those guys are at least able to make it work. Another guy who wasn't thought of that way, but in that moment, especially for the movies he did, Bruce Willis in Die Hard.
Yeah.
Like he did a great job in those. Like, but by comparison, at least Bruce Willis had a hit TV show, had those great movies, did all that stuff, but he was able to do those action movies too. So, like Seagal's got those handful of films. Jean-Claude Van Damme's got those handful of. Jean-Claude Van Damme was able to kind of humble himself at that point. He had his drug problems and all kinds of things. He goes, "Yeah, I'll play a villain, sure." And,
Yeah.
and it,
Drago in there.
Dolph Lundgren is great.
Dolph. Yeah,
But Dolph Lundgren's at least a guy with actual talent. He's a smart dude.
he's
Like,
actually really intelligent.
yeah, he's a very smart. Like he's got other talents in addition to being able to be an imposing figure and being able to do all that stuff. Yeah, but he could do other things. Like he had other stuff going on. Like for him, it's like, yeah, this is just a fun thing for me.
Mhm.
So it's like good for him, man. No love for the Street Fighter movie, no. Other than Ralph Julia, no love for that movie. Ralph Julia was a great actor, not the best way to go about it. Yeah, Bruce Willis. Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like even with the Expendables, they were able to bring back the nostalgia. They got Chuck Norris in for a friggin' cameo. Chuck Norris's movies, most of them not so great, but he was able to parlay that into a really long career, all things considered. Because then Walker Texas Rangers like infamous.
It is. Actually, you have to understand the time period. We didn't have that much to watch. So when he came out with his movies, they were great.
And he's a legit martial artist. That's the other thing. Like he was a legit
Enter the
martial artist.
Dragon, wasn't he?
Yeah,
With
he was.
Bruce Lee? Yeah,
He was in one of them with Bruce Lee for sure, and he had that climactic battle with Bruce Lee as part. But like in reality, he's had a long career, a very long career.
Yeah.
But he was a legit martial arts guy. Like he actually had the
True
credentials.
tough ass, for
Yeah,
sure.
he had the credentials. There's some of these guys who's like, look, man, you're an actor playing a tough guy. Then some
He's
of
a
these other
tough
guys,
guy.
it's like, no, you're a tough guy who happens to be an actor sometimes.
Very much so.
Living meme, correct. Missing in action, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
But that's the thing. It's like these guys had but I mean, like from a movie perspective, not really. Like, actually, Chuck Norris, other than obviously the Bruce Lee movie, the Missing in Action ones, like a lot of it's like, I think it was like, wasn't it like Delta Force? I think it was Delta Force was one of
There's
his.
a lot of those army movies. Uncommon Valor. There was all these other ones that really
Yeah,
came
but a lot
out
of them are
around the
kind of
same
like
time.
random. It's like,
They
yeah,
were. But they came out. I remember. I was there watching them all.
Yeah.
And you're a kid, and you're actually influenced by that as a kid. And you kind of look back now and kind of rewatch them, kind of go, yeah, I get it. Because we've been spoiled by The Rock and all these other, Arnold along the way and what have you. So
I like this. I like this throwback. Wesley Snipes.
Oh,
Wesley Snipes should have been one of those guys though. Like he
He
had a
really-
great start. He was off to a great start. He was
did
doing
okay,
well.
too. He had
was doing
that
well.
5700 murder. What was that? Airplane one?
Passenger 57.
Passenger 57. But he also had the other.
He was also in. He was also doing one with Stallone. The
Demolition Man.
Thank you. Yeah, that was great. That was he was really good in that too.
He was really good in the vampire ones too.
Yeah, the Blade.
Blade.
Yeah,
I think
Like,
he would perfect.
great
for
job.
that role.
Great job. Like
Yeah.
great job. A lot of these guys, some of these guys. Now the thing is, he could actually act a little bit. It helped a lot. Like it's like he's actually a decent actor.
And
If
he
you
got
can actually
tax
act.
evasion and some other
Yeah,
stuff.
but
kind of ruined his career.
that's completely like you did this to yourself.
Mhm.
You were rolling along. It was going well. You're doing great.
Yeah.
Then not so much. Nope. You kind of stalled your own momentum.
Yeah, true.
Anyway, sounds fair. Okay, let me ask you a question. I always love going down the movie path. Name, Mr. Name. How are things going? I did get a chance to see that. I know you were posting some stuff from the Jordan Tutu collection. Some really nice stuff. At least a little while ago. Very cool stuff.
Actually, I have that in front of me.
Yeah. How are you making out with that? Like, the checklist has got to be small at this point. Like, it can't be a lot of stuff going on left.
Yeah, I have like a pretty like exclusive list that I'm going after. Like he
Yeah.
has a ton of like low end rookies and stuff that
Sure.
I'm not really focusing on. So trying to
Yeah.
go after some of the tougher pieces. Whereas like earlier in my collecting days, like I would try and get every single card of a player, but like now I'm just trying to focus on, like I grabbed a couple Topps pristine gold refractors out of 33. You know, I'm looking for a high gloss Young Guns. I'm looking for some Bowman Chrome pieces as well. So just really like narrowing down my search and like trying to focus on harder to get pieces, I guess, for my collection, because like some of the nicer pieces like I got, like his Upper Deck Premier Collection rookies, I got a pair of those. Future Watch Auto Patch, got one of those. And yeah, just trying to like some of the more shorter printed cards, trying to pick those up. But they're really tough to find. Like I remember you saying last week, like, you know, people have them somewhere, but they're not selling them, right? So
Yes.
I know they're out there in the world. So hopefully one day I'll find them. Like, and I'm sure they'll, you know, they might be at one of these big shows, but I'm not going to any big shows in the near future.
Yeah, no, I would say that Jordan Tutu is going to be one of those players that's going to be really tough because they're in that middle ground, and and I'm very impressed with a lot of the stuff I've seen. I want to kind of congratulate you face to face, digitally, so to speak.
Thank you.
Really, I love that you're taking the approach though of quality pieces. That's what I said. I've said it to Bobby before. If I was going to start over again and I was just going to do, I love collecting Medano. I have a lot of fun with it. I've been doing it for so long. I still enjoy it. That's the reason why it's still fun for me to do. I can have fun with like that quad patch piece with those players. Medano looks like it's friggin' 12 on the damn card. It's weird. It's kind of fun. It's a little different.
That's
It's
good.
like, yeah, I find these little amusing, subgenres to go into that keep it entertaining for me. Because otherwise, it's like I've got thousands at this point. It's like it's gonna get old unless you find something to amuse yourself, something that's a little different. But but if I was gonna start again and I was gonna recommend to somebody on Collector, I would align them in the direction that you went. Find the cool stuff, find the fun stuff, find the stuff that catches your eye and makes it interesting. You don't need thousands because some of this stuff is ridiculous. It's just it becomes then a job. Why? No,
It's
make it fun.
redundant. It's just another 50-cent card, you know, whatever.
Yeah. And you got to store them somewhere, and you know, you don't look at them. You don't admire them. Like some, like my Topps pristine cards, like the gold refractors, like I'll take them out like probably 2 or 3 times a week and just look at them because I like them so much.
No, that's good. That's perfect. That's a great approach. I wish more people would advocate for that, but because no, that's good. That's actually it's a more satisfying way of collecting because you're getting what you like. You're getting all kill or no filler. You're really getting down that path, and you're finding the things that are interesting. And whatever that, by the way, for some folks, maybe some of those 50-cent cards are interesting. Maybe they find some cool photos or something. Like Bob Lewis does his stuff, but he'll find weird random photos and stuff. For him, that's interesting, and then he can find some dollar cards or 50-cent cards that are kind of fun for him. That's okay too. No, I'm not going to give you a set of hard, fast rules you must follow. No, find the thing that is interesting to you. But if you are player collecting, it's kind of fun to be like, no, find the coolest, find the interesting. By the way, your criteria is the one you got to decide what the coolest is. I can't decide for you. That's your call.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone collects in their own way, and like I'm on eBay every single day, looking sometimes 2 or 3 times a day, just like refreshing my Jordan 2-2 search.
Yeah.
See if something pops up, and you know it is exciting when you see something that you haven't seen before and something that you've been looking for.
Yeah, you do that and you find a quick buy, and now sometimes somebody doesn't know what they have.
Yeah. Absolutely. Let me ask you a question. Actually, I'd be kind of curious. I don't know if you've seen too much about it. Obviously, the new hotness is the new new metal set. I've got a chance to watch some box breaks of it. I've been having some fun with it. Have you seen any of it as far as the new cards or any box breaks or anything about that one? No name?
No, I looked at a few pieces on eBay and was trying to see what was out there when it came out the other day, and just to peruse and see what prices were listed as and for which players.
Sure. No, I get
Do
it.
you like the product?
It's
I get
not my cup of tea. Like I wasn't like I like just looking back
Don't
and
let
like
Jeremy
looking
hear
at some of
you.
those.
Don't let Jeremy
Oh
hear you.
yeah.
He was literally helping to promote it today. Today.
Oh, was he?
Mm,
Yes.
mm,
Yeah,
On which show?
yeah.
Oh, sorry.
mm.
Collectibles. But no, I wasn't collecting in that era. Like I took a break from like
Sure.
1994 till 2004, and
No, I get it. Yeah.
when I look back and like those cards are cool, but I mean they're not what I'm interested in. So I mean, to each their own. Like people think they're awesome and they're like the greatest thing ever, but you know everyone is allowed to have their own opinion, especially when it comes to a hobby. I mean, you do it
Mhm.
because you enjoy it and because you love it.
Mhm.
But for me, I'm more interested in just looking and seeing what they look like and what the hype is about and stuff like that. That kind of interests me, and like just because it's part of the hobby.
I think it's fair. So I did get a chance to watch some box breaks and stuff of it. I took some time to sit back and look at it because I do remember that set when it originally came out in hockey. They did have it. They Medana was part of that set. They didn't have the precious metal gems in the original run. That wasn't part of the hockey version. That came later. They started adding that into the subsequent editions. So it was never part of the original run. It was kind of cool. I like the retro styled ones that go back to the 97 design because that is it's nice. I like it. Obviously I don't have my players in it. You know, they don't have a lot of the retro legends in it. So Medano's out of it. So great. I can just look at it. Jamie Benn does have a couple of cards in it. So that's cool. I'm looking at it peripherally. If I find something that's interesting, great. My interest in it is not that the design's bad. The new design's a little boring to me. I do like the retro one that they brought back, but here's what happens. And it's fine. I understand why they did it. Even with the precious metal gems, you're getting them about one per box or two per box sometimes because you've got the new design, which you can have precious metal gems, both red and green. And then the retro design, of which you've got a full set parallel, which you can have precious metal gems, red and green. So you've actually got 4 precious metal gems per player. So 2 of the 90s, 2 out of the out of 90s, and 2 out of the out of 10s. So in reality, if you want to do a set of them, you're getting 4 precious metal gems for each player, new and old, which is fine. But basically what you did is you just made 4 precious metal gems in one set. You just stuffed it in there. So it's like, okay, they're going to be numbered. They're going to be limited to a certain degree. I get you. Aren't you kind of wearing out your welcome on that a little quick? Because I know it's been a long time since they've done it, and now then they put in some other stuff. They did some acetate cards, cool looking. I like them. They're nice for what they are. Jambalaya, I think they're case hits, neat looking cards, great, good classic design, cool. But it's one of those things like you got enough of them per box, and you got enough of them out there. The box prices have already kind of ballooned up. I think they've jumped up to like 350 or 400 Canadian or something per box. If you didn't get them in the pre-sale. If you got them in the pre-sale, you can get them cheaper, like under 200. But then in secondary market, it's gone up quite a bit. And I'm sitting there like, okay, so you pay $400. Let's say you pull a precious metal gem of a decent player, a couple of another one of another player. You get an autograph in there. You get a couple of acetate cards. This, that, and the other thing. You say you don't get a jambalaya. You paid $400 for what?
You just said it. A couple acetate cards.
That's kind of rough, man. That's a little rough. That's a spicy meatball, my friends. You're paying a fair bit for. It's like, assuming you have the nostalgia. But I'm like, dude, I remember the original Metal Universe, and it was like, I think I was opening some packs once they got the clearance for like $1 a pack.
Go figure.
It's like they weren't that. Now, mind you, again, the hockey one didn't have the precious metal gems. But again, the basketball one wasn't a big deal when it first came out. It wasn't until later. But then you've also kind of thrown out a bunch of precious metal gems in the first shot. It'll be interesting to see. I am hearing a little bit. Again, you got to wait for more information to come in. I'm hearing that some folks are having a little trouble moving some of that stuff, as in the boxes and stuff, because the post-secondary went up early because obviously hype. It's new product, a new hotness. But then it's like they open the box and they're like, paid $400 for this?
Yep.
Oh. Well, I'm not buying another box of this. It's a little tough to sell that second and third box if the value isn't there.
Not so precious.
No. Well, that's the problem is that if you put them, if they're easy enough to get, it's weird because they're not easy to come by because there's one per box, and there's a big enough set where you could end up with a regular kind of player. You won't be running into Sidney Crosby's and Ovechkin's in every box. It's going to be, you're going to have to open a lot of boxes potentially to get one of the better players.
That 358 Frank, boy.
Yeah, that's a lot to ask. So the big players, like if you get a Crosby, PMG green, yeah, that'll go for a pretty penny. An Ovechkin, one of the good rookies or something, yeah. What about a second tier guy? What about a decent defenseman?
Those are all the ones I'll pull. Don't worry.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, and then you paid $400 a box for that. If you got a jambalaya, that's cool.
Yeah.
But
That's
otherwise,
Yeah, I get you.
This is like, that's gonna be rough. That's gonna be rough, my friends. It's gonna be a bit rough.
Yep.
So that's why I buy singles.
There you go.
Yeah, I think the problem is going to be if enough people take that approach. It's like, so who's opening the boxes?
Nobody's breaking.
It's like turns out there are no singles. Why? Because nobody's buying the boxes. Oh dear God. We'll have to see. I don't know. And the new design actually doesn't do anything for me. I understood what they did. It's okay. Nothing special. The retro one I think is the one that's kind of cool. Some of the inserts, like I said, are cool. But to Name's point, you can just get the singles. It's a little bit easier. Just go for that. Never than paying NFL dollars $400 a box. To a certain degree, yes. But here's the thing. What I would say is the NFL dollars $400 a box is kind of ridiculous. But in Donruss, they usually put a lot of different stuff in it. Again, none of it's going to get you the value of $400 a box. None of it. But with Metal, it basically, if you don't pull like a good PMG or a jambalaya, you're dead.
Yeah.
Like basically, you need the case hit or you need a really good PMG. Uh-oh. Like, I don't see any other way out. Like, I really don't.
Yeah. How do you afford? How many boxes can you buy at 350 plus your regular collection plus whatever else you do? How much can you spend on the hobby on a whim and not even buying really what you want? Just open.
But Bobby, if you lend your card to Investacard,
yes,
and get some financing,
then I can borrow back to buy more boxes.
Yes.
And before you know it, I'll own nothing and I'll owe everything.
We fixed it. Done. Beautiful. I love it.
Simple.
Not most modern boxes, yes. Most modern boxes, yes. But what happens is, here's the thing. I don't know if at the pre-sale price I'm still happy. At $400, I'm definitely not happy. But at $180, I think was the pre-sale price, $160 or something like that. I'm not sure. I still don't know if I'm happy.
Wow.
Like, I don't know. Like, forget about the 400. I'm not sure if I'm good at 160.
So you good at $100 a box?
For that, probably have to be closer to 100.
Wow.
That's what I mean. Like,
that's a big difference.
It is, but that's what I'm getting at. It's like,
Well, people will find out really fast because you can only open so many boxes before you start going, hey, listen, I'm getting nothing from this.
Yeah.
I can't keep bleeding money out.
Yeah. It's one of those things. Like in our position, like
Bobby
doesn't do cards at all. Name focuses on the ones he's doing anyway, so it doesn't really matter. And you can go on eBay and find the singles, so it's not going to affect him. For me, it's like the nostalgia isn't really there. It is and it isn't. Like, I was around during the original run. I like the cards that I like. I'm inclined to do the singles thing. If I can get the Ben cheap, I'll take that. If I can get this one here, I think Sagan is the one who is in the jambalaya. That'd be kind of cool if I could find it for a decent price. We'll see. Like, but if it's not at a price that I'm happy with, it's like, no, it's fine. You guys, y'all can have it. It's okay. Because it's a new jambalaya. It doesn't matter how you want to present it. It's like, guys,
universe, they got Carol Sagan in there.
Dare we live the dream? Dare we live the dream? $80 a box. Ooh,
there's the real price.
Yeah.
Now we're talking. I'll take two.
Oh, and you know what? The Rage here brings up a good point. The other thing is they did a Marvel metal set as well with PMGs and stuff.
But I might go for that.
But here's the thing.
And
we've talked about this before. The whole thing with the PMGs is that there was a break. The original run only lasted a little while, and then basically Fleer Skybox went out of business. They didn't have the chance to do PMGs year after year after year after year. Well, in this case,
That's what helped.
we've had a couple of PMGs through the last couple of years. We had a couple of retro sets. They had that retro Skybox set where they did a couple. They did it for a couple of years there, and then they had it break again. And then but then they released that Marvel metal with more PMGs. It's like, guys, the more PMGs are out in the world, even if it's different years, it takes a little bit of the specialness out of it. It's the same thing with the kabooms. If you start doing it year after year after year after year, it's like, are we as excited? Because at the beginning we were, but then you slowly take a little bit out of it every time. And we use the refractor thing. It's like 1993, Topps Finest Refractors. It was the new hotness. It was new. Nobody had ever seen anything like it. It was brand new. 94, 95, it's still new. They came up with a couple of ways of modifying the set a little bit to make it a little different. But then by 2021, we've had refractors since 1993. Almost uninterrupted. Not in the same sports all the time, but we've had refractors every year.
Yeah.
So regular base refractors, how much do they excite the populace? Not so much.
It's a bust.
But that's how it works. It's like it's not the technology is no worse than it was in 1993. The concept's still the same. But you've seen it year after year, decade after decade. Gets kind of old. It's like everything else, the novelty wears out, and then what? What else you got?
They'll invent something.
Oh, I'm sure they will. But that's where I'll be curious. I'll have to see.
Recreate something.
I'm sure they will. But that's always where I'm a little bit curious. So let me grab a couple of these comments. I actually got a question for you, Name. This will kind of play into this a little bit. This can be kind of interesting. I know it's not in your collecting sphere, but actually your shirt reminded me of something. And I think it'd be kind of interesting. One of the things that's a kind of a big deal, it's not so much in Canada, but I think you went to school in Oregon. That's part of the shirt thing, right? Was that part of it, or was there?
I didn't go to school. I went to University of Alberta.
What's the Oregon connection though? I feel like I've seen it before.
I just love the football team.
So it's a connection with the football team. I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I've seen the shirt a bunch of times, and I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if there was a school connection to it or not, or if it was okay. So in this case, it's a fan of the football team, and that's carried over into wearing the swag. That's fine. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, and I've been thinking about like if I'm going to do a PhD, I'm thinking I might do it there.
Second time we've referenced a PhD tonight. I like that. I like that. Oh, what would your PhD be in?
I'm a teacher, so like my master's is in secondary education.
Gotcha.
I would have an education focus as well.
Okay. No, that's fine. At least you have the master. It was funny. I don't know if you caught the part earlier on where I was musing about when I contemplated doing a master's back in the day when I was finishing up. I was just too tired at the end of my university run at the beginning. I had the chance to go back, and I thought about doing the master's. It would have been the master's in history. But I really didn't have a use for what I was gonna do with it after that. I didn't want to go into teaching, so it's one of those things where it's like, okay, so then I get this, and then what?
Yeah. The thing is, I took a little bit of time in between. So,
Sure.
I mean, when I did my Bachelor of Arts degree, it was in sociology and minor in history. I thought I was done school forever,
Okay.
and then I decided to become a teacher. And then 5 years later, I went back to school and did an after degree in education. And then a couple of years later, I started a master's degree. So there was
I like that yours is the reverse of mine. I majored in history, and I needed one more set of credits to minor in sociology. So I had almost enough credits I needed one full year course because that would have covered the requirement because it's the prerequisites. So I needed that, and then that would have gotten me the minor in sociology, and then also if I had done that year, I probably would have also done the required courses. So I would have had a double minor, philosophy and sociology. Because I had most of the prerequisites required, but there were 2 one-year courses that would have been required. So it would have required one more year where I just do those. It would have been a light course load. It would have been just fill in the blanks, but then I would have the double minor.
Yeah, after high school, I went to work. That was it.
What is work?
Work was something you just did to make money, to enjoy your life.
No, I just look
Butt
pretty.
hurts.
And then send my money every 2 weeks. I don't understand. Like, what are you doing over there?
It's having fun.
But that was always kind of but unfortunately at that point is that it ends up being this course load where it's like, okay, I'm getting buried. and you're just doing this over and over again. It just runs through. It was fun, but it was also very tiring. It's taxing after a while. It's like, because you're not, because all the courses are like, okay, so read thousands of pages, analyze this, write this paper, write this other paper, write this other paper, write this other paper, write this other paper, and just keep doing this for years. And it's like, okay, so now if you want to do the masters, we're going to do more of that. All right, I'm done. No mas, tapping out. I can't do it anymore. I've done it for a while. I did it well, but it was like, nah, I don't have the gas in the tank. Nah, man. But so let me pose the question then. Still, the reason why I asked the question about the shirt is that I'm thinking about now that these guys are having to switch up their licensing situation, because the college athletes now are going to be able to do it under that new rule. So these companies, if they're going to do a deal with the athletes, they don't have to do a deal with the individual athletes. I'd be curious what the interest is going to be for a lot of folks for more college card products.
Ooh.
Because that's always been it's always been an interesting thing. Like, they're hardcore. The fans are hardcore, but are they hardcore enough to sustain a company if the best they can do is, we can get you, example, I can get you, your favorite players from Oregon. We've got that. Here you go.
Yeah, I like, for myself, like I've always been like a bigger fan of college sports than pro sports.
Might be a little more enticing for you then. Might be a little more enticing.
Mm-hmm.
Because it could be like a Panini or something like that, and they could do a bunch of that. They could strike a deal and be like, hey, we got the full team. Here you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know for me, I would be very interested in that, because I've just followed college sports so much more closely, like college basketball and football, way more closely than I do with the pro sports. And if they had like an exclusive like Oregon Ducks set with like autographs and like jersey pieces, I'd be into that.
Nice.
Because I'm just thinking, because regardless, that's why I say, like, regardless, once you told me you're a fan of the team, I'm like, nope, this still works. This question still works, because I'm looking at Panini and think, in the vein of what you just said, think Panini Flawless. Here you go, Panini Flawless. We got your patches. We got, piece of helmet, piece of shoe, piece of all this stuff, all in the Oregon colors and all that, because we can strike a deal with these guys. And here you go. I got all the starters and whatever the case may be. Here you go.
Yeah, and if they sold them at stadium, there's 58,000 people that fit in that stadium. I don't know if everyone would be interested in cards, but I mean, I think
it'd be one of those things where, like, from a marketing perspective, that would be a very smart way to do it. But you could also have the college thing has always been kind of interesting to me, because I know folks are passionate about college football. I know they are. I can see it, but it's never translated to cards per se. Like, there's the interest, but it's a little bit lukewarm relative to, like, whenever the player gets, like, a new player comes out, their college stuff does okay until the pro stuff comes out. As soon as the pro stuff comes out, okay, we don't need that other junk anymore.
Exactly. And for myself, I never understood that. Like, I love having cards of players in their college jerseys, because I just think that, like, that's cool. It's an early time in their career, and it's like college. There's a lot of passion in college sports, and
it is, yeah.
And for players to be on cards in their college jersey, I think that's awesome, and that really piques my interest.
I think this is going to be a test, because I do, like I said, the reason I posed it is because I'm just looking at Panini and Topps' future. I'm just looking at these teams, and I'm also looking at the new rule with the whole college thing, because now they have the capability. Some of these student athletes will never make the pros. This is going to be their run. And for them, it's like, if you say, hey, we'll pay you $20 a card to sign some of these, great. Sounds wonderful. Fantastic. This is my claim to fame, my moment. My family can collect my card. After I'm done, I'm graduating out of here. I'm getting my degree, and I'm off to do the thing that Bobby talked about. Yerk, something like that. I don't know what he's talking about. That
four-letter word. It's a four-letter word. Yes.
That thing that he's talking about that allegedly exists. I think he's making it up. I think this is camouflage for card porn. I think he's trying to distract us from the card porn thing. We know it's him. But the thing is, I think a lot of those athletes are going to have their run in college. That's going to be their thing, and then they're going to graduate and go off to to do, you know, whatever they're going to do, whatever they study, and they go off to the working world, become doctors, become lawyers, you know, whatever. But that can be their moment, and that can be immortalized on a piece of cardboard, whatever. Hey, you know what? You were still a starter on Oregon football, and here's your card. So for those folks, it'd be kind of cool. For their families and their friends, it'd be kind of cool. And I could definitely see them having some interest in it for sure.
Yeah, and like there's a ton of kids that go to games, and like that's where the passion starts for a lot of people, is when they're kids and going to the games with their families and having like buying cards. They'll always remember that.
I think that's true. I think it's fair. I think it's always been funny to me, though. We don't really have quite the same. I remember going to a number of, now it's in pockets. I remember going to a number of University of Guelph football games. And the people come out, not for all the games though. Like for the first game, everybody comes out. I saw that. I used to laugh. It's like, but it's like, yeah, go to game 4. How many of you are at game 4? Unless it's like with a rival team that they're like, you know, actually have a little bit of rivalry. It's like, yeah, not so much. Collegiate sports, I don't think in Canada we think of our alma mater that way.
No.
I just think it's not there. I laugh because I would always get weird looks because at work, I always used to, I've still had this for years. I always used to, this is always on my desk. So like, they're like, oh, you went to golf? It's like, yeah. I don't just carry this around for fun. It's like, yeah, sure. I just randomly picked a university to have a
bought
walk.
it at a garage sale.
Absolutely. Except I got 2 of them. I got one of these and one in blue.
Oh.
So I rotate between them. But I had it for years, and this was the first one I got, and this one I got when I was still in university. So this particular water bottle I have had 18 years.
Wow. It's been that long.
18, because I was still in the middle of it at that time. So this one I've had for 18, and the other one I got a little bit later as a potential replacement in case this one ever got damaged. This one's still good, so I'm great. But I got the other one as a backup, and I got that like 15 years ago. So I've had the 2 of them. So it's one of those things that it's like, I still remember that time fondly. So for me, it's like, no, I still like to have it for that. Plus, I would still go until COVID. I would still go down to Guelph every year or 2 to go visit the campus. I go hang out, visit the campus, walk around some of the old haunts and things, and just kind of hang out. And if they had some games on, I go just sit down and watch. But for me, it was fun for that because I had those good memories associated with it. But not everybody will do that. A lot of people don't go back, and I understand it. But in American college sports, like they're hardcore. So a lot of them are really hard. They'll like throw money at it. Like, how much money can I give you?
Yeah,
Sure.
and there's
5 minutes to
generations.
6 hours.
They will, yeah.
Yeah.
They'll bring the kids, and the kids are like, oh, I love Ohio State. You're 10. You don't attend. It's like, oh, but my dad and my grandfather and my great. Okay, I got it. Thank you. I understand. It's just, yeah, they just carry it on. It's like, oh, we watch Ohio State football. That's what we do. But that's what happens. That's what Card Collector 2 did because he was a fan before he ever attended.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where it's like, and then I think he actually did attend the school, and then just kind of carried on from there. But he was a fan when he was a kid of Ohio State football players. So it's like, it's a very different mentality, a very different philosophy.
It's a religion.
Yeah, and they're brands, like national brands. Like if you look at like Notre Dame, school like that, like everyone knows who they are, and like you don't like necessarily have to attend there to be a fan. Like that.
That's true.
That's what I. Yeah, that's what I really like. But like I don't wear any of my like university's clothing that I went to.
But you wear the Oregon shirt. That'll teach him.
Yep. Yep.
I like that. Now, listen, I respect it. That's what confused me. I was like, then you say it's like, wait, what? Okay, that makes sense. I get you.
Alberta, yeah.
That's fine. Hey, listen, that's fair enough. I get it. It just it's one of those things that makes me laugh. Now it's you would think though, part of you would almost think, and it's weird that it isn't the case. Part of you would almost think that, okay, fine, we don't do that for like football, but it's like, what about hockey? We don't really do that for that either. Not really. Now, mind you, it's not for lack of. Even if you try to support the teams, though, the structure of the schools are not such that they think about that, because this is one that I've always laughed about, and I've kind of called them out on this before. I'll grab this screenshot here. Those are the hockey jerseys they have. That's sweet. I've wanted to buy one of those damn things. Like, I want one. I love the color scheme and like the black version of it. Like, that's sweet. I love it.
It's the old 80s Vancouver Canucks.
Yeah, but it's one of those things. Like the Griffin crest on the front is great and I love the black jerseys anyway. Like, it works. I actually really did. I've got a fitted cap. I don't wear it anymore because the thing's going to get worn out. I did wear it for years. I have a fitted cap. They don't issue it anymore. I had the fitted baseball cap when they still had that Griffin logo on the front of it. But again, I enjoyed my time at the university, so I support it where I can in those little bits and pieces. But that's not the norm. I'll be like, guys, if you'd sell the stupid jersey, I'd buy it.
You have to go back to find one.
It's one of those things, though. I gotta go back to when I get a chance to go back there, I'm gonna go to the university thing and go, idiots. What do I need to do to buy this stupid jersey? Like, do I have to have it custom ordered? Like, what the hell?
Maybe.
Morons. I do everything myself around here. Jesus. Take my money.
I didn't think we'd make it to 4 hours. Now we're at 6 hours.
Hey, that's what happens. The people get passionate. Anyway.
That's what it goes.
Name? Thank you for hanging out for a little bit. Hey, we got to do it less late. We got to start less late.
Yeah. Well, I'll try and get my kids to bed a little bit earlier.
I told you, send them off to whatever Bobby said, Yerk, whatever that is.
Something like
send them
that.
off. It's like in the middle of the night. It's like, couldn't you mow the lawn or something? Go.
Yeah.
Have them do some chores around the house. They should be doing the chores for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Right.
It's like, how old are they now?
Right. 5, 3, and 1.
Okay, so you got the 3. So I already told my buddy the one kid is not quite 2 yet. I go, that's old enough. Send him out there to do some some work. The other one, we'll give him a slide for another 6 months or so. But the other one, get out there, you slacker. Let's go. And the 5-year-old, name to Yerk. Let's go.
Yeah. Very capable.
Absolutely. Now I haven't scanned too much lately. I didn't get a chance to see. I think I am subscribed to your channel. So, are you still doing the videos, or is that just a once in a while thing right now? Or because I know on social media I've seen the posts. That's where I saw some of the Jordan Tutu stuff. So I've definitely seen that.
Yeah, I haven't posted on YouTube for a while.
Okay.
I don't know. Lately, I've just been feeling tired, I guess. Because usually, I don't make any YouTube videos until after my kids go to bed. And
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and lately I've just been feeling after they've been going to bed, I've just been feeling just plopping down on the couch and watching a good stream. Because I'm Carlos. So
We're here.
Well played. We'll send you some. We'll send you some of that Fanatics and Ultra Pro money we're getting.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll shamelessly wear it head to toe.
Live, love it.
And a pack of metal.
Yeah, I won't send you the mug. Maybe what we'll do is I'll reach out to you and we'll send you one of the limited edition holographic stickers.
Yeah, I can get one of those.
It's the next best thing. A lot easier to ship. Like I said, that was always the joke. It's like I'm not shipping this damn thing. I'll ship it to the one person who explicitly asked.
Those are chit chats.
What's that?
Chit chats.
Yeah, exactly. Chit chats, exactly. Yeah, I think we'll stick with the stickers. These are a little bit easier. This can go in an envelope. Here you go. You can have it. Feel free. Stick it on whatever you want. Yeah. Nice.
Well, I actually want to tell Bobby thank you because 3 weeks ago I was watching the show and Bobby brought up a piece of history I've been looking for. So
nice.
He told me about this right here.
Okay, you picked it up. Hold on. Let's zoom in a little bit here. Okay, so this is like a foldable, one of those deals?
It's a matchbook. Yeah. It's a flat.
Matchbook. Gotcha.
Yeah. And this one is actually...
Stats?
Oh, it's just...
schedule?
No, it's just some biography information.
Oh, cool. So it's almost like a card.
Nice.
Yeah. And it matches this one. The one I just got is trimmed,
matches?
This one is...
Nice. I
like
that.
Oh, bonus points for the pun. Look at that.
Yeah. And this one still actually has the little pieces of matchstick.
So the other one's trimmed off, I guess.
Yeah, it got trimmed. But $4.99. You can't go wrong.
That's fair. I like it.
It's good that you needed that version too, because there's 2 versions. So
Yeah.
There might be a third. Who knows? Probably not. But obviously, he was open for a couple of years there because they changed the picture. Have you ever
Yeah,
done any research on his
cards?
restaurant there?
No, I've never looked into the restaurant.
I always do that.
should,
See,
though.
if
That'd
I
be
buy a
interesting.
collectible, then I like to see, look back. There might be something else there. Maybe a menu or something else. Fun to look for. I really enjoy players stuff that they owned a restaurant or what have you. That's why I have that Eddie Shack, all this restaurant donut shop stuff, and I just picked up a few other things. So it's fun, and then you kind of look at the back history and see what else you can find out about it.
Yeah.
So
Nice.
It'd be cool to find a menu, see what kind of food they have.
well, obviously they have menus, right? But that's early, so tough. But if you're not looking, you'll never find it because you're not looking.
It does play into our theme from earlier, though. It does give another little challenge, another little mountain to climb.
Wow.
It keeps the interest level. You know what? Maybe there's something else to look into. Let's dig a little deeper. There's something else.
You have to put it on your search page because you won't find it.
Yeah.
Going to shows. It's one of those things you'll have to find online. Probably.
I think that's fair.
Mhm.
Okay, so what I'm going to do right here is real quick. I'm going to put here. So in the chat, most of you guys are familiar with it anyway. I just put in the chat, add Indigenous rookie cards. So that is Name's Instagram.
Mhm.
And it is a portal to a couple of different places. It does have, I believe it linked to an article here. It says winspeaker.com. Is that an article based on some of your collection yourself? I just hadn't looked at this one yet.
I don't
It
even
says
remember.
Here, I'll find it. I'll open it up. Ah, yes, it is. Here we go. Nice. It's always good when you don't remember what it is. That's good.
Yeah.
All right, here. Let's open it up. So there you go. Collector seeks cards featuring Indigenous hockey players to forward to youth. So that's for May 17th. It wasn't that long ago, name. And then you got name
Oh,
there
yeah.
with the picture.
He's all over the place.
Yeah, exactly. He's too famous. He doesn't remember all the places he's been. So anyway, so it is an article written and then named there with some of his various cards for Indigenous
Nice.
hockey players for the Cards for Kids project. By the way, is that still ongoing? Still going in? Do you want to give a couple of details here at the tail end?
Yeah, it's still ongoing. I do have, I think I sent out just over 1,000 cards to 3 different hockey camps.
Nice.
Yeah, I
Nice.
made up packs randomly, just put them into team bags and shipped them off, and they distribute them to kids. So
Nice.
that was over July and August, and then I'm just waiting to hear from a couple guys to let me know when they're having another camp. So I think I have about 600 cards left, and then those
Nice.
ones will be going out too. Yeah.
Sounds fair. I didn't look at the checklist that deep, but I'd be curious to see if there's anybody that qualifies in that new metal. You may find a lot of people who have a lot of extra singles that they need something to do with. I don't know how many players would
Price has
qualify.
one.
Okay, Carey Price would be a good one, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'd be curious. I'd have to see that checklist, but that'd be very funny. You're gonna have some very disappointed. I mean, $400 for this stupid thing here. Name, just take this.
Yeah.
Take it out of my sight. Out of my sight.
Don't want to be. Your
Yeah.
It's like, well, their pain is your gain in that situation. So at least somebody wins. It's a good cause. So at least somebody wins. I think that's fair.
Yeah.
So I wanted to make sure I included that in there. So I did leave the Instagram thing in the chat if any of you guys are not already familiar with names. So definitely check that out. I want to make sure we at least toss that in here at the end. So I think that'll be it for tonight. Thank you again to the chat for hanging out. Some of you have still continued to hang out, so I do appreciate that.
Wow.
Those of you on your way out, if you want to hit the like button, that'd be really nice. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, you can do that. You can also check out, Name does have a YouTube channel as well. You can get some of that information based on that. He'll, if he finds some sleep, he may post some additional things. But otherwise on Instagram, he definitely posts stuff. I've definitely seen some stuff on Instagram, so that's been there. So that's definitely a good way to check out some of the additions and some new things going on in the collection as well. Very cool. Anything else then going on, Name? Anything else we can throw in there at the end?
No, I just I got to get back to folding bows.
You're the first one on, right? He was the first one on, the last one off. There we go.
Yeah.
It works. Listen, it is what it is. It works. All right, guys. So thanks very much. So it goes without saying, it's Saturday on the East Coast and the West Coast.
And now, yeah,
Yeah, it is
doesn't
now.
happen often.
So we got both covered. So we're good as far as that's concerned. Anyway, so we're back next Friday. Same bad time, same bad channel. Probably 57,000 other live streams because apparently that's the thing now. Apparently Friday's the day. Listen, guys, just a quick note at the end here. If you want to do a live stream, a hobby live stream, I have a great time for you. I'm thinking Saturday 10 p.m. Nothing's going on at that time. Just go Saturday 10 p.m. As far as I know, can you think of it? Is there anything going on? I can't think of anything. So between 10 p.m. and like 2 in the morning, you're good. You got it all to yourself. Knock yourself out.
Till Sunday at 10.
Easily.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
I was going with the Batman reference, but yes. Yeah, same bad time, same bad channel. Come on, Adam West Batman, man. Come on. You know this. That was a great one. Look, Adam West Batman was great. It was great.
Yes.
Not like brilliantly written, but still a lot of fun. And Adam West was great. Adam West was great at Batman. Some of those villains were hilarious. Anyway, that'll be it for us. No more old references. We'll get to that next week. All right, thanks, guys. Have yourselves a good night, and we'll catch you in the next one.
I know.